Hey everyone, welcome back to the Prince Petty channel. Today we're going to be talking about the grace of God. I think too often we drag Christians over here on this side of YouTube, and I think it's about time that we give Christian their flowers. So what I want us to do in the comment section, welcome by the way everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. Be sure to leave a like on your way in if you haven't already. But I want everyone, if you can just leave one comment about one positive thing that God did for you. That's all. Just one positive comment that God did for you, because I think we all need to do some framing on this conversation, because what we don't want to do is drag. What we never want to do is drag, and we never want to speak ill of God or the church. Never. So if you guys can just gave me life, woke up this morning, that's one of my favorites. Anything else? Just those two. All right, just those two. That's all we need. So with that being said, today we're going to learn about a woman and her husband, both pastors, and they have also been blessed by God. Now, she made me an atheist. God didn't do that. Well, anywho, we're going to learn about a woman who has been graced by God. She has been graced by God to iron her husband's clothes. Her husband, a pastor, who was cheating on her with the side chick, but God strengthened her to iron the clothes for him to go out and cheat on her in those same pair of clothes that she ironed. And she was about to walk out that door, but she felt the presence of God, and she turned around and stayed and endured. So today we're going to talk about God's grace. With that,
Hello. How are you?
I was doing better.
Until when?
I watched some unrelated Trump stuff a few minutes ago.
Period. Good for you. Look at you learning about our president. So, I did a live stream the other day, and on the live stream, I was like, why are women leaving the church? And no sooner than I did that live stream, I saw you live reviewing this mess. And I was like, maybe this is God giving me the answer to the question I have. I saw you reviewing this, and I was like, oh, okay. All right. I got it. They got it. So you've watched all of this, I'm assuming, right?
I watched a little bit of it.
You didn't finish it?
I guess you guys will have to go to the Prince Petty channel to find out if I finished it.
I didn't finish your video because I wanted to do this, but I also recognize that you were the one that I saw. You were the first person I saw doing this until I saw a bunch of clips online. So I'm glad you are here. There's a lot to get through. So obviously tell me to pause when you needed to pause, or pause it yourself. And oh, thank you, everyone. Welcome. Theme is looking like an looking all edible like a Reese's cup. Anyway, thank you. All right. Y'all ready?
He said, you and Kelly clean my church every Monday and Thursday, and then I'll let you preach in the next year. I'm grateful for my dad because he gave me a mop and not a mic. We've been pastoring now for 20 years. This year, we started in the flea market with 37 people.
Yes.
Now we got over 10,000 members. God has been good.
He's been good.
Part of the problem with a lot of people, they're looking more for preference over purpose. I believe that this is my purpose,
Right.
because she really wasn't my preference.
I wasn't.
So what made you keep coming back to her?
All right. Let me just say, if you're a woman in here, slightly sensitive, I watched about 10 minutes of this, and then I saw a bunch of different clips. But I'm going to say this. It's going to get real uncomfortable. It is. Because I decided to take my filter off today. I did. I decided to take my filter off because if we're going to be honest, we're going to have to be truly honest. One of the things that I decided to do in the Discord is review women content in the Discord, because I think there's too much negativity around women, marriage, single motherhood, and all of that online. So I didn't want to add to it. This is an exception. Any preface you want to make, Petty, before we continue?
I would like to see more, if we're going to get this type of raw honesty from men, because I do feel like we get this a lot. This is like the beginning of the show, so it already feels like I'm saying too much. But he just says something about she's not my preference and I don't want her, but she was what I need and stuff like that. I feel like we should also be hearing from her side. I always feel like that. Like, I wish she would also say, like, also he was ugly, I don't like him, he's quite like hard to look at, but you know, I just settled. It would be nice to also hear this from the women as well. So I wouldn't, like, me personally, I'm the type of person who likes reciprocation.
Tina Knowles did it, and they dragged her. Tina, she didn't even say anything bad. She was like, he's not perfect. No one is. And they dragged her across these YouTube internet streets. Yeah, and I wish she had pushed back, but she was over there keying up. She wasn't my preference. She's over there like, like, girl, what are you doing? What are you doing? She will not be sheltered either. Absolutely not. I saw a preaching of her, and she was dragging women. So here we go.
Dear future wifey.
Okay, scripturally, the Bible says your Father has already designed and purposed you.
I experienced an invitation of God this morning.
So you got to become an elite decision maker.
Elite decision maker.
He said, because you are one fleshly decision away from losing it all.
Etched in my mind is what true submission to Christ looks like.
I got to maintain that.
Whatever his name is, I called him a scammer. I think he's a scammer. I'm going to just go ahead and say it. This is him preying on religious people. I think most of the religion that we engage with in the Black community around Christianity is exploitative. And I think this man is exploiting women in particular. And I think he's also engaging to make himself available to women by saying, dear future wifey, while he will never apparently get married, because apparently it is such a difficult thing for him to get married. So I think he is trash. I think this interview is going to be trash. I don't like the exploitative nature of the way Christianity is being used in the Black community. All right, had to say it.
That secret connection I have with God.
I'm so full and don't want to belabor this letter.
And I understand how important it is for men to disciple men, because if I didn't have that, I wouldn't be where I am today.
I've traded worldly pleasures to live a God-centered life.
The encounter I just...
Here we are, Themis and the unmarriageables happy, period. Sorry. I'm going to skip this intro because it's pissing me off. Just jump in whenever you feel like.
No, he said he learned how important it was for men to disciple men. So let's learn.
Period.
Has been absolutely amazing. You know, I love when I get an opportunity to talk to guests that have some sweat equity, some history. They've walked their marriage vows out for.
Yo, sorry, I wasn't ready. Did he just said sweat equity? That woman have sweat equity. To be married, y'all need to get them sweat equity up, period.
Richer for poor, for better, for worse, through sickness and in health. I love it when I see the real tangible lived experience of a marriage that has transcended decades. So today's guest, I take it as an honor to sit down at their feet and glean from their insights. Without further ado, welcome to the Dear Future Wifey podcast, my homie, Reginald Steele, and his beautiful wife, Kelly Steele. How y'all doing?
Oh, man, we're honored to be here. Yes, indeed.
Listen, Reg, it's been a minute. We've been talking about this for about a year now, since last August.
Yep, absolutely.
And think about how intentional God is. He has you recording this episode. We talked about other dates and all that, talked about doing a podcast at your church.
Yep.
And today we're recording it on March the 13th.
Right.
And today is significant. Why?
Because it is our 32nd anniversary.
Yes,
today.
32 years today.
32 years today. We walked down the aisle.
Even though he was an hour late.
He was an hour late?
He showed up.
Reggie didn't come to the wedding late, did you?
But God.
No, we ain't gonna but God this. How you gonna show up at the wedding late?
I was conflicted.
Yeah.
You got to remember, she was 19.
Yo, I didn't do this, so maybe I started later. He said he was late to his wedding because he was conflicted. Period. He gave his sweat equity cheating on his ex-wife.
I just turned 21.
Right.
What's up, Lit Fam? This your boy, Laterra Whitfield, inviting you out to performance by my boy, David Michael Wyatt. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that lineup? Oh my God. This is gonna...
You know, I've been out the night prior, my bachelor's party with the fellas. And
what happened at the bachelor party?
Man, you know, I've learned in life some things you need to take to the graveyard.
Oh, come on. We know what happened at the bachelor party.
Whatever happened made him an hour late. It made him conflicted.
And I kept on paging him,
right.
911.
Yeah.
Because there was pagers back then.
Because you got to remember, this was 1993.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And my mom even came to me and said, Kelly, sometimes these things happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I know he'll show up. And he showed up.
So you said you knew he was going to show up?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I know my man. I knew he was just, out late last night, the night before, and I just had no doubt.
You want to know something really insane? The interview hasn't even started yet. The interview hasn't even started yet. And it feels kind of performative on my part because it's like, how are you not 2 words in and I'm over it? 32 years of slavery. Because she said she knew her man. She was texting, beep him, whatever, because she couldn't get him the day before the wedding. And she just showed up apparently because her man was going to show up. So she was there for a wedding. She didn't know if it was going to happen.
I guess she was just up there. The pastor's just waiting for him. Crowd's there. She's in her wedding dress, and she's like, he'll be here. I don't know.
Wait, did he walk down the aisle or did she? This is insane. This is actually insane.
I don't know how to interpret what that means. Him being
maybe they was like, we're not going to start the wedding. We're just going to sit around and wait. And the guests and everyone was waiting for over an hour until he showed up. Because if he was an hour late, then nothing happened for an hour of them trying to figure out, is he or is he not going to come?
It sounds like he might have been hungover from his good time last night.
Imagine having to remove the stripper from your room to go to a period. But equity is the new one for me. Wait, what?
Their marriage is off to a good start.
A period. Danae and Jackson could never. Are there any deduction on the years he was gone? Well, why are you laughing?
I haven't heard that name in a while. That was a jump scare.
You see, Danae might have had the helmet of salvation. She was cloaked in the armor of salvation, girl. This woman was ready to battle. She went to war and won.
Okay, but one thing I will say about the grace of God, when you start at the bottom, you can only go up. So let's listen to how their marriage only went up from there.
It started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah, period.
So Reggie, take me back to that moment. You were how old? 21. 21. Mm-hmm. So you're 21 and you had some extracurricular activities the night before, which I always think is the craziest thing that we normalize before we get married. Mm-hmm. We normalize having the strippers. We normalize saying, hey, get your last piece before you say I do. Right. And now you're bringing that into your covenant, trying to unravel what you just did the night before you take this the most beautiful step and create a covenant with a woman, but you bringing that into it less than 24 hours prior. Why do you think that is?
You know, I think that how sometimes we're wired, even as young men, you're going to have what I call human moments. Yeah. Even the Bible says in Isaiah 40:30 that young men would utterly fall. Right. So let's just say I was fulfilling scripture.
What does the Bible say about infidelity? Is there like some important thing about that in there? That's like
No.
on some important 10 list rules that you're supposed to follow, like in like really important rules. Like there's 10 of them. I forgot about. They're like really important scripture, not just one scripture you pull about why you can cheat on somebody, but like these are really important. And one of them is like about infidelity. Does that ring a bell?
So the commandments aren't about fulfilling scripture. What he was doing was about fulfilling scripture. They're different. You have to get in the mindset of a man and what it means to be a man. Marriage was
button.
Utterly, which means absolutely. Romans 3:23, all have sinned and come short of the glory of God.
You said you're gonna take that scripture, get it tattooed on your chest.
You know what's disgusting? The fact that they're laughing about this actually does kill me. Like, it rubs me the wrong way, because within the kind of like humor of it, it's like gently talking about something that is really disturbing and toxic, but the way they do it makes it feels acceptable, right? It's a joke. It was the past. This is kind of what young men do. Ha ha ha. And we will have weak moments, and not really engaging in like the emotional weight of what it is. And she's laughing there too. And I don't think maybe she's laughing to laugh, but I know this has to be embarrassing. I don't care how much of a quote unquote worshiper you are. This has to be embarrassing. This has to be embarrassing.
It's because they don't remember what he said 30 seconds ago about why do you think we normalize this type of behavior the night before the most important vows of your life about cheating on your wife? And then immediately after he said, why do we normalize this wrong behavior? Oh, I just think it's normal for guys. It's even in the Bible that we'll cheat, and everybody sins. And like, it's almost as if they forgot what they just said 3 seconds ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Because what they're doing is they're not really, it's a soft condemnation couched in humor. So is it really a condemnation? It's like, it's the human spirit, but like, we know it's wrong, but like, I mean, we're a man, ha ha ha. But like, there's no like emotional weight or seriousness behind. Don't do it. Marriage is looking like it should be kept a secret. That part.
And living, huh? And so, but you were assured, you were blessed assured that he was going to show up.
Well, before we got married, we dated in high school, and in high school, I knew that I was number one. But I knew when I met him, he told me, you're my starter, but I got other ones on the bench.
I'm a laugh. If your husband can be that toxic and the interviewer can laugh and you can just sit there and say this, I'm a laugh too. If you don't feel the emotional weight here, I don't feel the emotional weight here. You laugh, I laugh, we all laugh. Like we're laughing.
Put yourself into the shoes of we don't know how old she was when they met, into a high school Black girl who's just been told by some guy she likes that she's his starter, and he has other girls who are on the bench. Presumably she's not good enough to be like his end game. And think of what type of self-esteem she must have, that child.
No, I agree. It has to be a low self-worth, right? That would allow one to accept such a position on a roster of women. But she was like, I am the main. It's interesting because I don't know that she knows that they tell everyone that everyone is the main. If you're telling people you're sleeping around, you're telling pretty much all of them they're the main. Christians have been making marriage look evil. I mean,
making.
I mean, I think some people love subjugation. So they are cooking her, and she's bringing all the seasoning. Yeah,
they're cooking the wrong person. That's crazy. I mean, cook them both at least.
And what else would you tell me, baby?
That you my point guard.
Yes,
You
and that
lead the
you love
team,
me.
but I like them.
Right. So I was in a relationship I was okay with that as long as I was first. And there's a reason for that. I want, the women to know out there. I didn't know Jesus. I didn't, know who I was. Would you say, babe, I had no value?
No, you had no value. You had no worth. You did not know who you were.
He said you didn't know your self-worth.
Right.
Wait, maybe I didn't watch 10 minutes. I didn't hear none of this. Yo, the two men are laughing at him, pointing out that at the time she had no value, no self-worth. She didn't know herself. And she exploited that. He exploited that. And they're both laughing. Oh, yeah. No, it's not just sick because it happened. That is sick. It is sick because in their current state, both of these men find this actually funny, and they're just engaging as if there's nothing wrong with this. Like they're engaged. Like the theme is, this is bad, I grew, right? So we understand, hopefully, conceptually at least, that they're talking about bad times in their marriage. So we shouldn't replicate it, right? That's the overt message. What is not very clear in the interview when you zoom in is that it's bad and it should be condemned. They are laughing about it. It feels like they understand it, they agree with it, they've all done it, and they expect other men to do it also. Like there is no real engagement with the fact that you were trash, disgusting, useless person who took advantage of this girl who had low self-esteem. And the reason I drag her is because she's a grown woman now. At least get some. Sorry. Go ahead. I heard you. I apologize.
Well, they're church folk.
Is that the response? Period.
You're surprised. You didn't grow up in the church.
I am surprised.
I was too, actually, when I viewed this part. I was shocked. I paused it for a very long time, and I wasn't expecting it. But this is my second viewing, so.
I'm surprised I'm not surprised it happened. I'm surprised at the overt way in which it's being explained, right? The kind of honesty that maybe they're playing up to go viral. Maybe they want this kind of attention because the way he's engaging with it's really disrespectful. Like it is really disrespectful. It's really uncomfortable if you care about women in any meaningful way to sit through this. Like I hold on to the fact that this is a grown woman who drags women every day, tell them they just should work harder to get a man and that they're not as good as her, and she praises her marriage. So there's something about the pick-me of it all that makes it possible for me to watch it and laugh. But if this were just a random woman who isn't engaging the way that she's engaging, it would be really hard because this man is trash and the interviewer is trash. Let me be very clear. The interviewer is trash. The host sounds like Shannon, a girl. I dragged Shannon Sharp on TikTok last night. I ain't going to do it now. Are they trying to get ahead of something? He's still cheating, probably. He probably still. Lateris is a dog, a wannabe who quotes the Bible. Yeah.
I'm 17.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a teenager, and I was preconditioned to think this way because my mother divorced my father for infidelity, and I'd always thought if you could just forgive him, our family would stay together.
Oh, that's deep.
So that was on a deal.
Is every word out of her mouth a problem? Like, is every word out of... So, if your mom could just forgive your dad, not if my dad didn't cheat. So,
I also think she doesn't understand what preconditioned to think this way means, because wouldn't your mom staying through the cheating mean you were... Or maybe I misheard.
Yeah, no, you are right, but it depends on what the preconditioning is. I think for her, she thought, my mom is wrong for breaking up the family. And so the preconditioning is that you should, if you want a family, you should not leave a cheating man. Okay. Not if you want to maintain a family, that you should not cheat. Right? Like the fact that her, this is where interviewers are needed. an actual journalist and people who are naturally curious is needed. Your very next question should be with the mentality that she just espoused. How has that mentality shifted? If you're actually interested, this is why random people with random mics kind of create the influx of podcasts really saturates the media market and landscape, where people used to do meaningful, in-depth analysis and interviews. They don't do that anymore. There is no reason that should be left on the table. That mindset of, oh, I was conditioned to believe that if my mom just didn't leave, our family would stay together. Okay, do you still have that mindset because you stayed? Is this something that you think other women should adopt, right? Like, there is a lot of stuff to mind there, and I feel like it's about to be left on the table. Because your dad cheating, how did you engage with that? What did you think about your dad cheating? How did that shape you to accepting this kind of cheating?
No, look at the way that interviewer on the right is leaning in. He's about to create an entire framework about this. I think he's about to dig in. Let's watch.
Why are you like this? You know this man ain't about it. He doesn't even have the range to have a simple conversation. I wonder what the conversation was like when they got home and she realized how he made a fool out of them. They do it at his church, apparently. Apparently, they're not new to this. They're true to this.
Breaker for me, as long as I knew about it. Now he knows if I found out about it, we'd have a problem.
But if he told you in advance, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
So if he said, "Hey, listen, tomorrow I got this little,"
so you see how that the reason this is so low frequency, and the reason why he should be dragged, the interviewer, is his dusty mentality only picks up on the dusty aspect of the relationship and the permission of the relationship that allows the man to go out and do. Like, his mind isn't open enough, let's say, to like fully engage with like the bigger context of her mentality, her harm, the Bible, even. Like, nothing about what they're saying is interesting to him outside of, oh, you're allowing this man to cheat. You're allowing this man to cheat. You're allowing this man to cheat. And it's like, yeah. Why are you allowing this man to cheat? How did that affect you on like a deep psychological level? How did your mom leaving like, there is no depth at all. He's just like, oh, so you were fine with him cheating once he told you. She just said that. She just said that. That is not useful questioning. I don't know. It just doesn't, like, it's just useless.
little shorty lined up. I'm gonna go run through and I'm gonna smash it. I'll see you the next day.
Well, he would never say that.
It was usually after the fact.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a hiccup last night. Just heads up.
Yeah.
You know.
A hiccup.
You would say it after the fact.
I have a question. Is literally every single word degenerate that they speak? Like, am I going to be pausing this after every second?
There'll be a point where we get to maybe like 5 to 6 seconds, I would say.
This is giving Rashida and Kirk with, yeah. It's not just both of them trash. The interviewer trash, him calling it a hiccup is trash. Even him calling it a hiccup is something you should have investigated. If you notifying her after you did it, why? What happened if you did it before? If you did it before, is it a hiccup? Are these people that, do you repeatedly cheat with the same person? Were there relationship outside of her? Like, I don't know, something, girl, just outside of like, yeah, cheat.
How do you know he's notifying you?
Right. Right.
As long as he confessed prior from you finding out, you said that's cool. Yeah. That's okay.
In fact, before he married me, he's like, I don't know if I'll ever be faithful. And I said, that's okay. So I walked down the aisle knowing I was marrying his worst, meaning that if he were.
Okay, wait. So she accepted it. She accepted it. Why was I dragging this man? Why am I dragging broke down man over here, like too short and too skinny for his upper body? Why was I dragging him? She was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm marrying his worst. Period.
If he beat down her self-esteem to accept it, I'll still give her grace. I'll give her the grace. Never mind. That would be blasphemous for me to say, actually, what I was about to say. That somebody wouldn't.
Yes, Demas, your pause game is going to be amplified today.
Or to do something, the worst would be him stepping out.
And then in your marriage, were y'all faced with that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
How soon?
Oh, from the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came from.
Be faithful. And I said, that's okay. So I walked down the aisle knowing I was marrying his worst, meaning that if he were to do something, the worst would be him stepping out.
And then in your marriage, were y'all faced with that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
How soon?
Oh, from the gate.
What did he just say? In your marriage, was it like what did he say? Were y'all faced with infidelity?
Yeah, were y'all? Did y'all?
So not did you cheat, but were you faced with? It's weird.
Oh, the way I saw a clip before I came on here, but I don't think we can play it. But this man was talking about how his 3 side chicks had him set up to. Have you seen that documentary on Black Love? Mm-hmm. This man had 3 side chicks, and she set him up to get robbed by 3. One of them set him up to get robbed by 3 men, but it went wrong. And he was talking about how he and his wife were sitting there. Never mind, I can't describe it. It's too difficult. But he didn't say, I got us robbed, I got our house burnt down, I got us held at gunpoint. He kept saying we and us, and we were experiencing this.
Oh, I think I saw this. Was it like a bunch of people on the podcast, like 3 people, 2 men and a woman?
I'm going to send it to you.
Send it in the back chat. I'll play it.
I don't know if it's copyright, though.
Oh.
Yeah, I came from, my dad had 10 kids by 6 different women.
Wow.
So I have 6 brothers, and all of us, just kind of womanizers.
So generational dust. Just generational dust. Period.
I think his dad's a pastor too, and his granddad. So this is church dust between the pews.
Wait. Is that a pastor for real?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I remember a clip where he said they started cleaning the church or something like that. Yeah.
If you will.
Yeah.
Exodus 20 verse 5 talks about how the sins of your forefathers will visit you. Well, I'm telling you, them demons visited me for real. And so, even my dad, who was in my life for 48 years until he transitioned, he always told me that would be a struggle because that was his.
So these people just gonna blame everything on demons. The demon of infidelity visited you. What do you think he would have stayed if the demon of infidelity visited her? You think they would have stayed and fought demons together?
It's crazy. You catch him cheating. Oh my God, babe, why would Satan do this to us? It's crazy. I would lose my mind.
This is church dust. Yeah.
Struggle. And it was my brothers who are older than me struggle.
That's real.
And so that's a demon that we just had to fight.
Right.
So did he tell you it?
That's some demon. That's some demon that we have to fight is diabolical work. I think that's diabolical work.
You want here, take a you don't have shots. I want you to write down at what point during this interview, how long is this interview?
An hour and 30 minutes.
An hour and 30 minutes. I want you to write this down. Don't forget. Write down at what point during this interview she talks about her fighting a demon, any demons at all.
Does she?
That's our search for it today. Like, where's Waldo?
She probably fighting his demons. She's fighting his demon of infidelity.
That's what I want you to look out for.
His family is ministry, period.
It'll be a struggle, but tell you, son, you can overcome it. Did he try to tell you tools, or did he just say, this is just who we are, men are men?
He said, that's who you are, men are men.
Right.
And he said, but the one thing with you, he said, I'm hoping you don't spread your seed like I did with 10 kids, 6 women. He said, please get one woman and have all your children by her, which I've been able to pull that off. We have 5 adult children who we had 5 kids in 6 years, 11 months and 16 days.
Wow.
3 boys, 2 girls. And now we almost got 6 grandkids. Well, 5.5 right now.
Right. Yeah.
So we're in that season now.
Yeah.
So you felt like you still.
This video is sponsored by Swiffer Duster, period. Taylor Swift somewhere in here. The Swiffer picker-upper.
Still honored your father's request by not spreading your seed amongst everybody.
That's right.
But you succumbed to the ideology that, hey, men just can't be faithful.
That part. You know, it's interesting. I was out shooting craps one night at this place, and illegal place. And so while I'm shooting dice, this young lady was with me. It wasn't her.
No.
And one of the gentlemen, he said, hey, man, is your dad Alonzo still? I said, yeah. He said, I remember when he would come in this same room and he would have different females with him. And to me, that was a flex. I'm like, that's what's up. And then this older gentleman, he said, is your grandfather Lil Burn still? I said, it is. He said, I remember when he used to come in this same room and he used to have different women with him. When he made that comment, it wasn't cute. Now, when the gentleman who knew my dad, that was cute. But when the second gentleman said it about my grandfather, I was like, wait a minute. At the time, my son, who's 33, he was 3 at the time. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, this is going to go from Lil Burn to Alonzo to Reggie and then Isaiah.
Right.
And so when I left that night with the young lady, normally I would go upstairs and, do what you do. And I dropped her off and kept moving. I drove home scared that night because I was like, wait a minute, because I grew up in church. I was saved, but I wasn't delivered.
So how old were you during that time?
21, 22 years old.
So that was at the beginning of your marriage?
23, exactly, 23.
So
I wonder why his father cheating on his mom, his pastor father cheating on his mom was
fine,
like, cool.
Flex.
Not only fine, but like cool. He said I think earlier he said his dad had 6 children on his mom. 6 different.
He said 10 kids with 6 different women.
Oh.
I wrote that down because I couldn't pause it because I was like, if I pause for every degenerate stuff they say, we will not move on. But no, I got the same feeling. Like, so you thought it was a flex when your dad was cheating on your mom, so you didn't care nothing about your mom being cheated on. But then you had an issue because then you realize your granddad did it to your grandmother, and you realize it. Go ahead.
I don't think that's what I think it felt uncool for an old person to be cheating. I think that's what it was. I don't actually think it had anything to do with his grandma being dogged.
No, I don't think it had to do with his grandmother. I think he was like, oh, my son is gonna do this too. Like, it's generation of dust.
Yeah, hurting his wife wasn't enough. It had to affect the man. Excuse me, boy.
He didn't care about the grandmother. He didn't care about the mother, and he definitely don't care about nothing about this wife, right? So it's his son. He is realizing that his action could affect his son. That was like, oh, let me not do that tonight.
What a good father to think about his son. Most involved.
Okay, do you think you can be a good father without being a good spouse?
Let's find out. or you think we've heard enough to judge his fatherhood skills? I'm gonna wait until we hear more. I want to hear more. I want to see how he describes his fatherhood skills.
Black men love passing down that generational dust. Period.
Couple years in your marriage, and you were okay being out in public with women. Right. She was okay with it, but that moment you had this Kairos moment where you was like, hold on,
right. Exactly. Because I grew up in the pews. My dad pastored for almost 40 years. So I still had an awareness of God. And so, but that scared me that night. That did something to me.
So from a spiritual standpoint, you watched your father.
I think I was about to say, are you going to let that go? Because this man just told you the grandpappy was a trash, the father was trash, he is trash, and now he's worried his son is about to be trash. I know you have to ask about mentally what does that do to someone. Like you have to engage in that. So, but he said spiritually, and I don't like that framing. But we'll see. Let's see how deep he goes. Themis knows we not this kind of Christians. I would have gone to 12 voodoo priests for the demon. He is the demon that possessed her. Period. Agreed.
Father, be unfaithful, live that life, preach the gospel, probably was dynamic with it, was amazing.
Sure.
And you accepted that this is just how men are. And men of the cloth.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Was your grandfather a pastor?
Deacon. Yeah. So, yeah. And see, the Bible says in Romans chapter 7, verse 18, that there dwelleth no good thing in the flesh.
Right.
So in other words, we all have an evil nature.
Absolutely.
He's a scammer. He's a scammer. If you are in his church currently, this is no, I was gonna say the Lord told me to say this, but I'm not. That ain't right.
He knows every verse. He knows every verse that explains why it's okay for him to kill, steal, and destroy.
Yes. Yeah. He has a verse to justify every single degenerate behavior he's ever done. I was gonna say the Lord told me to do it because that's what Christians like to come online and say, but I don't believe that's true, so I'm not about to do it.
I was going to I talked to my pastor about the way he quotes scripture, and he's done it a couple times already, and he will continue to. Feels weird, and I wasn't sure why, but I think it's because when someone quotes the Bible, I'm expecting like, I'm quoting this book, I'm quoting this story, and we're supposed to get an overall theme from it. Like Jesus is being tempted in the desert, and we're supposed to learn about, I don't know, discipline and staying strong and faithful or whatever. We don't just be like Ezekiel 1:13 says, if you cheat on your wife, then you have to forgive him because everyone makes mistakes from time to time.
Yeah.
Like, so.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I'm
glad too.
Well, a legacy of religious dust of crap shooting gamblers and male. What shining example they were. I feel for those grandsons. Yeah. I'm not even going to speak on that. Thank you. Wait, his father has 10 kids by 6 women, and his father has been a pastor for 40 years. And period. Trash people doing trash things. I know God is watching me, but I'm going to go and catch this. You're terrible.
Absolutely. Through God's grace that we're trying to manage.
Yes.
You know, and that's a daily thing because I believe you can, like I said earlier, you can be saved and not delivered. You know, deliverance is a process.
Absolutely.
And that's why one of the things that have helped.
He said that's a daily thing. So is he like still, so he's saying every day I'm being like tempted and okay.
That's what I'm assuming. I don't really get into deliverance ministry, but good for him. Laying in the spot where your daddy cheated and your granddaddy cheated. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is disgusting. Maybe it's a spiritual thing. Maybe he's being called to that prostitution den.
Help me is Isaiah 58:6. It says that when you fast, you loose bands of wickedness and you undo heavy burdens. So my wife will tell you there's been many days where I've had to push my playback to fight my own personal demons because we all got them.
That's good. Yeah. See, what I love about you, Reggie, is that you're 1,000% transparent.
Right.
Wait, so you were really not about to engage with how heavy that was? The grandpappy is trash, daddy is trash, he is trash, and now he's worried about his son being trash. There is over an hour left in this video, therefore he still continued to cheat. I bet my life on that. That one night did not stop him from doing anything. The fact that you leterious, dusty person, the fact that you don't want to engage with the idea, the feeling around this, how he was able to push aside, oh, my son is going to see me and see me as trash and become trash also, but I'm still going to cheat. What did that do to him, if anything? How does he look back on that moment now? Why, like, engage with something else, like, engage. He does not engage. Ladarius, trash glasses over here, he does not engage. Phantom follicles do not engage at all. All he did is wrap this podcast in Christianity and sold it to black women. That's exactly what is happening. This is trash. Like, there's literally no depth.
The reason why I love you is because my whole podcast was built off of that. I said, we need to find healing. I said, I was broken. I had just, I was 5 years post my divorce. And I said, I can't be.
He cheated, didn't he? He did cheat. I'm remembering glimpses of me remembering him saying something like he was a trash person too. People like this can never hold cheaters accountable. They can't. Because what they're doing is they're seeing themselves in the cheater. There is no accountability. This is only space for them to remember what they did if they're not still doing it. Yeah, he's a cheater and he's trash. He's probably still trash right now. Sorry. No, I'm not going to apologize for calling people trash who are cheaters. I think cheating is one of the most disgusting, degenerate things you could do. It's not a mistake. It's something that you do intentionally. You're intentionally abusing someone.
Be the only person struggling like this. I can't be the only person that is a Christian that struggles with things of the flesh. And
Wait, were you saying something? I saw mute. Oh.
I said, I want to create a platform that would provide for others what I wish was provided for me.
My God.
And I said, I'll sit at the feet of people and learn. And it came from the scripture, confess your faults one to another so that you may be healed. Sure. And so I said, okay, God, all right, I'm going to do that. And the Bible says people are overcome by the word of your testimony and by the blood of the Lamb. So I said, God, I want the blood of the Lamb to be the foundation of this podcast. And I want this platform to be a platform that helps people overcome. And when I say that you two are the epitome of the foundation of what this podcast represents. And I honor y'all for
what did he overcome? Yeah, did I miss something? What did he overcome?
He overcame cheating on his wife. He made a podcast and brings on other cheaters to talk about how they also cheat on their wife.
And what did this what did this husband? Because he overcame cheating. Is that also what this husband overcame too? Cheating?
I don't know if he overcame it. But he did do it.
Look at the way on that waist man has no self-control. Absolutely no fasting took place. He like, stop.
Walking in this thing called marriage and this walk of Christ and saying, hey, listen, y'all ain't got no stones to throw at me. Because hey, listen, I walk freely. And that's what I love. I want to back up. By you knowing this man was like this, what made you decide to marry him?
I thought that the title husband would change him.
Wait, Danielle Jackson thought the same thing, girl. Is this what women think? Is this?
I thought she just said, I accepted this is his worst and this is how it's going to be.
Yeah, that is a contradiction. I'm glad you caught that too. You thought the title husband was going to change him. When has the title husband ever changed? Didn't he say his father was cheating on his mom? The grandfather was cheating on the grandmother. Didn't you say your mother was cheated on by your father? Maybe they weren't married. I think they were married. What nothing in your experience, young lady, said that marriage just going to change a man. So you just decided I'm going to be delusional and nobody going to stop me. You just said, I'm just going to make a delusional story up in my head, and that's what I'm going to stick by. You had ample examples in your own life that marriage ain't saved nobody. Ain't stopped no cheating, ain't done nothing, ain't stopped you from being a single mother. It ain't stopped you from nothing. That's wild. You thought, I'm just, the man who was an hour late to his wedding because he was cheating on you the night before. The man cheated on you the night before and was over an hour late to get married with you. You thought him being a husband was going to change. No, you wanted to be a wife. And period. Good for you. Ain't nothing wrong with it. She was young, I think, too. So pull back a little. Grace, grace, and more grace.
I did. I walked in thinking.
You said what?
No, I think they're
And
19
that if he
21 at this point.
was my husband and I was his wife, that a title could make you change. I learned very quickly that titles do not make people change. And I also thought that if he would own me, I wanted to be Mrs. Steele. If he had ownership, then he would treat me accordingly.
Oh, God.
I had to learn that way that wasn't.
There's a better way I could take this, but I'm going to do the most annoying one. Well, he treated you accordingly. He owned you and treated you accordingly. If you give your right up to be owned by someone and their slave, own you is disgusting. How are you going to sit up there talking about, oh, if he owned me, he would treat me accordingly? Okay, cool. He owned you. He can do whatever he wants. And he did do whatever he wanted, Ted. What do you mean, own you? Does he engage with this? Does the interviewer engages with this and say, what do you mean own? Like even that, like nothing more. What do you mean own? Don't even ask, have you changed your perspective on ownership? Just ask, what do you mean own?
Because I don't think, unless she means legally, I feel like the ownership happened way before the title. If we're being honest, the way I would describe ownership, because it sounds like this was happening before the marriage. Whatever this is.
Not curry up and eat is abuse. I ain't reading that. I'm not reading that about my good Christian people. So God can put it in these women's heart to be graceful, forgiving, and selfless, but he can't make these men faithful and decent to them. What kind of logic is that? It's no logic at all. Thank you, by the way, Curry Up and Eat and Dash. Thank you all for all the super chats. Yeah, no, trash, 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 and more trash. The last name says it, Mistress Steele, Mistress Steele, period.
True either. And so I really, I just knew that if we could just be united, that would make a man change, but it doesn't. And plus I needed to change also. We were two teenagers getting married and I was looking for fulfillment. I was wanting to fulfill a void that I was missing. Of course, that void could only be filled by Jesus. I didn't know that then. But when I found out I was pregnant before we got married.
Why are you so annoying? Let Jesus fill her void. Stop.
I was going to say like self-love or something. You can fill the void with a lot, but some people will fill it with Jesus and that's fine.
I ended up getting kicked out of my house by my parents. They were very upset by me, with me, and was moved into his parents' home, who were bishop and first lady. And I got thrusted from a Catholic lifestyle to storefront Pentecostal tambourine, getting healed, the same 30 people getting prayed for every Sunday church.
Facts.
And when I was in that environment, I didn't know what was going on. I was the project every Sunday because they were trying to push me down, I thought. And yeah, and because I wouldn't give in, I have a demon now. And so I was forced into this.
So I was the project every Sunday.
I was thrust into this.
Her saying she had a demon now is the most accurate thing she's ever said in this entire interview thus far. And I don't think she meant it the way that it should be said. She did have a demon. She did. She should have had a demon.
Lifestyle, because when I found out I was pregnant, we were actually broken up during the summer.
Okay.
We're going to college. I had a full ride scholarship to college for classical piano. He had one for
Classical
baseball.
piano?
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
I was a classical pianist. And so I'm out of state. I find out I'm pregnant. I call him and I said, hey, I've gotten some news for you.
4 weeks later.
And he goes, well, I got some news for you. And I'm like, well, you tell me first. He's like, I went to church tonight. I gave my life to Jesus. I'm saved. I'm going to be a preacher. I had never heard this before from him because he never spoke to me about Jesus. So he's like,
Pause.
I'm pregnant.
Right after we listen to his news, I want you to pause it and I want you to give me your guess. No, excuse me. Right after she says all of this and then she tells him the news, I want you to pause it and I want you to tell me what you think his answer is going to be, and then I want you to unpause it.
Wait, do you want me to pause it before something
before
is
he gives his? She's telling. They both have news.
All right, I'm going to have my hover over it. Just say pause when it's done.
Okay.
And first he asked me a question.
Who? Because I'm like, you've been gone for 4 weeks.
Come on.
I'm like, you're in Richmond, Virginia.
I am not you.
You know.
Oh, I think we missed it.
I am not you.
So the first thing I told her, I said, keep the baby.
Yep.
I'll help you.
Right. Which is a miracle.
Because the plan was always, if something ever happened, we got to get an abortion.
We always knew that.
You know, we don't want anything to interrupt our future, our life, and so on and so forth. But when she got home a week or two later, we only lived a half a mile from each other.
Right.
So we met up at
half a mile.
Yes, half a mile. We went to different high schools, though, thank God, because if we went to the same high school, it wouldn't have worked. But we went to different high schools.
So we met up when she got back from Richmond. And I met up with her, and I'm like, we're going to keep this thing pushing. We're going to have the baby.
He was radically saved, going to church, living for Jesus, you know, just changed his life completely. And then after we got married, about a couple months after we got married, he looked at me and said, I never had fun. And I didn't know what that meant.
Wait, did what you wanted happen already?
Oh, I think we actually missed it. Like when I was saying that I'll tell you, I think it had already passed at that point.
Oh, all right. Shout out to Prince Petty because he definitely about to go in. Go in where? Where you going, Petty?
Oh, I thought he was going to say, don't keep it. I thought he was going to be like, I'm saved, I'm sanctified. I just accepted Jesus into my life today. And then she was going to be like, I'm pregnant. He was going to be like, get rid of it. That's what I thought he was going to say. I didn't think he was going to keep it.
Actually, if I had... Because his father said, don't have a bunch of kids with a bunch of different women. And if he's trying to do that, then yes, he might have said that because he probably didn't want her to be the woman that he had the bunch of kids with. But who knows? Maybe he grew to love her. I don't know.
Literally, he backslid for 5 years. Yeah. So he left his holy lifestyle back to smoking weed, drinking, chasing women. We would fight. Our house became the party house because my relationship with Jesus was attached to him. So if he went to church, I went to church. If he didn't go to church, I didn't go to church. And it is a form of idol worship, which I know that now. But he was my connection to Jesus. So at that time, I was chasing with knives, trying to jump on hoods of cars, fighting women. You know, that was kind of a common thing. We were living in Section 8 housing on food stamps, having children, and it got so crazy that one day I said,
wait, you broke going through this as wild. You broke going through this. You broke. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I thought they were rich. Weren't they like pastors? Well, I guess they weren't pastors here yet. He said he changed. He gave his life to Christ.
This was for, he gave him life to Christ and took all them people's money.
No, he said he backslid. He was backsliding, so he would have had to give his life to Christ before this. She said 5 years of backsliding.
So this is when she's pregnant. I don't know how old she was at this time, though. So she gets pregnant. At the same time, he gives his life to Christ. And then apparently he backslides immediately for 5 years. I gave my life to Christ. And then, so that's not a backslide though. If you just gave your life to Christ, this implies that before that you were doing the cheating and stuff. And then right after you give your life to Christ, you're doing the cheating and stuff. So there was no backslide.
Yeah.
Or maybe I misheard or something.
Yeah, no, you didn't misheard, but I'm very confused. Y'all were doing this in Section 8 housing. That's wild to me. Maybe my conception of cheating is so very just vastly different from everyone. The only reason you would stay in my head is you were getting something. Maybe she's getting something and I just don't know what it is.
A connection to God, apparently. She didn't have one and she don't go to church unless it's attached to a man.
I think her connection to God is still attached to this man. Ain't nothing in this world going to change nothing about that opinion for me. Her identity. I went on her TikTok because someone said all she does is post marriage content. And I went on there and I was like, oh, that's actually true. All she does is talk about how she's married.
Said, I can't do this anymore because someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to either go to jail or get killed. Seriously. So
basically, Jasmine Sullivan, I broke the windows out your car was your theme song of your marriage. You're jumping on.
New game. Hold up. So We are looking for her to mention when she is fighting demons. She did say that once, I think, right? Earlier, maybe once. You're on mute.
She was trying to fill a void. She had her own thing, and the issue was that she was looking to fill a void.
Okay, now we are also looking for her to mention. Dang, I forgot. It had something to do with God. But I just realized, based off of what you said, I didn't see her TikTok, but I do remember during this interview, she talks about her marriage and her man a lot, but she didn't actually talk about God that much. So we're actually looking for her to mention like God in ways that is not attached to a man.
Yeah, why FD Signifier commenting under my post about him talking about say my name, say my name? I ain't scared. I was talking about you, FD Signifier. Talking about you and your children were made for school, but other black men aren't. I heard you.
Why would he say
Yes.
that?
Huh?
Why would he say that?
He was like, FD said, wait.
Why they weren't made for school like he was?
FD was like, not every black man can go to school. A lot of black men aren't like, I don't remember the exact quote, but he was like, some black men just weren't like school wasn't their thing. Hopefully, it's for me. Like I was made for school, and hopefully my boys will be. And I was like,
No, I want black boys in school so they can grow up to be business owners and all that stuff.
And politicians and doctors.
And doctors and lawyers in this system where all these people racist.
Right. Hey, Monique.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's a true
Finding
story.
him at clubs, confronting just the whole thing. It
So
was
help me
smart.
understand that. So what happened to where you found yourself on the hood? He's in the car?
Yeah, trying to leave.
Oh, so
And I
he's in the car. He ain't with the woman.
No.
She would sometimes hide my keys and
And
help
then
me
help him look for him.
That's how bad it was.
You would
Yes.
hide the keys and
And help him
look
look.
for him?
Yes. Be hunting. Where could they be?
And then yeah. And then back then you didn't have.
You asked about the keys. Asked about that knife and chasing him around. You asked about the wrong part. I wanted to know those details.
Yo, fighting with another woman and fighting with your man about like this is just it's not worth that. It's really not.
GPS. We didn't have cell phones. And so my friends would be like, "Hey, Reggie, man, your wife found us. She went in the club."
Yeah.
How would you find them?
I had mental GPS.
All my friends call her.
That's right. Well,
they call her to this day Detective Kelly.
I can find anything. I would check mileage. I'd find hair.
You do know how dumb his friends think she is, right? Like you have to know how much they do not respect this woman at all. Imagine seeing your friend's wife just running amok. Just absolutely like he probably think they're cool with her too. She probably think, oh my God, they love me so much. They always playing this game saying I'm a detective, calling him when he's cheating on me to tell him that I'm coming.
You ready for your last one?
Uh-huh.
All right, this is the last one we're looking for. We want to look for when she said she is fighting demons.
Mm-hmm.
We want to look for her mentioning God's impact in her life in ways that are not attached to a man. And now the final thing we will be looking for is ways that her husband benefits her and or is good to her. Those are the examples we're looking for during this live stream. Chatters, please make sure you have some examples. Are you doing a panel today? I want to see what people's examples are if they come up with some. Maybe I'll do a prize. I'll send $5 on Cash App. I just want to see how many we can come up with.
So we are looking for the demon she's fighting.
No, we're not looking for him. We looking for her to mention it. That's all. We're looking for her to mention fighting demons.
You don't want to see the demons she's fighting. You don't want to have her fight her demons. So we're looking for the demon she mentioned. Her mentioning the demon she's fighting. How God impact her life outside of this man, and how her husband benefit her. Curry Up and Eat, you are the sponsor of this live stream. I appreciate you so much. Ladies, this is what it looks like to willingly submit, I think. No peace. No peace, potential jail time, lingering and giggling. Period. Thank you. This crazy. It is.
In the car, whose hair is this?
Hair fibers.
Yes.
You're supposed to work for forensics.
Well, sure. Actually, you ended up working for the police, actually. But
oh, you did?
13 years.
So finally, I was about.
Yes,
this
sir.
is true.
Yeah.
So I finally was like, I'm going to leave him. At this point, I was working my way out of poverty. I got the job with the police department, and my aunt.
So you're married to a man who is cheating on you while you're in poverty, and you're still the one working your way out of poverty. A period. Maybe he benefited her by motivating her to work.
She was working her way out of poverty, not they. As we're going to find out, she was giving him, never mind. The reason she's in poverty because she was giving her paycheck to somebody who is also on screen right now.
So the man is out there cheating, dipping it and doing it, and she has children. She's working to take the family out of poverty, and he's just out there cheating. Period. Period. He is the demon and the weapon forming
and prospering.
And definitely prospering.
Found me a job in Virginia to have me work there because I was going to leave. It was really bad. And I had my 2 babies with me trying to leave, and I put my hand on the door. And I'm not going to say God told me to stay or leave, but I felt like I couldn't leave. And I cried because
She's so trash for that. She's so trash because she just said God told her not to leave. That's what she just said. When you say, I don't want to say God told me to leave, you're essentially saying God told me not to leave. You're saying God told you not to leave. That's what you're saying. Like, what do you mean?
I felt like I can't leave. And I went to bed that night and I had a dream of him preaching.
Yeah.
And I woke up the next morning. Well, first of all, you were upset that I was still home.
Yeah.
Psychosis. Mania. Schizophrenia.
Wait, how do you? No, you said psychosis. I laughed because I was about to say mania.
Yeah. Mania is one of them. I forgot the definitions of each, so I had to throw all 3 out.
You have to cocoon yourself in the blanket of delusion to believe this man had anything in him. And that's insane. She's like, I could not leave. And this is how her reinforcing God told her not to leave. She says, I won't say God told me not to stay, but when I didn't go, God gave me the vision of his potential. So God told her to stay in her mind. God told her to stay in her mind. I know God be like, now how did I get in there? That's insane to me. I mean, I feel like I didn't realize men had it this good when they get married. These women just willing out here just making up stories in their head. They're just choosing. He's like, this man is a cheater out on these streets, zipping it and zoing it. And you're at home dreaming that he is a pastor. A period. I love that for him and her.
Because I got home, I'm like, I thought you were moving to Virginia with the 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I had a dream that you became a preacher. I said, that's not going to happen.
Right.
I said, just because my dad does that.
What are you still doing in here? Didn't you say you were...
That is insane. Your wife is leaving with the kids, then you come home and you're like, why are you still here?
This is so desperate. I don't know. That's probably sounded rude, but this is like, obviously it's not happening right now. It was then, but it reeks of desperation. The idea that some guy is like comes in the house and was like, "Weren't you leaving today? Like, aren't you supposed to be in West Virginia?" He's coming back, by the way, after he's been out. Didn't she just say this is after like a cheating stint?
Yes, he was
So he's been out for
binge
72 hours or
eating.
something.
Yes, 72. I don't remember how long.
Like, girl, get off my pant leg. What you doing down there? Grabbing onto me, trying to keep me from leaving. Then you say you was going up with your aunt with the kids. And she just, oh, I had a dream that you were actually a good person. No, ever. That's not me. It's not who I am.
She said she gonna speak life into him and engage in necromancy. Because ain't no reason. If I'm trying to put that, like, unless I'm up to something like really vengeful, like imagine you're like, I'm leaving with the kids, and then they come home and you didn't leave. And instead of them saying, oh my God, you're still here, I'm so happy, even if they're terrible, disgusting, degenerate, they're like, you're still here, thank God. You're like, why are you still here? And you respond, because God showed me you were going to be a good person. And he goes, yeah, no, that's just not going to happen.
He's trying to figure out what he's going to do with his lady friend in the car. I got to figure out whether the kids get a babysitter or something. And you got to get you a hotel or something.
So since you are going to leave and you're no longer leaving, I had plans. So could you stay in the kids' room? I mean, I guess they don't have a separate room. I don't know how the house is set up. Could you stay out here while we use the bedroom? Because at this point, it feels like that's what's happening.
As long as you're letting me know in advance, babe. Apparently. Okay, let me stop. I feel bad laughing at this one.
I don't feel bad. I do not feel bad.
I haven't seen what you said she was doing, so
I have to convince myself to not feel bad. I have to. I have to remember that she told women that they need to get up like her. She said, y'all need to step your cookies up. That's what she said. Who wants the good man? Who wants a good man? What the devil has bind, no prior can undo. The lady has saved many side chicks from this hell. Period. She said, I ain't letting him go for none of y'all.
That mean I got to be disciplined and committed, and I'm not trying to be either one.
Right. And he said, I'm gonna keep on smoking this weed.
Yeah. The Lord told me that you were going to be a preacher and a good person. And he responded, I don't know why he told you that, because you got to be committed and faithful, and I ain't trying to be either one.
This, by the way, is after they call each other. She says, I have news for you. He says, me too. She says, you go first. He says, I just accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I've turned my life around. I've given my life to Christ, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, or whatever. Oh, never mind. I forgot. She said then a 5-year stint of this. My bad.
Yeah.
I was like,
backsliding.
So they just forgot about that? No, they're explaining.
No, she fully accepted all of this. She's like, yeah, I'm down. It is true, unfortunately, that self-esteem is playing a big role. And I think I'm going to use the word imprint because I watched Twilight. Maybe she imprinted on him and she couldn't let it go. Like, she is in a state of limerence, imprinting, love, all of that with low self-esteem, anxious attachment. So maybe all of that is happening all at once, because I have seen bad relationships played out, but I've never seen someone this desperate. to where someone is like, I am not going to be faithful. I don't want you. Your vision of me is not who I am. I am a trash, disgusting, degenerate person. We're in the projects and I'm still cheating on you. I thought you were leaving. Please leave. And she's like, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not going. I'm going to stand and fight. Period. God's strongest warrior. I think she's right. I think she's right. I think she is God's strongest warrior. I'm gonna give you the title, girl. Here you go. I'm gonna give you the title. Embarrassing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And chasing these women.
Yeah.
That's what he told me. And but I just felt like that dream could happen. I believed it. And one night, shortly after that, I was by myself because the marriage was still horrible, crashing. And I felt like I was going to lose my mind because, you know, you have all these moments, you know, God's amazing because you'll have moments of clarity and then moments of complete confusion.
Yeah.
And
sorry, I have to drag. I'm not going to drag. I'm tired of dragging him. The interviewer didn't ask anything about sort of what that did to you with you not being able to leave, you having that vision. You saw Zion in a vision, you telling him and him saying, I don't care nothing about no vision you got. I'ma still do me and I'ma go cheat. How did that affect you? Like nothing, you had no curiosity. The reason why this interview is bad is that the men aren't interested in her, right? And her feelings and her thought and her state of being. There is no curiosity from the interviewer about her well-being. None.
It's not really a part of the humiliation ritual, getting involved in her interest and stuff. They're kind of just there to make fun of her and whatnot.
Yeah, and she's making fun of herself. She is playing this up. It feels like she might actually be a better speaker than he is. Because like the way she's telling the story, it is kind of captivating. Like I'm hooked. Like I'm hooked in the degeneracy. It's like watching a train crash. You're like, a bunch of people might be harmed, but I can't look away, and you shouldn't be looking, and you probably should get help, and I'm going to get help, but I'm gonna look at this train crash. But she's telling a story. She's telling a story, and I think we are listening to the story, and they're just laughing at her telling the story. And because she's the one conveying what happened, the interviewer couldn't care less about her emotions, her state of being, like he does not care. So that's why he's disengaged. Just pops in every now and then to like ask a question so we remember he's there. Going forward, I'm going to need Black women to think twice about going in these podcast spaces to discuss the dynamics of their marriages. We end up losing every time. Nah. We want them to do it. I think more women should come out and talk about their marriages. Thank you, Miss Magic. I appreciate that. But I do think more people should honestly talk about their marriages. I think that's the way to save the save the rest of the girlies. Thank you. She's a failed wife. She didn't make him better. She did. Well, maybe they didn't. They're on a podcast together. So.
And I was rocking back and forth. Remember, like, I'm going to lose my mind because he had left again. It's gone again. And I heard the enemy tell me, you should die. You're not worth, you're not worthy of anything. You should, end your life and he'll never love you and all this stuff. And somehow, some way I was able to call on the name of Jesus. And when I called on his name, I literally felt his arms wrap around me. And that was my first encounter. I wasn't at church. I was by myself. There was no music playing. The lights weren't dim. None of that. It was me and Jesus. And I had a radical heart shift from that moment. I got in my word, under my word. I just completely changed as a person. And I realized that God loves me, that God has a purpose and plan for my life, that God chose me, that I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Yeah. So he would call me out my name. It wouldn't bother me because I allowed God's voice to be louder than his. And when I was going
Did you catch it? You're on mute.
I don't have anything to say here.
This was one of our Where's Waldo moments. She told us about how she was fighting the enemy. The enemy was whispering in her ear, he doesn't love you. He doesn't want you. Leave him. And then Jesus came and wrapped his arms around her and said, just dispelled all of that demonic energy telling her to leave that man, and said, and made her realize he was the man for her. And now that Jesus came and did that, it doesn't matter that he's cursing her out and calling her out of her name, because now that Jesus has came and said that, yep, that makes sense. It's Jesus. It's the enemy who comes and tell us to love ourselves, and it's Jesus who comes to tell us that we need to, like, I don't know, endure torture.
Yeah. God, Jesus came and said, stay in the abusive marriage, because the devil is trying to tell you to leave an abusive marriage. Yeah, that made sense. That made sense to her, so it had to make sense.
Because, you know, the enemy entice you with what you want, and we want to leave abuse. So I don't know. I don't know how to interpret what she's saying.
So even in the Bible, where you can leave your marriage for infidelity, you believe the devil was the one who told you to live out the scriptures and leave and put God first. And you think God came in your ears, Jesus came in your ears when he's cursing you out, violating you, that the Lord changed his words and made it different in your mind. The Lord just made it different in your mind, period.
That's
Yeah,
your
Helen Baylor moment. Wait, what were you saying?
That's your only freebie. You'll have to catch the rest yourself.
Leave me alone. Her when he cheats, light work, no reaction, period. No, I don't think he was doing logic. I think he was pointing out the irony and how idiotic her thought process was about who was God and who was the devil.
Going through transition of him not coming home on the weekends, not being there, telling me I hate you, I'll never love you, I wish I never married you.
Right.
I knew that life and death is in the power of the tongue through the word of God. So I would say, you will love me one day. We will have.
Someone telling you they don't. Okay, yes, maybe one day he will love you, but the disrespect right now should make you not care about the one day that he will love you. Like someone who,
oh, you're gonna love me. You're gonna want to hug me.
and I am telling you, I'm not going. There's no way I could ever go. I'm staying. I'm staying.
A good marriage one day. And although he would go out for weekends, I would literally help him get ready to go meet a side chick by ironing his clothes and getting him ready for the night. And these are all things I was graced to do. I would not encourage anybody to do that unless you are graced by God to do this.
Oh, she thinks it's a gift. She thinks it's a gift. She's like, you other females, not women. You other females don't try this at home. And don't be mad at me because like you think I am dumb. No. I am actually better than you. God favored me. God gave me an extra. God gave me an extra power that he didn't give you other females. And so I can do this. You don't try this at home. This is high-ranking things. Like you have to be high up in kingdom word, in kingdom grace, in kingdom word. You have to be high up there. You have to be very deep in the depth of like the bosom of Jesus Christ for you to be out here ironing clothes for your man to go out and cheat. You can't look down on me. I look down on you who leave. Because I am that girl. I was graced. Not everyone can do this. I was built for this. I am God's strongest warrior. I am God's strongest warrior. You other girls could never. You other girls could never. Period. You better talk your ish. Talk your ish. Megan Stallion who? Megan the Stallion. Cardi B what? Drag them girls. She said you girls are her sons. She said you girls are her sons.
I'll take a different approach. I'll say she means grace, but does not mean to shove it in people's face. She means to say God will not put you through something that you can't handle. And she just happens to be the person who can handle that. And she was.
She's like, I am the
But she's not
warrior.
flexing. She's not flexing.
You don't think this is a flex?
Play the tape back.
This is definitely a flex. Listen to this. Not Tiana Petty.
Going through transition of him not coming home on the weekends, not being there, telling me I hate you, I'll never love you, I wish I never married you.
Right.
I knew that life and death is in the power of the tongue through the word of God. So I would say, you will love me one day. We will have a good marriage one day. And although he would go out for weekends, I would literally help him get ready to go meet a side chick by ironing his clothes and getting him ready for the night. And these are all things I was graced to do. I would not encourage anybody to do that unless you are graced by God to do this. But once
that is a flex. She's saying, "Oh, you is my son." That's what she said. She is saying, "Did it on him." She said, "Did it on him." She just said, she said, "Keep a couple wet wipes in case a bum try to touch me." Ew.
She said, "Unless you're built to suffer, unless you think God put it in you to suffer."
Yeah, but suffering is seen in biblical terms as the way you get to Christ. It's closeness to Christ. It's the way Jesus suffered on the cross. It's the way women are supposed to be martyrs in such a way, right? And not every one of you girls can do this. Like, you girls are like, it's like, she's like, "Girl, so crazy, got me looking at him sideways. It'll never be the same, mother. The old days." She said, "I'm that girl." She said, "These mothers ain't stopping me." That's what she said. She's literally out there singing Itty Bitty Piggy. She said, "You girls, you other Christian girls should be her personal shoppers." You guys should be my personal shoppers. I mean, I don't know why you girls bother at this point. It's her. She win, you lose.
She was simply giving her testimony. And she was saying to the girls that she does not recommend anyone subject themselves to this.
Unless what?
Unless it's in them, not on them.
No. Unless what? They were graced by God. To be graced by God is to be favored. Tell your past. I'm kidding. Hi, person watching, love you, would love to hear your opinion. When you say you're graced, it means you're higher ranked in my book.
So do you think those people on screen understand the Bible?
He understands it enough to cheat. He said, "I'm going to use this Bible to cheat and justify my cheating."
Do they understand it enough to understand what grace by God mean and use it correctly? I don't think so. I'm going to interpret it how I choose to interpret it.
She said she is blessed and highly favored, and you other girls could never. You girls couldn't even speak to her. She said, some of you girls couldn't even look her direction. Don't breathe the same ear.
You can't convince me. Blessed, maybe. You can't convince me that she believes she's highly favored.
Yeah,
for dealing with that. You can't convince me.
She said, "All right, I ain't gonna convince you. I ain't gonna try to convince you."
You mean to tell me what she is saying right now? A accurate translation would be, I was highly favored by God to be blessed with the strength to be able to deal with this.
Yep. She said, "You other girls could never. The Lord chose me because I am the strongest warrior. I am the better woman. I am the Mary Wait, I can't finish that.
The Lord chose me to fight my battles, and the battles is on the couch is wild.
The Lord said she said you others can't. Let's be let's be real. He moved the way he did because he wanted her to leave him. She refused, so he settled because that was the easiest path to take, and he resented her for. No, by the way, I agree with this comment. I actually agree with this comment. I think that he was too weak and too useless to just say, I am done. And she was not giving him an out. She was like, I will take whatever you throw my way because you are not about to leave. And if you expect me to leave you, I'm not going to do it. I can take it. Give me all you got. Give it your all, girl. Give it all you got. Taking second chances, take your best shot. Do all you want, girl. You know it's true. He's never going to make it with anyone else but her.
What do you think his answer would be if you asked what's the secret to long marriage? They've been married 32 years, I think, or 33.
The blood of grace. Grace is the answer.
Got it.
Thank you, by the way, Thomas. I appreciate you. Oh my God, there's so many super chats.
Thomas, the resurrected God.
Do you want to read these for me?
Some competition. I'm a McRib. You other ribs could never. No, she wasn't saying that. No.
That's exactly what she said.
A better woman than me by far. Thank you for giving this woman her props.
Period.
My back is not that broad.
I think she's God's strongest warrior.
She said she is the queen of struggle, the warrior of struggle, the highest warrior. His cheek said the diabetes kicked in hard and sat him. Okay.
Chica, you're out of pocket. You're out of pocket.
She said the queen of struggle, period. What would her faith look like if she did not self-inflict struggle onto her whole life? Could she have a healthy and chill relationship with her God?
All right, Lilith, let me say this to all of you all. Come close. Come close. Y'all are lying on Christianity. God, Christianity, none of that. Your faith in the Bible, none of that made you stayed. You are lying about why you stayed, and you will use any excuse to tell you to stay in a dusty, disgusting, degenerate relationship that you want to stay in. Where the Bible even allows for you to leave for infidelity, you staying has nothing to do with the Bible. It is degenerate, it is low self-esteem, and for that I am sorry, and I do feel bad. But I'm tired of hearing women being abused, used, discarded, cheated on, and they're sitting there talking about the Bible told them to stay. The Bible ain't told you to stay nowhere. Nowhere. You are lying. It's okay, I think, to accept the self-esteem issue and go fix that. But to blame you staying in a dusty, degenerate marriage on the Bible is wild. Now, is there a culture around the Bible that allows this? Yes, it is trash and toxic too. Sorry.
To be fair, she didn't blame the Bible. She said not God. She felt not God in the room. And then she felt real Jesus around
telling her that he to stay and reinterpreting his words.
So
I knew who I was. I realized, the enemy's after him. So I began to pray for him, not for my husband.
Wait. Do not come back on yet. Do not come back on yet. The devil. She sat there saying the devil was after him. This man running around chasing everything but you, and you're talking about the devil was after him. Ain't no devil after him. The only devil in your household is your husband. That is the only devil in your household. The devil weren't after. The fact that y'all sit up here talking about the devil was after him, that's why he's cheating. You go out there and you go try to fight these women, talking about these women are Jezebels. Yeah, what the Christian gonna do? These Christian women lying about demons, talking about Jezebel spirits are after their husband. That's why they're out here fighting other women for their philandering, dusty, weak, ain't nothing, a B word of a husband who don't have a, what Sin said, a pot to piss it or a window to throw it out. That is wild. That is wild. Also, I don't think the story with Samson and Delilah, what was the woman in the Samson story name? Was it Delilah?
Yeah.
I don't think Delilah is the right one. I don't think Delilah was the one who is wrong. I don't. I do not think Delilah was the one who is wrong. I think Samson was an idiot. I think Samson was an idiot. I think do you remember that story?
I haven't read my Bible in a while, but wasn't it like his hair was his strength and he was never to cut his hair? And she was like, hey, put a blindfold on and tie yourself to this rock. And he was like, okay.
No.
Oh my God, you tricked me.
That would have been better. What she did was she went to him 3 times, right? And then the 4th time, I think, is when he told him the truth. She was like, hey, husband, what gave you all the strength? And he was like, you know what? This is what gives me my strength. If you tie a rope around my neck, flip me around 3 times, throw me into the fire, and then cook me this kind of food and eat it, I'll lose the strength. That's not what he said. It was very specific, though. He woke up the next day, and the men were over there doing what he just told her was his weakness. She then come back and he lied. She then come back and was like, hey, husband, you lied to me. How could you lie to me? What is your strength? And how do I get rid of your strength? What gives you your strength? He goes, okay, if you hit me in my head at 7 o'clock tonight, I will lose my strength. Some men came in and hit him at 7 o'clock that night, and he didn't lose his strength because he lied again. And then he lied again, and the people came in and did the exact thing he told that dusty woman that would make him lose his strength. And then the 4th time, I think, the 3rd or 4th time, he told her the truth. He told her so every time you told this woman this random thing that if they did it to you, you would lose your strength. The next day you woke up with that random thing being done to you. It was a lie. And then you go and tell her the truth. Yeah, no, you were the problem. You were the problem. She did nothing wrong. Delilah did nothing wrong. Freedom for justice for Delilah.
No, they adapted into a live action Netflix, and he's tied up to the rock and they've cut his hair right on the 4th day. And then Delilah walks around and he's like, it was you? Nah, that would be great.
Wait, in the story, he didn't know who did it. In the story.
I don't remember. But they have to get the guy who voices Kronk to play it from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, well, I do know after they cut his hair and he lost his strength, they tied him. The idiots tied it, the idiots too, the Philistines, whatever, they tied his hands to the 2 pillars that held up the entire structure. Mind you, his superpower was strength, right? In my mind, he's Hercules. But his superpower is that he's the strongest man in the world, right? And his strength is, you tied him to the 2 pillars that held up the entire structure that all of y'all were in. He prayed to God for the strength back, and apparently he killed himself and killed everyone there too. God was like, I'm gonna give you your strength, and when you pull this down, everyone will die, including you.
What's the moral of the story? The ultimate moral.
The moral of the story is don't trust these women.
Close. The moral is pray for durability too. They always forget that one. They always ask for super strength. Punch a wall and break their bones.
Period. Girl, I was a child and they were like, oh my God, that's why you have to be careful with women. It's like
the manosphere. That's how the manosphere read the Bible, actually.
Yeah, I was like, that's what you got from that story. All right. I mean, that's fair enough. Fair enough, I guess. Don't tell the secret. God told you not to tell anyone. Don't give up your deepest, darkest secret. If you tested and it failed, don't be an idiot. Like, all right, got it.
Okay, no more blasphemy.
As a
All right, let's continue. Someone said Delilah, and I remembered it.
Oh, I didn't want to be lost. Whether we made it or not, I didn't want to be lost. I wanted him to be in his purpose because of that one dream I had that lasted about 2 seconds.
And this is all true. 'Cause I can remember before she had this encounter with God, I would come home.
Enemies after him. So I began to pray for him, not for my husband before, but as a soul. I didn't want to be lost. Whether we made it or not, I didn't want to be lost. I wanted him to be in his purpose because of that one dream I had that lasted about 2 seconds.
And this is all true. 'Cause I can remember before she had this encounter with God, I would come home 2-3 days later. My clothes would be bleached.
Yeah.
I would find my toothbrush floating in the toilet. So, and then the blessings that she wasn't home because she would have probably died.
Oh, I have wisdom. Wisdom says you leave after you do that.
I'm looking at my K-Swiss back then. I'm looking at my IOU sweater, my jeans.
Yeah, I bleached it all.
I couldn't bleached. And so weeks later, now I'm coming home 2-3 days later, and she's like, "What do you want for dinner?"
Yep.
He's like, "I don't know if I'm gonna eat that. You're gonna poison me."
I said, "She's gonna kill me."
Right.
I'm sleeping with one eye open.
Yes, I
You
read
know
his
what I'm saying?
bathwater.
You're too nice right now.
Yes.
I'm like, wait a minute now. You know, I've been gone for 72 hours.
Yes,
Why
yes.
you treat me nice?
That's
Right.
what you want to. And then I'm looking to make sure she don't throw grease on me.
Right.
You know,
Right.
all of that. But then I started waking up with crosses on my head.
Because the mothers of the church said, pray for him with anointed oil. And I couldn't afford olive oil, so I just got the Crisco at home and blessed it. And I just put it on his head and his hands and his feet. And he'd wake up all greasy.
Yeah.
Looking like 3-day-old chicken.
Right.
Yeah, greasy and hungover. He'd be like, what are you doing?
And then she would tell me, "You gonna preach?" I'm
Yeah.
like, "No, I'm not."
Yeah.
Proverbs 18:21, of course, says death and life is in the power of the tongue.
And they that
I have a theory. I think she went to a witch doctor and tied herself to this man because ain't no way. you know, when I'm watching like Charmed or whatever, whenever someone does a spell, it gives them what they want, but not in the way that they want it. And so now they're tied together, and he's just running amok. And so she has to now deal with it. That's the consequence. Like, this does not make any sense. None of this makes sense.
But wouldn't you wish for someone to like be in love with you or something, and then it would turn out bad?
No, yeah, but she probably asked for the man to choose her and be with her, not how she would be chosen.
Because I'm like, he didn't choose her.
I mean, he came home every night. You know those women, I think you said this at some point, those women who like, he always know where home is. It's like,
oh,
I know where, I go to the, no, I can't say that. I'm not calling anyone trash, but I go to the trash chute every day. I know exactly where it is, and I go. Like, I have to go. The fact that someone comes back to you is probably because your door is open. Like, it's not, I don't think it's a flex to say, oh, he comes home every day. He knows where home is. Like, yeah, and he brings a bunch of crap with him.
And his hair transplant is standing on the left.
Yeah. Are you reading or no?
The enemy is him. I'm thinking about something my pastor said when I showed her this against her will. She said she wouldn't go so far as to say this, but she said something close.
Wait, I didn't know you were Christian too.
I'm Muslim.
You're Muslim pastor.
No, I have a pastor from growing up. I grew up Christian, and I still keep in contact with my pastor.
Got it.
I'm curious about our connection to Christianity as Black Americans. Much of our connection to Christianity is rooted in struggle. No, don't say that. Do we self-create struggle at this point to be close to God? No. No.
Thank you, Lilith. Oh, I just realized your name. Of course.
Elizabeth, you need to go to church more. All that demonic speak. You go to church, that'll get that up out of you. I'll pray for you. That's what I'll do.
Are you not?
Oh, no, not right now.
Okay, you gonna read this?
Oh, I didn't know there was another one. This sounds like a woman whose parents didn't instill sense of worth or value in her. I guess her mom tried. It didn't take.
You rejected it.
This starts in childhood. This being this deep in delusion, I would have loved to see a brain scan of her.
Thank you.
Oil
Oh,
for
no.
a greasy ninja is nasty work. Crisco. I was gonna say this is like you need to get checked out. Actually, I went to the same pastor and my uncle and I went to some people in my family who pretty much raised me. I was raised really, really, really religious. Like we would all sit around the couch and pray every night. We would hold hands and bow our heads on the couch together, and we would go down the line from father, my mom, and then oldest to youngest child praying. And we would do Bible study every Wednesday. We would go to church every Sunday, and we would like have not Bible study, but do like church stuff with other kids in the community. So we were really, really religious. So I just went back down to where my family lives recently, like a month ago. And I was telling my folks about how I had like this encounter with God, like as an adult recently. And not like really recently, but I would say like late last year. And I was talking to my uncle. My uncle like was really, really close with me. He really got me into religion growing up. And he was like, yeah, describe it to me, son. Describe it to me. And I was like, oh, I walked into this place of worship, and it was empty. It was just me in there. It was real late at night. I just happened to be out strolling. This was like when I was first moved into the area that I got to. And I remember going in here, and I felt the spirit move through me, and I felt God. And he was like, yeah, what did it feel like? And I was like, it just felt like I could feel physically the spirit moving through me. And he was like, son, you might have psychosis or something. Like, I swear, this is exactly what my pastor and my uncle said to me. They were like, that might be like mania. You might like, this might not, I don't think that's God, son. That's not what that is. That's not how that works.
You just wasted our collective time. I thought this was building up somewhere.
It was, because she was talking about, she was having dreams, and she woke up and started rubbing oil on him because God told her to. I was like, well, you might need to just go and do a psych eval and make sure you scream for something and see if you you was like, nah, that ain't how that works. Holy Ghost don't do that. Talk about move through your body. The way I was so ready. I was so ready for him. Yeah, we all have that. Of course. Don't you see the people in church jumping up? And yeah, of course we all do that. I was so ready for them to just accept me, and they was like, no, you gotta go get that checked out.
You gotta go get that checked out as well. So he was gone 72 hours. How about his kids?
Well,
what kids?
I ain't heard. Well, maybe they.
I thought the mother was supposed to take care of the children.
I was gonna say, I wonder who's taking care of the kids. If she's working hard, she said, because she was trying to lift herself out of poverty, and he was out cheating. I'm wondering where the kids are that they keep having. She says she was having so many children while they were on Section 8. She was running and trying to stab him with a knife on the hood of his car, arguing with his side chicks and ironing their clothes.
You had a pocket.
What a kid!
She was trying to lift herself out of poverty.
This word, like as a. I wonder what it's like to be a child of a woman who's obsessed with a man and not her children.
Oh,
like I was watching Mr. Let Go and them people, and they were talking about how once a woman have a kid, nobody asks about the man, and she starts showing the kid all that attention. And I'm like, well, yeah. And I wonder what it must be like to be with one of those men and actually like the woman just love him and not the kids, because I ain't heard her talk about them at all. Or
actually,
him.
I know you're joking, but I not just for a day. Like, I would like to look in that life because, like, I think my mom prioritized me and my brother over everything else. Forget my daddy, but also my dad prioritized us too. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
I
I get
hope
it
they
now.
prioritize that like button, please, on your way in, guys.
Oh,
Make sure to hit the like.
please like the video. Thank you. I get it now. They were broke, and while he didn't want her, he up for his pastoral scam. Period. As he should.
Love it, eat the fruit
There
thereof.
That's
you go.
right.
And she
So-
would speak those
And
things.
he would
I'm
not go to
like,
church.
No.
I would always be there, and then he would call me a holy roller. Then he'd get me mad, and then I'd end up cussing him out. He'd be like, "Where's Jesus now?" You know,
He was been the devil.
yes,
Right.
yes, he was.
So Reggie, when you were hearing her say this, and this is conflicting with your spirit, because of course she's battling against that the evil spirit that's inside you. She's warring against that.
Yeah.
What? And
This is so diabolical. He is warring against the evil spirit. No, she's warring against him. What do you mean? She's I get it. Oh, I read this.
This is the expose of at least I can keep a man type wives in their husband marriages. It is. Batman could not beat this story out of me.
Right?
And they're just willingly giving it up. She should have released him back to the streets, Dochi style.
Right. Released him back to the street from whence he came. Thank you, Tanya. Why are you laughing?
He was now you obviously it's like his immediately disarming any type of critique of the man.
You
Like,
were fighting the demon in him.
obviously that demon inside of you was just beating you up. You couldn't do anything about it because how you supposed to fight a demon? So you must have been torn up about all this cheating on her.
You had it the hardest. She was outside looking at you, but you were the one fighting the demon.
You know what it's like? Jonathan Majors doing them interviews after he beat up that woman. Talk about I'm learning to heal now and I'm learning to love myself. Well, he don't say it like that. He say I'm learning to love myself and to, you know how he acts.
I had a dream.
Talk about I'm learning to I'm healing.
One thing you can't say is that Jonathan was not living at Martin Luther King's dream.
Huh? Jonathan who?
I'm done.
in your subconscious, because there's always moments where in the Bible it says the prodigal son says, and he came to himself.
Right,
So
right.
in those moments where that battle is taking place, what were you thinking internally, even though your mouth may be uttering?
What's the battle internal now? What's the battle internal? Sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sweating.
You crazy, you this. But the words that you weren't saying, can you go back to that moment and tell me internally, what were you saying? What were you seeing her as?
You know, I saw her as the enemy.
Right.
You know, I was like, wait a minute, I'm gonna stay black and die, like she said, and chase women, smoke weed. That's where my mind was, because I've been overtaken.
Yeah.
You know, I was having fun of
Who overtook you now? Well, who overtook you? Yeah. These men will do anything but take accountability. He said, I was overtaken. He calling her the enemy. And she just trying to love this man with her baby oil, with her castor vegetable oil, drawing crosses on her. Period.
My pastor said you can't tempt, the devil can't tempt you with nothing you don't already want.
Period. I like that from your pastor. I wish my pastor would say that.
even the Bible says that sin is good for a season. So I was having a phenomenal time. The last thing I wanted to be was connected to her.
Wait, does the Bible say that? Wait a minute. Y'all think I was out. Wait, sin is good for a season.
It can't, because the way we had so many sermons on, oh, y'all want to go out on Saturday and then come to church on Sunday. Well, can't we? If sin is good for a season, let me find the verse. I will bring it.
Wait, can y'all find that verse for me? I need a citation because I need to show this to my pastor. Talking about don't sin. I'm in the season of living it up. What do you mean? Wait, does the Bible say this? I didn't know that actually. I know it doesn't say that. I know that must be a misquote. Sin is good for a season.
It is. He's misquoting it terribly. It's from Hebrews 11:25, and I think the entire.
I know he can't be talking about the pleasure of sin is only temporary, which is the what.
Yeah.
That can't be the verse. That cannot be the verse.
I don't think that's the verse. Well, yeah, that is. Well, I don't know the exact words, but I think that
no.
is.
I know what the meaning of the verse is. It's that you get the pleasure in the moment, and it's only lasting for that moment, and it's bad. It's still saying it's bad. It's not like sin is good. In this season of your life, you can sin. No, that's not what that verse means.
Yeah, that's how he's using.
Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasure of sin for. Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, this is just a bastardized. Oh my God. I just knew this was in the Bible.
Well, he don't read it.
A period. Overtaken means someone else listen. Yeah.
And I mean that, but we'll find out later in the interview.
Oh, that is insane.
Or connected to the church,
right?
Because then that's work.
So why did you stay? Why were you still coming home?
Because I had 2 kids. Well, then by that time we had 3. I was always a phenomenal father. I was a horrible husband.
Yeah, he was.
You know, but when it came to
why are you still here with my kids? Weren't you just about to walk out to Virginia?
Yeah, I left my children for 72 hours, came back, and was mad at you for being here. I was a good father, horrible husband. No, you weren't. That's impossible. That is impossible. Mind you, what you were hinting at and saying overtly is that he was willing to have the kids leave, right? So he didn't care nothing about them kids. But also, he left for 72 hours. You can't convince me you care about your kids when you're gone for 72 hours. Maybe he checked in and Skyped. Maybe he Skyped, girl. Who knows? That's insane.
To my kids, you know what I'm saying?
And so you look at.
That's the answer to the question, can you be a good father and a terrible husband? Apparently, he believes you can.
Been outside the home as a failure, but you had to stay in the household, right? No matter how you showed up as a husband, but you wasn't going to relinquish your responsibility as a father.
I would tell her all the time.
Wait, is the interviewer buying this instead of asking how he could be a good father while being a terrible husband? You literally can't. Like, you could be a good father if y'all separate, right? Good enough father. But you cannot be a terrible husband to the wife in the same home with your child and your children. You can't abuse your wife and be a good father. You can't. It's impossible. Oh my God. Maybe because does the Terriers have children? You know,
I'm about to Google him.
Evil is good, vampire in Brooklyn. Period. That's an insane position to have. And to not even question. Not only does he not question it, he's reaffirming it.
Yeah, he has children.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Gave his daughter away to some man, he says. It was a while ago, though.
I'm not going to let another. I had 2 daughters who are right now 31 and 29, and I always told her I'm not going to let another man come in here and feed my children, my daughters especially. That's not going to happen on my watch. So I just said, well, and plus I came from a 2-parent home, even though my dad had 10 kids by 6 different.
Wait, what part did you get? Because I'm stuck at I came from a 2-parent house, even though my father had 10 children with 6 different women. At least he chose my mom. So, like, I still came from a 2-parent. A 2-parent house. A 2-parent household is diabolical if that only mean you just have a man regardless of what he does. Regardless of what that environment is, once you have a 2-parent house, this is why I don't do the shorthand, that you just need to get married, any marriage will do, make sure you have 2 parents in the house. No, trash. I need some explanation. I need some qualifiers.
I'm still on right before when he was like, I wasn't going to let no other man come up and raise my kids while he wasn't in his home raising his kids, but was an amazing father.
Yeah, he said you're gonna raise them children by yourself. You're not gonna get another man to help, but I'm not doing it. I'm protecting my children from being raised by another man, but I'm also not gonna raise them. Good luck. Good luck. Period. What about it?
2-parent households in the comments. Come and claim your man. Explain.
2-parent household. Period.
For women, he married my.
Yo, how are we not even 30 minutes into this yet?
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
My mom and had me and my 3 sisters.
Right.
So before that, he had 6 kids.
Yeah.
So coming from a 2-parent home, that's all I knew. So I'm like, we just gonna work this out. So I came from dysfunction.
We gonna work it out. We gonna work out you cheating. We just gonna work out you cheating continuously. We are gonna work that out. Who is this we? Who is we? I mean, apparently she gonna work it out. So period.
The interviewer needs to ask more about the timeline, because like 3 seconds ago, what are you still doing in here? No, I'm not a good man. No, I don't want you. I want to cheat on you. I'm not interested in this relationship. Get out of my like. And now, oh my God, we have to work on this. Like, that's all I know is working on this and making this work.
Right. All you know is making this work, but you don't just go and cheat. All you know is her having to deal with all of this. Got it.
Well, the only extraction allowed is poom poom.
And that was our normal. So there was even one time one of his girlfriends came to my job to confront me because she found out about
a wife saying one of his girlfriend, his is her husband. One of his girlfriend.
Me. And I'd be like, chick, I'm the wife. But anyway, she asked
I'm the wife. Okay. So the interesting thing about this, I interpreted this completely differently when I first saw this. My interpretation was that a woman was with this man, and like you said earlier, he probably tells every woman he's with, you gonna be my wife and you my man and you the one I love. This woman is dating him, go to his profile or whatever, because he seems like the type of person who's sloppy, and sees that he's married, has a wife or something, goes to hit his wife up as a woman and says, hey, I just want to let you know your man is cheating on you. His wife, instead of saying, thank you for letting me know, is like, my man knows where home is. He don't want you or something. Like, I feel like this entire thing in her head.
Yeah. I'm the wife. She thought she really did. She really thought I'm with you, Petty. That's how I'm saying it. Like, I am the wife. Does he know that? Because obviously she don't know that.
You the wife? Okay, make sure them clothes iron. I like his clothes. I like his clothes ironed for you.
She said, "Hey, you were the wife that ironed his clothes to come meet with me." Like, what do you
And they're gonna
mean?
be wrinkled. I would be, if you tell me something like that, I would be all types of disrespectful to your face.
I'm the wife of diabolical, disgusting, degenerate, low self-esteem. She really does think she won. And the thing is, if she sees this, if she sees any of the, she's only going to talk about how the devil is trying to attack her marriage. Black women that think that because they value marriage, that black men do too, despite them actively showing that they don't. Yeah, I think she overvalues this marriage.
Oh, and if I was a side chick, I would also say, and stop putting Crisco on his skin. It breaks him out. You would know that if you were a good wife or something. I don't know. That pissed me off. If I come to you as a woman and you talk about I'm the wife.
That her thing. Stay in your place. Don't come to my. The wife is like, as a girlfriend, you need to stay in your. These new girlfriends don't know their place. Yeah, period, wifey.
Confront you
She
because she
did.
found out
She
about
found out
you.
about me.
She had to explain to
And
her,
I
I
said,
work
listen,
2 jobs.
yeah, I go, why would I get rid of him?
He works
He works 2 jobs. Sometimes you can't afford divorce.
He worked 2 jobs because y'all live in poverty, and you work a job or two, you said, because you have to lift yourself out of poverty.
Right? I don't work job. I'm a job. Girl, I don't know. Oh, girl, I thought I was on mute.
On Section 8.
Stop.
She said she's on Section 8 and they in poverty. He working 2 jobs and she working 1. And she's using that as a flex when the reason they're doing that is because they're in poverty and need to lift themselves out of it. Or did she just use that as a flex, or did I just make that up?
She didn't use that. My man got. It's like everybody hate Chris. My man got 2 jobs. Girl, didn't your cousin say you could come stay with them? I thought you were packing the kids up to go to your cousin, and God, or not God, told you to stay.
I'm like, he's making rent. You know, we got to work this out. And I let her know I'm not. And she's like, are you going to leave him? I'm like, no, I'm not leaving him. You know, I said, we're going to work it out like we always do. And she didn't understand that. But
so you are right. You were right. She came to hear her like civilly, like, look, maybe she was like, you try to take my man. I ain't going to leave him because if I leave him, you going to get him.
Yeah. So she came and she was like, so the side chick came thinking the wife was the side chick. She confronts the wife. The wife is like, I'm not a side chick. I'm his wife. The side chick is like, oh, well, are you going to leave him? And that's the interaction. And she's like, no, my man has 2 jobs. Why would I leave him?
We're going to work it out like we always do. Like we always do with Diabolical. We gonna work it out like we always do with Diabolical. Always. Huh? What?
She working. They put her in the corner office at the job because it's happened more than once. They can't walk through the office all the way over into the middle of the floor every time to do this. So we're gonna move your office over here for the next time when this happens. So it's not a commotion and whatnot.
It's not deja vu. I said I do say this a lot.
What?
You know,
all my song lyrics.
Oh.
So what's she trying to do? Get rid of you so she can keep you?
I guess.
that was the
But
plan.
he was
That was the plan.
Listen, he was financially an asset at that time, you know. but I did reach a point where I was tired, and I finally prayed the prayer.
When I heard financially an asset, I was thinking well off. I think she means needed him to pay the bills, which are not the same. Understood.
Almost anything is better than this. Just go to your cousin and your family, girl. If you have to remind someone that you are the wife, then being the wife doesn't matter. Period. Period. Period.
prayer. It's probably about 5 years into our process. Lord, do whatever it takes to save him. Because although I was going to church, praying, doing all this, it didn't seem to be making a difference.
So this is going on for
Freddie, you remember when that lady said she prayed, she manifested some money, and then her family, someone died in her family.
I do recall her saying something like that.
But I don't understand why she got mad at you for pointing this out, when it's like, if you said you manifested money and then someone died and someone got a will, did you manifest that person dying?
I didn't mean. So my question was actually in regards to people who assign intuition to things that are happening. Like, I notice out of the corner of my eye, and my subconscious notice this plate is on the counter at a weird, like it's leaning off of the counter. And I just have this intuition that the plate's gonna fall, and then it falls. This is not like some intuition I have. This is like me subconsciously seeing that. I have a bad feeling about this place, and then I leave, and next day I read that it was robbed. Like, I was seeing some guys with masks come in. Like, obviously this is not intuition. So I was asking, did your dad or whoever pass away, and then you manifested a big amount of money into your life, and then you had a will? He had a will and you got money.
Oh, that was a good way. I interpreted it the way she interpreted it, because you said,
she was like, you think I killed him? No.
No, but you said the way you asked it was, did you manifest before or after you died?
Couldn't communicate effectively and whatnot. Working on it.
The architect has been a member for 39 months. Thank you so much.
I've never seen someone mad for getting home and seeing their doormat. That wasn't funny. I've seen people mad at getting gum on their shoe. He treats her like gum. Now imagine it's some strong gum and you step on the gum on the doormat and the doormat sticks to your shoe from the gum. That's how this feels. That seemed to piss him off. That's what it feels like I'm watching. Gum and a doormat all in one, stuck to the shoe. And he tried to throw the shoe away. He just take the shoe off and the shoe hopped back to him. I shouldn't be laughing at someone's pain. I feel that's very inappropriate, actually.
No, she's fine. She's laughing with us.
Is she laughing with us? Well, she
like, we didn't know this doormat was a boomerang. Every time I do it, it comes back.
Boomerang. All right.
For 5 years.
Sure.
When he had a reprobate mind.
Yes, completely. And I was working for the police department as a dispatcher. It was 3:00 in the morning. I worked nights. He worked days because we couldn't afford daycare. I was dispatching. I got a call for armed robbery in process. I got the K9, the air unit, set up a perimeter. We were chasing him. We pulled the car over, arrested them, and it was him.
And my cousin. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Kermit the Frog at this moment. This is T.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you say you got the call and it was him?
It was him committing armed robbery.
Yeah.
Caught him.
Yeah.
And he was arrested.
I was arrested, me and my cousin.
Yep. So he is now facing 7 to 21 years.
So you're working the night shift and she's working the day shift because you need people. You couldn't afford daycare, so someone needs to be taking care of the children. While he was out robbing, who was taking care of the children? Wait, Ladarius doesn't ask this question, does he?
I think she does. The Father of the Year doesn't ask either.
All right. So someone answer where them kids was.
I don't remember if we got an answer, actually.
I don't understand why Latarius is doing this interview. Like he seems interested in, oh, you got cheated on for so long and you stayed. But beyond that, and you guys stayed together and worked it out. Beyond that, there is no care about anything else.
I think he is listening with as much of a I think he's just like us. I think he's just like, whoa, every 3 seconds I have to pause to be like, whoa.
Yeah, maybe it's so much that he's trash too. Apparently he was cheating on his wife. Maybe she should have purchased some of that magic water preacher sell during those BET praise and worship infomercials. They might have worked. Who knows? I believe in the power of prayer. Not for cheating, man. Actually, don't. This is controversial. As a Christian, I don't believe in the power of prayer. Prayer for me is only to praise and say thank you, because I don't believe in asking God for favors or to do things generally. I just kind of pray and say thank you. I don't pray and like ask for things.
Ask for me and mine.
The church is a cake. How is this not S&M? It sure is.
What's S&M?
I
Good
don't
time
know.
to hang up the phone and change numbers. The podcast should be renamed to Dear Future Doormat. That's her twin flame.
Where's Samantha? Hey, Sam girl. Hope all is well. That's why you don't be getting nothing. Vanessa, no, I pray. I pray. I do pray to watch over me, I guess. He doesn't want her to wake her common sense. Weird. What do you pray for? Do you pray for things?
For things, not usually. Usually, praying like as thanks.
Are we wearing a similar shirt?
No.
It looks similar to me.
No, mine's like cheap. You become an adult. When I was a child, things being expensive was all the rage. I became an adult. I never knew how much being cheap and good quality is like the caveat there, but being cheap is like, I look at my friend's pants and he's like, these were $2. I got these from the flea market. $2? What? That's crazy. That's the most impressive thing. I've never gotten a pair of pants for $2. Man, he got a nice couch for $40. Where am I going to find a couch for $40? A good quality, not a couch. What's it called? A sectional. That's what it was. A sectional for $40. It was no fleas, no bed bugs, nothing like that. It wasn't old. It wasn't one of those granny couches with the saran wrap or whatever they put on there. No, it was a good couch. Yeah, I do love some cheap stuff. I think cheap's not the word. Cheap is supposed to be poor quality, but there's a word for
affordable.
Not like the healthcare. No, that's not the word. I'll just say cheap.
Years in prison.
Yeah. Into 21.
I got off the floor, told my sergeant what happened because I didn't want to lose my job because you can't be married to a criminal.
Right.
And I'm like, I didn't know what he was doing. And my first thought was, who has my kids? Because it was 3 a.m.
But my baby sister.
So you prayed for God to give you an answer, and God locked him up, and you decided the answer is to stay. I don't remember what she prayed for. I don't think she prayed to like give her a sign to leave or stay. I think she prayed that to change him and make him stay. I think that's what she prayed for, actually.
She prayed her kids are safe, or at least she asked, where are my kids? Somebody had to. Father of the Year didn't. Too busy with a gun in someone's face. Put all the money in the bag. I'm the Father of the Year. Didn't you know? This doesn't affect my ability to be a parent or something.
But she would come in and watch the kids while I'm
while
out.
he robbed people.
And I kept a few dollars in her pocket.
Oh, this is an ongoing thing you used to do. She just never knew what you was robbing.
No,
yeah,
didn't know.
It's ongoing.
And had no idea because he was a psych tech during the day and a robber at night.
Yeah.
Call about double-minded.
That is wild. Let me go back. That's a wild statement about your partner.
I got off the floor, told my sergeant what happened because I didn't want to lose my job because you can't be married to a criminal.
Right.
And I'm like, I didn't know what he was doing. And my first thought was, who has my kids? Because it was 3 a.m. But
my baby sister, she would come in and watch the kids while I'm out.
he robbed people.
And I kept a few dollars in her pocket.
Oh, this is an ongoing thing you used to do. She just never knew.
I just caught the baby sister part, but also when he robbed people. So apparently it was like.
Go ahead.
I didn't a regular occurrence for him to set up his baby sister to come and I guess watch the kids when he was robbing people. Father of the year.
Does that make her an accessory if she knows he's going to rob and that's the reason she's watching the kids to help him be able to rob? I wonder how far that goes. I'm going to go check my criminal law outline. I don't think this has ever come up ever in the courts, but it takes a village.
She was robbing.
No, didn't know.
It's ongoing.
And had no idea because he was a psych tech during the day and a robber at night.
Yeah.
Call about double-minded. This is what I was living with.
Yeah.
And so I finally...
Double-minded? Was he really double-minded? Mr. I don't want you. I just want to cheat. No, you're a pastor. I saw it in my mind. No, I'm not a pastor. I'm a bad person. I don't want to be a pastor. I don't want to be faithful. I don't want to be loyal. I want to cheat, lie, and steal all day. And then at nighttime, I rob and steal people's money.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, he was two different people at day and night. At day, he was a cheater, and at night, he was a stealer. Apparently.
I think what is happening is instead of admitting that her husband is trash, she created a vision for herself and she refuses to see who her husband actually is. So when it comes out that her husband is a criminal, she's like, that's not the man I married. No, that's everything about that man, nothing about that man indicated that he wouldn't be a criminal. There is no experience you've had with him to suggest that he wouldn't be a criminal. Everything you've said about him says he's probably a criminal.
Towards the beginning, when he says he went to that establishment to shoot dice, where they told him, your father used to come in here and cheat too, and your grandfather used to come in here and cheat too, for no reason, absolutely no reason at all. When he's telling us that he went there to shoot dice, he says that he did this illegally. I don't know what it means to shoot dice illegally because I don't do such things. Maybe the establishment was illegal. I don't know what that means. Maybe the dice were illegal. I have no clue. But he already let us know he was breaking the law early on in this video. So
try to guess what I'm looking up.
Illegal dice.
I don't know what shooting dice means.
I think throwing them down on the ground and guessing what number is going to come up.
Oh.
But I don't know why they do it. No, that's shooting craps, right? No, craps and dice are the same.
I know what dice are, but I don't know what shooting dice is. I say a concept for gambling.
A dice game where players wage on the outcome of the rolls of two dice. Illegally. I don't know. Maybe they were gambling or something.
Many have written, many artists get your man says, period. She knew. Yeah.
It means I'm a good boy. I'm a good child. Haven't touched the wrong side of the law. He soft launched infidelity during courtship. Softly, hard launch.
I never knew all this. When I invited him on the podcast.
Right.
This is a whole different story.
Yeah.
Just a marriage I found fascinating. This right here, this is a whole movie.
It is.
A whole
he was in jail for 3 days. And you can take
and
it.
then during that day 3, I was on the top bunk. I said, Lord, if you get me out of this, I'll serve you. I had a Bible in my hand. I'm reading the Bible. 3 seconds later, they said, still roll up over the intercom. And I looked at my bunkie. He was down under me. And I said, hey, man, did they say still? He said, I think so. So I go up to the front and they said, yeah, you've been bonded out. And I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, you've been bonded out. So when I got out in the parking lot, I saw my wife out there and my mom and dad. I looked at my dad. I said, I'm ready to be a preacher.
So one scamming couldn't work, you go to the other. That's my opinion. That's what I thought. That's the vibe I get. There is nothing about this that said, oh, I was in the word, I knew the word, I felt the word. It was, oh, crap, I can't steal and rob anymore. I'm going to go to prison if I continue to do this. The alternative is to preach. Got it.
Story. That was a conversion.
That was a conversion. Listen, when God did that in 3 seconds, not 3 minutes, not 30 minutes, when I said,
I mean, God didn't bail you out, though. She did. She and your daddy. Says all this for a big green egg. I get.
Lord, if you get me out of this, I'll serve you. 3 seconds later, they said, still roll up. And when I went outside, I told my dad I'm ready to accept my call. And you know what my dad, the best thing he ever did, he said, well, if you want to be a preacher, now that you're in all this trouble, he said, you and Kelly clean my church every Monday and Thursday, and then I'll let you preach in the next year. And so every month
do that for a year.
And I'm grateful.
Why I gotta clean the church? What I do?
No, son. Why are you robbing people at gunpoint?
Wait, you compare your son. Maybe they had that conversation, girl. Maybe they had that conversation. You bailed your son out from robbing people at gunpoint, and he's talking about wanting to become a preacher, and you told him to clean the church. Not talking about robbing people at gunpoint. I agree, actually. But also, why I gotta clean your church too? Wait, what?
A woman submit. I don't know. To anything, I guess. Her prayer was finally answered. Miss Magic.
We're finally together. They were finally together in cleaning the church.
So the interviewer got gooped. Top bunk prayers equals closer to heaven. I hate that for the bottom bunk. He was inches away. 7 years.
From my dad, because he gave me a mop and not a mic. Because
I hate them when they do this, because they know exactly what they're doing. And he gave me a mop and not a mic. If you take away if you take the P from pharmacy, you get pharmacy. I hate them. I hate all of them. I hate all of this. I hate all of this.
He talks in sound bites instead of saying anything meaningful.
Yes.
That's how everybody talks. The issue is y'all want to open your ears, but not your eyes. That's the problem with you. That's how I had a preacher who used to talk like that. That annoyed me so much.
Yeah, no, that's how they talk. But he's like not doing anything. She's the one telling the story. Like he's just kind of there as decoration, and not even cute decoration.
And she's the best storyteller.
Of the two, not that great, but yes. And she's a better speaker.
I think the interviewer, I forgot what I was going to say, but I realized what was happening with him. I think he is shocked and he does not have the capacity to investigate, so he doesn't know what to do besides continuing the conversation and letting them trauma dump. Like it feels like a lot of what he's doing is like, oh my God, and then what happened? And then how did you feel when God said that? Like a lot of it's just like, and then what happened?
No, but that's the thing though. He never asked her how she feels. That's the simplest way to like intervene. Pharmacy is so good. No, it's not. It's not good. Don't buy into that. Do not buy into the hoteps. Don't buy into the hoteps. Huh?
What's pharmacy?
The idiot talking about we need food, we need good food, and we can't be eating all these foods. It's not good. You see what you don't know is if you take the H from pharmacy. It is pharmacy, and they're trying to harm. Go shut up. Get out of the way of my face.
Them Dr. Sebi people. Got it. The typical prodigal son, sorry, black male version.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. So I was 24 years old.
Yep.
And I didn't start preaching until I was 25, which is, I'm 53 now. So we're talking 28 years ago.
Right.
And we cleaned that church every Monday, every Thursday. And we would lay our 3 kids would be with us.
Babies.
They were babies.
And the altar.
And they would lay them in the altar while we cleaned the church, the bathrooms and all that. And then a year later, my dad said, "You ready?" And then I preached a message, January 1997 called Roll with the Punches.
That's right.
Yeah. And on the 365, because he wouldn't be sweeping every day. Every week, 2 days a week, 52 weeks in a year. So on the 104th day, my dad looked at me across the pew and he said, "You're ready, son." I said, "But Dad, I haven't read a Bible. I haven't even listened to you guys preach. I sweep on Mondays. You preach Sunday. I haven't researched any theology." And he was like, "Son, don't you feel that? The dust in the air, it contains the word. You've been inhaling it all this time." I don't know. I have no idea.
They said it's osmosis. That's how he learned how to preach. Forget a learning. It's osmosis.
I want to take back listening to the beginning of this interview.
Right.
Out of 1 Peter 4:12, thinking not strange concerning fiery trials. So Romans 8:28 says, "And we know all things work together for the good to them that love God
and are
called according to his purpose." And speaking of purpose, see, I think part of the problem with a lot of people that are married or not married, they're looking more for preference over purpose.
Wait, it's wild that he's thinking he gonna give us marital advice and like relationship. It is wild to think that he thinks he has the authority right now to give us this advice. Period. Let's see a preference over purpose, girl.
I believe that this is my purpose.
Right.
Because she really wasn't my preference.
I wasn't.
But
I wasn't. Nope. We couldn't tell. I need a second. I'm gonna need a second. Keep it paused.
You ain't it. You're terrible. You're terrible, bro. Why would you say that? Why would
I just I'm gonna need a moment to grapple with that.
Why would you say that? I was actually feeling bad for you that when we got down.
I felt bad in the beginning, and y'all just took it out of me.
Wait, why would you say that? I actually felt bad. I was like, she said, "Yup." You know, I'm thinking she's like very embarrassed by this, and then you reminded me. Nah, she knew he wasn't. She knew. When she said "yup," she was just co-signing because she knew what she signed up for.
Well, what did I say? I just said I need a minute to grapple with it. He said she wasn't his preference, and we need a second to deal with that that groundbreaking information we just received that they just let us know, so that we can all digest it, synthesize it, and let it sit with us so we can understand it better. Then now that he just said that, we can really come to grapple with it, you know. He does not prefer her. She is not his preference.
So this whole time you think the whole time the fact that they're like telling us is insane because like they thought this whole time we thought, yep, that's his preference.
Okay. No thoughts.
She opened the door at 17 years old and I was 18 and I said, "Oh my God." And she said, "What?" I said, "You're my wife."
Yep.
I knew it.
Yep.
And here I am in a backslidden condition, but I knew she was my wife.
Right.
Straight up.
Wait, that's weird. You knew she was your wife, but she's not your preference. So you just been planning to drag her through the ringers. So you just drag. The plan was to drag her. The plan was you got it. You're not my preference. You're my wife. Got it. All right.
Oh, don't worry. He's gonna tell us about how too many men want a nice handbag, but you need to just go and find a old beat up, worn out purse that still works. It's torn at the seams and edges, but it still holds all your stuff. Don't look good, but it carries all your stuff around. You embarrassed to be seen with it. You're gonna tell us about getting what you need, not what you want.
This is actually insane.
It's sad how black men hijacked marriage and turned it into muling for them. Pimps in the pulpit. Still, pimps in the pulpit. I haven't heard that before.
We need people to start kind of looking more for purpose than preference.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Listen, I want y'all to just keep on talking because I'm gonna show y'all an episode in my first season.
Keep talking.
What is the Imagine you conducting an actual interview in a studio with everything set up and someone is talking. You're like, yeah, keep on. You keep on talking. I mean, y'all said something. I'm pretty sure this is what is happening. They said something that triggered a memory. I guess he probably doesn't have a team to like tell them to look it up.
And called preference versus purpose.
Oh,
that was the first thing that got.
Okay, so he had the same Dustin message. Got it.
That's what God told me way back then.
Because I knew I wasn't his preference. My husband dated little Latina girls with long hair and big titties.
You gotta remember, I'm from Arizona.
You know,
Season called preference versus purpose.
Oh,
that was the first thing that got. That's what God told me way back then.
Because I knew I wasn't his preference. My husband dated little Latina girls with long hair and big titties.
You gotta remember, I'm from Arizona.
In fact, when he first met me, he's like, you're cute, but you're a little heavy than what I'm used to. And I go, well, what are you used to? He's like, I'm used to, $1.20, $1.25. I said, well, I'm almost $2. So I don't know what to say here.
I'm almost $2. I love it. So why are you so self-aware though? How did you become that?
I just.
That's the question. That how are you so self-aware that you weren't good looking and you were fat? That's the question. That's the question you ask her when she's saying, oh, this man said I'm not his preference because I was too big and he dated Latinas with big boobs or whatever. How are you so self-aware? That's the question. You're sure that's the question you're settling on? Mind you, I do have a thing where, like, if someone tells you, you are not my preference, just walk away. You will always be performing. You ain't no self-esteem low enough to have me performing for any. If I'm not your preference, go find your preference. If I am not your preference, keep it to yourself and don't ever tell me, because the moment you tell me, I am done. What do you mean? Like, that is dumb. The fact that when someone tells you that, you are going to be performing. If you decide to stay around, you will always have it in the back of your mind, and they will always remind you that you weren't their preference, so you need to step your game up. It will never be enough. That is so weird. Like, why would you do that? What? Someone told you that you weren't their preference, Betty?
I don't think so. But I've been trying to, while you're talking, get into his mindset actually when he was telling her this. a while ago. Like, oh, I don't date. He's simultaneously telling her, "You're my wife," but also like, "You're big. I don't date girls your size. I date girls like 125 max, and also Latin girls with big boobs, and you're not that." I'm trying to understand why he would.
He wants from you. That's what he wants. That's what he wants.
And her response was, "Oh, well, I'm almost 185 or something." It sounds like she was like, I feel like I would have turned and tucked tail, but it sounds like she was, I don't know, wanting him to accept her, which I guess she did want him to do that, and that kind of is what their relationship is. He doesn't want her, and she wants him to accept her. Still,
I think she thinks she won, and I think she liked it. She liked competing and feeling like she was the main girl. I think it gave her some kind of self-worth or self-esteem. That's the only way this makes any sense to me. What do this man have against health and
I can't see a world where she feels like she's the main girl. And he says earlier, "Oh, you're my starter. I have other girls on the bench." So,
but she told these girls that she was the wife at some point.
okay, I'll listen to more. Martin, I just want to go to Arizona. Yeah, what's in Arizona that make him? Why when he's when she said, "Oh, he was attracted to big boob Latin girls, 125 pounds," he was like, "Well, I grew up in Arizona, and
It's closer to Mexico."
Prince Petty, get him now, Arizona. I'm trying to see what's in the air up there. What are they breathing in that make black men attracted to Latin girls?
It's the Mexican ear.
125 pound, and his excuse is because Arizona.
Did
He was
you
a predator. She was prey.
You see the ex-girl, the story about this the ex of this man who is dating like this Latina girl, dressed up like an ICE agent and went to go arrest the current girlfriend.
Mm-mm.
I have to show you. That was insane to me. How you go dress up like an ICE agent to go arrest a period, Monique, giving face, yeah, at your concert. Anyway, let me show you this.
We're in a weird timeline.
This was insane to me. Like I was so taken aback. Oh.
Open the door! Sheriff's office!
Roll your window down!
Open the door!
Not gonna watch everything. Woman pretends to be an ICE agent to fake arrest boyfriend's wife. Ain't nothing funny about that. But that was insane.
Over man. I want to see those. I said this the other day, but I'm waiting for those headlines still where we see, my wife cheated on me 16 times and I stayed. And my wife had 6 children by 6 different men. And, I raised all of them because God told me that I was graced to experience this. And, I have the strength to do this. So I just went to church and I stayed. And, I've heard about a lot of women staying in abusive marriage and their husband don't prefer them, and God told them to stay, but I've never heard this in reverse. And I forgot why. I had it in my head, but it's gone now. There was a reason why, and I had it. Like, I couldn't figure it out, but it came to me this morning. I realized why men don't do that. Like, because they're gonna leave, they're not gonna stay and put up with that. I don't believe. Like, generally the rhetoric would be you need to leave. Like the way that man went on. I saw this one clip. This was like 16 years ago of some guy who was like, I love this kid. It was like Judge Judy or one of them shows. I love this kid. I'm gonna raise this kid. And it was like, you are not the father. And then all of the men in the comments was like, this is why you can't raise any kids ever at all. And the way the way that one clip has fed the sentiment so much that a man cannot like do any type of stepchildren or need to do a DNA test mandatory. The government needs to make it when we have clips like this of women still in 2025 and will continue to have them for the next 10 years probably bothers me. So I want to hear those stories, but I feel like men have too much respect for themselves to do that.
They weren't graced by God to do it. I wonder what her plan was after she arrested this woman pretending to be an ICE agent. What do you do? Like, just tie her up in your basement?
There's something
You
in
got
the water.
like,
Something in the water.
I guess I'm just a realist when it comes to it. I understand. It is what it is. I mean, just because I'm not his preference don't mean he's not gonna, like this. I mean, he's been coming back for 32 years.
Well, 30.
No, he hasn't. Didn't he? Well, let me see if I can find this clip. I wanted to clip it when I was talking about, you remember the gum in the doormat in the shoe? Let me say it again. He has the boot on. How did it go? You're the gum. She's the gum, and he steps on the gum, and he's mad, and he's like, "Get off my shoe." Or is she the doormat, and he steps on the doormat? Or is she the doormat in the gum?
You said it was the doormat and the gum.
Okay, she's the gum in the doormat. He steps on the gum in the doormat, and the gum is so strong and stuck to his shoe, it sticks the doormat to his shoe, and he can't get it off. And he gets so pissed off that he just takes the whole boot off and throws it in the trash. And then the boot hops out the trash and comes to follow him. And you telling me he keeps coming back to the boot? That's not how that story went. He did not go back to that boot. That's not how I told that story. No.
That is it. The funny thing is, like, when low self-esteem people like leave their door wide open for anyone to come in and take advantage, and know that when they go out in the world, because nobody want this man, he goes out into the world, failed, he's gonna come back home because no one else out there want him. Like, the reason he came back is that you were the best option for him. It's not that you're a good option in his mind. It's that relative to what he can get, you're the best he can have. And when he went out and found better, he cheated. And when they didn't want to stay, he came back. Like, what do you mean? You are a comfortable place to lay his head. Like, to extrapolate from that any further, then he saw me as a lick and took a lick, a sucker and took a lick. And to go beyond that is wild to me. That's just pure delusion.
35 years. If you add up the other years.
But some people may look.
No, there's something is keeping him coming back. It is your low self-esteem or whatever voodoo you put on a man that is literally trying to get. It looks like this man, whatever spell she has on him, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna just assume this is a spell. He can't leave. You got to be the one to break it. And so he's trying everything in his power to get you to break it. And you decided, nah, I'm gonna stay. Like, something is bringing him back. He can do whatever he wants. If you have no standard for someone, it's easy for them to stay in your life. Like, you have no standard for them. You have no standards for yourself, but you have nothing. Like, he doesn't have to do anything. You give him a bunch of children, he can go out and do whatever he wants.
look at that as you have low self-esteem?
Probably, maybe. And like you said, I had no value, had no worth. And I said that from the beginning. I said, I didn't know who I was. And I was just very, open and honest about that. But I was confident that we should be together. It's very unique.
She has no self-value, no self-worth, but she was confident they should be together. No, you weren't confident about anything. It was still low self-esteem.
What do you say about people who might say you have low self-esteem? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
you said, and you say I have low self-esteem, and period.
How are you so self-aware? He's not gonna ask, but I will be like, do you think it's a problem you don't have self-esteem? Do you think it's a problem you don't value yourself?
Yeah,
or was this a problem in the past? Do you have self-esteem now? Do you have things changed or whatever?
How do you know that you made the right decision or you are making the right decision if you don't have self-esteem? I'm sure she's gonna say because God ordered her steps. So happy to see Themis and Petty collab. It's not a collaboration. I dropped the link and he was the first one to go. You're not going to respond?
Thank you for the super chat. Cosmiots.
Thank you.
And so a lot of stuff that y'all are saying is going to trigger a lot of women. They're going to look at it like, see, that's that struggle love they're talking about. I don't want it.
Right.
I don't want the struggle love. I don't want to have to deal with it.
And what do you mean? I already know what's going to happen here, by the way. And this is why I have no empathy for her. I do have it for when she was a child. I no longer have it anywhere else.
Man that has to go through all that and me lower my standard, lower my value, lower everything that I know that I am as a woman to work through the cultivation of a man, for a man to be in this broken state, disrespectful, calling me out my name, parading women in front of me, and then I'm gonna pray for his deliverance and pray, no, God, I need the reformed man. Bring me the man that after he's been set free and delivered. I don't want that process.
They want that finished product.
So my question to you, because only you can say that, what would you, I don't even want to say advice.
For all the single ladies out there who are listening and barely, like if you're cooking, making anything, whatever, come close, pull yourself close. This is very important. She has a message for y'all. Themis said Petty wasn't his. Y'all come close. This is like really important.
Of a man, for a man to be in this broken state, disrespectful, calling me out my name, parading women in front of me, and then I'm gonna pray for his deliverance and pray, no, God, I need the reformed man. Bring me the man that after he's been set free and delivered. I don't want that process.
They want that finished product.
So my question to you, because only you can say that, what would you, because I don't even want to say advice, how can you reframe or state, because this is your story, this is your journey.
My story.
It's your story.
Sure.
What would you say to the women that may be looking at this and say, see, that's that nonsense they talking about?
Well, I would say that's why you're single still.
That's just nasty. The reason you're single is because God did not grace you. God did not grace you to be able to do what she does. Period. Are you is her sons?
Firstly, I'll start by saying the interviewer, I just realized, tried to use big language that he can't use. I'll get back to that actually. I noticed that when describing what she went through, she and the demon, I don't know if you can see it to her left, but they actually give kind of different answers a little bit. She seems, I don't know if I can say that. I was gonna say acknowledge the gravity of some situations they go through. but acknowledges the gravity. I feel like is doing a lot of work. I don't think she actually does, but compared to what's to her left, I would say she does. The guy to her left, notice he snuck in that they want that finished product.
Oh, I didn't hear that. No, continue your analysis.
Oh, I thought you were going to play it back. But yeah, he's like, what do you say about
You want me to play it back?
Yeah, just play it back.
Man, bring me the man that after he's been set free and delivered. I don't want that process.
They want that finished product.
So my question.
Oh, there it is, for real.
What do you say to women who, you know, might look at this and look at your marriage and say they do value themselves and they do have self-worth and they don't want a man who's cursing them out and abusing them and oh, they want that finished product. Mind you, I think the only criteria he said these women want was like a man who is something like faithful and godly. That's all. Not like rich, tall, just faithful and got something like that.
Yeah.
And she has described herself as low self-esteem and suffering a torture so great that she has to be graced by God and one of his strongest warriors to endure it. And your advice is that's why you're still single.
Yeah.
Women are saying, I don't want to be tortured. Oh, well, that's why you're still single. So
Yeah.
she has not healed, obviously. Otherwise, like if I went through some torture, I would be like, of course, I don't want anyone else to go through this. To women who say they don't want to experience anything, I completely 100% agree. But she feels hit, so she has to lash out.
Yeah, because I think what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, I agree if this is it. If you thought it was not something someone should go through, you would have said it. You would have said, they don't want that love. You would have said, yeah, they should want this love because it's bad. That's why we're talking about how terrible it was in the beginning. Not, oh, that's why you're single. Because that implicit in that is you should be willing to go through this to get to the end. Like it's not, oh, I've learned from this and we've grown and we realized that was bad. It's no, that was part of our story and it's a good part of our story. And that's what you have to be willing to go through to be with a man. If you're not willing to go through it, then you won't get a man. So it does not seem as if she's registered fully that she should not have had to gone through that and that other women should not have to go through that. If you're saying that's why you're still single, it means you expect men to behave this way and that you're willing and other women should be willing to have men treat them this way. So when you say other women shouldn't do what you did because you were graced and they weren't, the truth is you are telling them to elevate to your status so that they can get a man. It goes back to the first statement. Are you now convinced that when she said, I was graced by God, are you now understanding when she said, I was graced by God to do this, that she was like, I'm better than you, I got a man, and if you want a man, you better be graced by God like me?
I refuse to believe that is what she, in fact, I was going to say this is a slip up. Throughout the interview, they're masking and talking as if what she's talking about it as if what she experienced is bad, but this slip up proves that she's not actually over it or something. I forgot what I was gonna say. My thoughts are a little jumbled, but no, disagree.
You just disagree.
Disagree still.
No, but when you say that's why you're still single, you are owning the fact that even though you're talking about your testimony as bad, you don't actually see it as bad. You don't. You're thinking women should have to go through this. And if they're not willing to go through it, then they're not ready to be a wife. They're not ready to be a wife. That's your position. That is her position. I actually think this part of the interview should probably be clipped and engaged with more. All my ladies out there doing podcasting and dragging these dusty marriages, please use this part. Please use this part. That's the finished product. She needs a refund, period.
Question to you, because only you can say that. What would you I don't even want to say advice. How can you reframe or state, because this is your story, this is your journey,
my story.
it's your story.
Right.
Sure.
What would you say to the women that may be looking at this and say, see, that's that nonsense they talking about?
Well, I would say that's why you're single still, because I'm sure somebody had been in your life already.
You're gonna pick a fight.
By the way, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Getting a man for any woman, most women, is easy. Super easy. If you're willing to grab a random man off the street, you can have a man. You can have a man. If you want a quality man, it might not be that easy. But she's right. The reason you're single is probably because you have some standards. Being single is not bad. Being single is not an insult. She's treating it as such. But I am pretty sure most, if not every single woman that I've ever spoken to in any capacity in my life would prefer to be single than have what she has. Yes, that is why, hopefully you're single because you have standards and you're not willing to take up a man from off the street and do this, whatever she's doing with this one. You're single, yeah, because you have standards, yes. Hopefully. I'd rather eat glass.
And you didn't want to give the investment for that person to become somebody, and then you lost them probably a long time ago, and you should have just worked with them.
Okay, what did your husband become? You invested and got what? Because I'm still waiting. I'm just waiting to see all that suffering, and we got what? That's what I'm waiting for, the payoff.
You want to know something? I am pretty sure she's the one controlling that church, doing all the teaching, doing all of that. We know the kind of relationship her girls have. I hope not. I hope not, Sanja. I hope not. I hope they're living great, amazing lives with people who love them and aren't cheating on them.
Her girl's probably trying to get her man and succeeding. I'm kidding. Or am I? You'll have to watch more to find out.
For the beginning and just worked out the kinks and worked it out, because a man can always build. Money can always be made, and that's what we do. We build a life together. And I'm so thankful that that's what we've done. And that's why.
You build a life for him. What do you mean we build a... You ain't no life was built together. You built a life for him, and he want to say thank you by cheating on you with some Latina. I don't know what you're talking about, girl. You know this man don't care nothing about what you got going on. You want to know what's diabolical? Mm-hmm. It is diabolical that there are people in my Discord that are watching something and they decided they're not about to watch this video.
They were like, crossover, no thanks.
Okay. Oh, you think it's you? You think they don't like you? We'll go in there afterwards.
They saw this $3 shirt. They were like, no.
I think that's insane. That's mean.
Why I think I value and love you so much, because we've built our life. And so they miss that building process because they're waiting they want to come into it already done. I get it. Eve was put on the earth with everything done. I get it. That's why women want things to be set and done, because Eve showed up and everything was named and it was just there.
Wow.
But at the same time, God can give women a resilience because we're a helpmeet for a reason. And we're supposed to help meet the need and help complete the man. I know it's going to cause a fight, but I'm very into that.
Did she say women want a finished product because Eve came on the earth and it was already there? You're on mute.
You're gonna be mad slightly. I didn't hear a word. The way my brain filters things, it has determined this is trash, and I've completely forgot to re-engage. And so it was like literally just playing. I actually did not hear a word that was said after I got it
back. I might have misheard actually.
Yeah.
To the women that may be looking at this and say, see, that's that nonsense they talking about.
Well, I would say that's why you're single still, because I'm sure somebody had been in your life already.
You're gonna pick a fight.
And you didn't want to give the investment for that person to become somebody, and then you lost them probably a long time ago. And you should have just worked with them from the beginning and just worked out the kinks and worked it out, because a man can always build. Money can always be made, and that's what we do. We build a life together. And I'm so thankful that that's what we've done. And that's why I think I value and love you so much, because we've built our life. And so they miss that building process because they want to come into it already done. I get it. Eve was put on the earth with everything done. I get it. That's why women want things to be said and done, because Eve showed up and everything was.
No. Eve, God said something about a helpmate. God said something about a helpmate. So I don't know if everything was done. What was Eve helping with?
Oh, I was thinking she said the earth was already made when Eve was put on it.
Was the earth not made when Adam was put on it?
Yeah, that's what was confusing me. That's why women want everything, because Eve was made when the earth was here. Well, wasn't Adam? I think I might have just misunderstood the scripture.
So, you know what? I actually like this. I like this interpretation. God put Adam on here to name the animals and take care of the thing or whatever. And Eve was put on the earth when everything was made. So you should only be submissive and be a helpmate to a man who don't want you to work and do anything. That's the only way. That's the only interpretation of a helpmate, is that Eve don't do anything as a helpmate. And that's the only time you should be a helpmate to a man, is when you don't have to do anything. The moment they ask you for anything or to do anything or to engage in any way, you can leave. Like, I'm good. I think that's what it means. I agree with her. That's the interpretation. I don't know why she was out there trying to lift them out of poverty. I don't know why she was doing that, but I like this interpretation. You should only be helpmate to people who you don't have to work, contribute, or do anything at all with. Thrilled that many women are now awake. Love it. Yeah.
Named and it was just there.
Wow.
But at the same time, God can give women a resilience, because we're a helpmeet for a reason, and we're supposed to help meet the need and help complete the man. I know it's going to cause a fight with that too, but I'm very
Wait, why would you have to help? I thought everything was done when you were put on the earth. Women want everything.
No. You didn't read your Bible. God made God made and so you started laughing, so now I can't be serious. But I was being serious. God made the earth and the stars and all that stuff. And then he made Adam, and then he took Adam's rib, and then he made Eve from that rib. And because he took that rib, Adam was incomplete. So then Eve had to complete Adam. So she had to, I don't know, take her rib and make him again. I don't know what she means, if I'm being honest. I just made all that up.
I think because this is not good. It's not a well, let me say it without making it a joke. Maybe Adam was lonely, so they took a rib and made MacRib and made Eve. But because like Adam is missing a rib, he's incomplete, and so Eve has to be there with him to complete him. Maybe that's what they mean. I don't know.
Eve has to build him.
You got to build an already made man in a world that was already done before you got here. That's why you want everything complete, because you came here when everything wasn't done and you didn't have to do anything. Everything was complete, but you also have to help him build that which was already completed. Period.
Wait. No. Let me show you something. Hold up.
Wait a minute. Let me put my 2 cents in it.
I know you're familiar with this one. Okay, here we go. You're gonna already know what this is, right? Here, I'll present it. Have you ever seen this image, sir? Does this look familiar to you?
Yeah.
So the woman was put on the earth to build the man, and the husband was put on the earth to build Christ. That's why Christ is above the umbrella. And
the man is on the woman. The man is on the woman's back.
I don't know, but we do know the children build up the woman. That's why they're underneath her. You can see because of the umbrella. That's all I wanted to show.
into that because I'm living it. I'm a living example of it works. When you line up your life and get behind your man that is following God, that's submitted to God, and you say, Lord, what can I do to make him?
But you didn't submit behind a man who was following God. You very specifically said he didn't want to follow God because it was too much discipline. You said he backslid and he didn't care nothing about God. You said you stopped going to church because he stopped going to church. Your faith in God was tied to him until it wasn't, because he was not into God. You also left God. You did not submit to a man who was submitted to God. You are lying.
Also, all three of them said he was actively following demons.
Yeah.
not God. Instead of saying he cheated, they just say, "Oh, it was demons." So,
yeah, you're out here following demons. Demons beating you, Jezebel spirit have you out here looking up mess. The same Jezebel spirit that had your granddaddy, had your daddy, and had you.
Him better, your life overall becomes better.
Here's the episode I was talking about. Take a look at that.
Oh, I lost it. Yeah, I get it back up.
It's right there.
Yep, purpose versus preference.
My God.
So that's my 7th episode.
Your 7th.
By
How many years
7th
ago was
episode,
that?
5 years.
That was Revelation.
Yeah,
we got that.
It was May the 27th. That's interesting. May the 27th of 2020, and it was episode number 7, which is episode 107, first season, and it's called Purpose versus Preference with my friend Raquel Wesson. And God was telling me that. He said, a lot of times we may look at people, and in dating, that's the first thing we're gonna look at. This is what I prefer. I prefer a man that's this, and this height, this look, this whatever. What were y'all saying earlier?
Most women want 6-pack, 6-figure, 6 foot.
And that 666 sounds like the devil.
And what about that guy that's 5'8" with a gut that'll pay you?
I'm pretty sure they want more than that. I'm pretty sure the preference is not 6-figure. I'm pretty sure if I were a woman and I want my preference, it would not be 6 figures. I might settle for 6 figures, but I promise you, my preference, if it's financial, would not be sick. Y'all would be sick. Y'all would be absolutely not. Why would I want something I can go make myself? Absolutely not. Nope.
Y'all want a man who's 6 foot tall. What about that man who's 5'4" with a gut? Well, apparently he gonna cheat on you and put a gun in people's face and ask them for all their money while your kids are who knows where, and he out here with demons cheating on you. So maybe you should just go and date the rich guy. I don't know.
Because I thought he was rich, and that's why she was sticking through it. I don't know why. I thought someone said he was like a football player. So I thought he was rich. I honestly thought he was rich. And no excuse, don't stick with anyone who cheat. But I thought she was there for the money. And you gonna tell me he ain't got that either. So he's short, bad built, bad attitude, disgusting, and he's cheating on you. He's about yay high. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. No. I would feel better if someone attractive is cheating. No, I wouldn't. But
at the end of the interview, it's so funny. He stands up. He's the same height. It's really funny.
Still that many women are now awake. Love it. Same.
Is this the first Manosphere Church of God? He watched the Manosphere. Have to.
Yeah. I do think the Manosphere does, in the way that FD did, give people a soft place to rest their head and not really have to engage with how poorly they've performed in the life they've been given.
Ooh.
Your bills.
Right.
And love you properly.
You'll know where he is on the weekend.
That part.
He's not missing.
Right.
So let me ask you this. We talk about you not being his preference. Was he your preference?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
What did you like about him?
I loved his name.
His name?
Yeah. I thought Reginald.
Oh my God. What were you attracted to? His body, his face, his name? What about his face, his body? No. His name. Reginald. Reginald Still. Good name. Terrible person it was on though. I mean,
you wait, is his name really Reginald?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to all the Reginald out there. If you're Reginald and you're not over 44, I am so sorry. But Reginald isn't after.
Apparently, he was a football player in high school, so maybe he had like the what the stallions call it, the body yaddy.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. This comment, I don't know.
Reginald. Oh my God. That's the one. Reginald. Wow.
Wow. Oh my God.
Have you heard of Lexington still?
The man built Butch Body and broke.
No, Themis, they said he was shaped like a football. Yeah, Reginald's still not a familiar name to me.
I feel like my granddaddy probably wouldn't be called something like Reginald. Maybe it's like a butler or something. Reginald, did you get them kids?
Was such a great name. And then he just, he was an all athlete everything back then, and
He was a superstar.
I met his mom when I was
Little
he was. I met his mom when I was 15, getting my hair done. She gave me his number. I thought he must be ugly because she's recruiting, because there's no social media. And so I didn't meet her. I never called him. So 2 years later, I saw him at the mall with my dad, who was a teacher at the same high school he went to.
Yep.
He was looking at me, I was looking at him, but my dad's there. So that went away. About 6 months later, I was at a Black Youth Conference
Hold on real quick. Why was you with her daddy?
I was with my dad.
He was at the mall Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And so
I knew her dad. He was a teacher at my high school.
yes.
Oh, okay.
And my dad goes, "Oh, that's Reggie Steele." And I'm like, "Whoa," because he's just so cute with his big old Letterman jacket.
So at that moment, you connect that that's the same one.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'd heard his name. Back then,
Yeah.
And so 6 months later, I was at a convention with a bunch of,
It is like Reginald. Maybe. That's Reginald.
The name's Reg.
And this,
I said the name's Reginald. I don't know what his approach was. I don't find that name attractive. I don't know why people do.
The name's Reginald. Have you heard? Steele. Reginald Steele.
this girl named, I almost said her name, but she said, me and Reggie broke up. And I said, Reggie who? And she said, Reggie Steele. And this girl was not cute. And I said to myself, if she got him, I know I can get him.
She does not like women. she I don't like using the word pick me. I'm not calling her a pick me necessarily.
Okay.
What? I won't say it anymore. I will not explain.
No. Please.
No, I'm not going to do it. No. The immediate feedback was helpful.
It's after this whole interview where your husband is just like, man, sometimes you don't need someone you're attracted to. You just need someone who's there, someone who will give you her whole paycheck. You don't have to like her physically or anything like that. You can just take from her because she's there like a doormat, not because you're attracted to her or anything. And then you're like, oh, she's ugly. So if she could get him, then I can.
That ugly girl broke up with him because she had standards. Now look at you. That is so disgusting. She is ugly. If you're that ugly and you got him, then I can get him too. That is wild. Then he goes, oh, you are big. You're not what I like. She dragged. Not only did he drag you, he dragged you through hell. Sorry.
I'm trying to get a description. What do you mean ugly? Is an ugly Latina girl with big boobs? Because apparently that's not ugly to your husband. So when you say she's ugly,
sorry.
Or maybe like I would actually be interested when you say she's ugly. What did she look like? Was she black and big? That would be interesting. If that was your definition of ugly.
Yes, that's what I would actually want to know. When you say she was ugly, I wouldn't even ask when you say she was ugly. I would let it go for a minute and then I would come back to it and ask her, hey, you remember that girl that broke up with him? Can you describe her for me? Like, I would want to know. Because I think I have a very good image, slightly, of what this woman is, but it's my own bias. Obviously, she didn't provide any descriptor, but there's something in my mind that is telling me what this little girl looks like. I won't say it, but I have a very specific image, but I could be wrong. And I would have wanted to test it. All you need is someone to intercept the 911 call when you rob a bank. No, I don't think she was the other girl was another race. I think it was a black woman.
And
no, a black woman. That time, a black girl.
She gave you the number.
She gave me the number.
Who did?
The girl, the ex-girl.
Gave you her ex-number?
She gave his number. She gave me his number. And I called him, and I told him who I was.
What made her give you the number? You asked for it?
Well, we didn't get along. So we were kind of rivals. So, and he dogged her. So she's like, yeah, you go ahead. In other words, you need to get dogged out too.
No.
Probably. So she won. Whatever fight y'all were going to fight, she won. She said, go get dogged out too. And you said, yep, I'll do it. And did.
I don't even believe it was a fight. I believe this is the same as that side chick who quote unquote tried to take her man. I believe this woman was probably actually looking out for her. Hey, I know you wanted to date him. Me and him just broke up. Here's his number. Meanwhile, you have some imaginary rivalry in your head with this girl who you calling ugly. This girl who knows that you're attracted to this man, want his number. And instead of being rude to you, she gives you what you want. Like a girl's girl.
Also, you already had his number.
Oh, yeah. So she might be lying.
Yeah. He rejected her submission while she was bagging him lubricant and underwear for his sleepover with his main chick. She thinks that's a flex. Yeah, she really do think it's a flex.
She was competing with me. And you pocket watching her relationship that you want to be in secretly, calling her ugly behind her back. She can get him, I can too.
Yeah, you were definitely competing with her. Now let's hear her side of the story. Young lady, if you're out there and you see this and you know this is who, if you're the person she's speaking to, let me know. I would love to talk to you.
And the blessing is I ran into her years later and I said, thank you for giving Kelly my number.
That's right.
I said, she's Kelly Steele now.
Yeah.
That's what you said? Yeah.
Yes.
And she was happy for us.
When I called him, I said, we
maybe they were enemies. She was happy for us.
Yo, period. The thing is, you want to know something? She might actually be sad. She might have thought, oh my God, he changed for her. She made him a better man. They're married now. I loved him. And he just treated me like that. Maybe it's because I am ugly and he likes her. After she watched this, she gonna be like, oh, period. All right, I didn't lose out. I didn't miss out. Because I do think there is like, if you and someone, this is not personal, but like I can imagine if someone was like bad to you and then go and you think they're good to someone else, a lot of the times maybe it's like a veneer, and if you look under it, they're still trash. I don't know. I think if a person is gonna hurt a good person, they're gonna hurt anyone. So that's just my general opinion.
If I were the interviewer, I would have asked, how'd you run into her all those years later? And I think his answer would have been, basically I was getting out of my car and I ran up to my house door and I opened it up and I said, you're still here? I thought you was going to go to West Virginia. So I ran back to the car and I was telling her, you can't come in. My wife's still here. And then, she wasn't so happy for us anymore. I don't know.
I mean, it's not like when he is married, she couldn't get him still. Let's be very clear. It's not like marriage was going to stop her from getting him if she wanted.
Ran into him. I think, well, never mind. I won't speculate.
We found out we lived down the street from each other.
Yep.
And he came over 2 days later.
Yep, sure
and that's when he opened the door and said, oh, no, you're my wife. And I believed him. And we've been together ever since.
Yeah.
No. You've been with him ever since. He was not with you ever since. He was with many other women ever since. You're just the one he comes home to. You took pride in that, so yeah, I'll give you credit. He came home to you.
So hold on, let's back up. Now, how did you show up as and propose? What was that like?
He just saw me.
Yeah, when I saw her, when she opened the door, I said, "Oh no, you're my wife."
Now your mom came home though at 15
and told
said,
me, "I found this girl for you." Then,
by the way, I think this is a lie. I think this "you're gonna be my wife" thing did not happen at all. I think they made that up, like literally completely made that up. I think they made it up because you're not gonna tell someone I don't believe it. I don't know if it's true, but I don't believe it. I don't think you tell someone that they're too big, they're not the one you used to dating, they're not Latina, and they don't have the physique that you want, and you continue to cheat on them. I don't think you meet them and be like, "You are going to be my wife," unless, of course, you're trying to manipulate them, which it could be a possibility.
There are men who use the pickup line, "I'm going to put a baby in you," and you don't believe it's possible.
I mean, I think as I was talking through it, I think it's possible to say,
to lie,
for him to be saying, "You will be my wife," as a means of manipulation. Yes. Not like meaningfully or like meaningly, like believing that she's his wife.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll just let it play. I won't spoil anything.
Oh God, spoil it.
No.
All right.
Kelly Conway, her dad's a teacher at your high school. You gotta meet her. At that time, I was 16. She was 15. We didn't meet until we were 17, 18. We were seniors in high school.
It kept on coming back around.
But when that door opened and I looked at her, I said, "Oh no, you're my wife." I think it was, even though I wasn't a spiritual individual at the time, it was more spiritual.
Because one thing he said,
and I left her. I was at her house for 8 hours.
Yes, we just
love talking to each other. Normally that would be an hour, 2 hour. All right, that's my max. I'm out.
No,
but I did 8 hours just talking.
Yes,
that's what I did when I left.
Yes,
the house.
I thought the date's over and I'm all excited. Like he's gonna kiss me, and I'm waiting for it, and he kissed my forehead. Oh, and I said, "Oh, he's such a gentleman." I didn't know him.
Why did you do that? Because we saw that in the movie.
8 hours of just talking.
Yeah,
we just had chemistry. We connected. And then after that, I saw her every day. I lived on 53rd Avenue in Peoria. She lived on 47th Avenue in Peoria. Again, a half a mile. So it was easy to get to her house. And so every day we saw each other. She was either at my house or I was at her house.
Right.
One thing I hated was that as the relationship evolved, I would have other girls at my house and my mom would call her.
Yeah, and let me know.
I'm stressed. So she was convenient, but you'd like that because when you wanted her, she was there. You didn't like that because when you were cheating on her, she was also too close. You do know that makes you like slightly, no, I can't say that either. That's insane to me. Like the fact that they're presenting it as if it's a good thing, like we loved each other and we wanted to be close. No, he says he liked that you were convenient when he needed, but it was inconvenient when he wanted to be with someone else.
No, we had chemistry. It would get in the way sometimes when I had all my girlfriends over, but we talked for 8 hours. I remember I would sit over there for hours and hours on my phone texting my girlfriends while she would talk about something, I don't know, and it just worked.
This is true. This is very true, and I have to own it. The reason I think in real life I'm a really good conversationalist. The reason is I learned it not just from my mom. I went on a date once when I was in middle school. And this person was like, not obsessive, but like that this person made me feel so good. I wasn't into any of this at all. I just went out because like everyone was going to the mall and I wanted to. So I just said yes to a date that I didn't want to go on. And I remember feeling so good about myself because they just let me talk about myself the entire time. And I realized one of the good ways from that moment is to like let people talk about themselves. One of the best feeling in the world, you will talk for hours if someone allows you to take center stage and like treats you well while you're there and listen. And I think that's probably what she did to him, like unknowingly. She was just like, "Oh, you're so interesting, you're so amazing, you're so great." That kind of feeding into someone's ego, particularly someone who is insecure, it works, unfortunately.
That's really funny. It reminds me of a bit I saw where this woman went on a date, and she didn't say she was having like a lot of trouble dating. And so she went on one particular date, and she sat across from a guy at dinner for 4 hours, and she didn't say anything except at the beginning. She asked him about, like, he played football in high school, and she was like, "Tell me a little about that." And he talked for 4 hours about playing football. He was like, "Yeah, and then I passed the ball, and that's when I had that knee injury, but I used to be real good about it." And he did this for 4 hours, and then at the end of the day, he was like, "You're pretty cool."
Yeah,
And
without knowing anything about them.
So that's what I think happened too.
Yeah. People
This other girl at the house, but don't you worry about it, Kelly. He gonna marry you.
That's right.
You
Your mom used to say that?
Man, I'd be like, "Mom, why are you calling her? Why are you calling Kelly?" I'm going off. And I'm like, "I'm 18. You act like I'm in my 30s.
Also, the mother. I can't believe I ignored this. The mother calling her to tell her that he has women over there. I actually think the mother might be the biggest reason for why Kelly, right? Why actually won't put this on the mother. Let me reframe this. I think she felt supported by his family, loved by his family, accepted by his family. And I think the mother might be one of those Christian women who think God chose you and you can fight through this. Because remember, his dad cheated on his mom, right? His grandfather cheated on his grandmother, right? So if you're looking at this where the mother is able to coach her on how to deal with infidelity as a child, I can understand how she could grow up if she really listens to the mother, his mother. What's his name? Reggie's mother. If Kelly is listening to Reggie's mother, and remember, Kelly gets kicked out of her home, and this Reggie's mother becomes her like adopted mother in some ways, and they also introduce her to the church and like sort of indoctrinate her in that way. Obviously, she also have low self-esteem. She chose to stay as a child. This kind of cultivation of her mind makes this acceptable. Like, I believe this, if not the reason, it is a big contributing factor, I believe. I
said the other day she didn't have a chance. You're 15 and got somebody's mom talking about, "Yeah, no, man, just he cheats on you, but that's just how they are. He knows where home is."
Yeah, that sending my love and support. Kilo, I don't want your love and support right now. You disrespected me for the last time. You have I don't know if you're still in here, but you have disrespected me for the last time.
Based on this interview, she's still competing by letting women know she will do anything for a clang dyke bar. I hope that wasn't a slur, right? All right.
I am here. Don't do me husband. Don't call me husband when you're in there watching something else while your husband is out here laboring for the household. That's wild to me. I am sad now.
Stop calling Kelly. Tell her you need to leave them other girls alone. My mom will go off. That's your wife.
Yeah.
She would say that to you. My mom, because I was going to marry this other girl, and my mom said, "Reggie, if you marry,"
he's a teenager. This man has been telling this woman for 33 years, "I don't want you. Leave me alone." He is telling his mom, "I don't want her. Stop calling her and telling her that I'm gonna marry her. Can't you see that I want these Latin women?"
He said I wasn't gonna marry. Jesus forgive Themis. All right. You're back in my I love you more now.
Amen.
Thank you. Once we're good Christian people, it's fine. I was gonna marry another one. You want to know? I think the mom saw her as someone who he can control and would be there to support him and stick by him. I think the mom was looking for someone like her to do to him what she did to her father. I think this was all a scheme set up by his mom.
Balls, I would have
Need a good, reliable, worn out handbag, son. Not something you want.
other girls at my house, and my mom would call her.
Yeah, and let me know.
This other girl at the house, but don't you worry about it, Kelly.
Yep.
He gonna marry you.
That's right.
Your mom used to say that.
Yes.
I'd be like, Mama, why are you calling her? Why are you calling
She was
Kelly?
snitching.
I'm going off. And I'm like, I'm 18. You act like I'm in my 30s. Like, stop calling Kelly. Tell her you need to leave them other girls alone. My mom would go off. That's your wife.
Yeah.
She would say that to you.
My mom, because I was gonna marry this other girl, and my mom said, Reggie, if you marry that other girl, she not maternal, and she gonna cheat on you.
Yep.
And she's not gonna be a good mother. And you know.
I clocked that mother. I clocked that entire mother. That mother is no. That is insane. That is, your mother is looking for someone who is not going to cheat on you, who is maternal, while you're cheating. You're cheating on her currently. She knows, your mother knows that you're cheating on this girl. And your mother said, that's the one you should marry, the one you're cheating on that I'm calling, that I want you to be with because she's a good mother and she won't cheat on you while you're cheating on someone else. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Kelly. You Petty, you said it. She didn't stand a chance. Kelly didn't stand a chance. Kelly did, after she got pregnant and moved in with this man, Kelly didn't stand a chance. Poor Kelly. Justice for Kelly. I mean, she might not like other women, and she might be flexing with her dusty marriage, and she might be preaching and leading people astray, but like, justice for Kelly.
Reminded me to go and get my meds so I don't end up like that. Make sure.
The self-awareness left the chat. It's been gone. Self-awareness was not in the chat.
Oh, my mother, her words carry weight, and still, my mom's 73 almost, and her words still carry weight in my life right now. Matter of fact, since my dad transitioned, she just recently moved in with us, and because my wife was like, yo.
Oh, that mother was setting up her whole life. That mother was like, you know what? This old man over here, after all that cheating and dipping it and doing it, he's been doing whatever. I now need to find a woman for my son who I can control and who is going to also be there and take his cheating so that I can move in. Period. I think the mom is diabolical. I blame the mother.
Son, don't marry that woman. She's a cheater. It's the worst thing you can do to someone, son.
How can you maybe she had demons. Why didn't the mother want the son to go fight those demons for her? Why didn't the mother should have said, you know what, son, she's gonna cheat, but it's the spirit of infidelity. Go stick it out with her.
It's the fact that the mother is speaking out of both sides of her lip. And on the phone talking about, no, you've been graced by God to deal with his cheating, darling. He doesn't want all these women. He's going to marry you. Son, stop talking to her. Don't you know what she was going to do to you? Cheating. That thing that I'm telling this girl to put up with or whatever.
Because only women should put up with cheating in the mother's mind. I blame the mother, and you sitting there thinking you won is nasty work. It is nasty work. I don't like the smug smile on your face right now because that is wild. I am so sorry, young lady. Lady, I know you think you won. You haven't. You're being used. Ugh.
Yeah, your mom can live here forever because she's been my wife's mentor and told her, hang in there.
Right.
My mom would say things, don't allow.
Hang in there. Oh my God. Hold up. I remember this part. You could talk, but I have to find this picture.
The mom is her mentor. You ain't got to tell us. I clocked that immediately. I promise I haven't seen nothing about. I have not watched anywhere down this length, back here. we know. Hang in there. We know that was her mentor.
Oh my God. Okay. I found it. You know, when Rocky's like getting beat up, and so his coach comes over. Remember, like I think his eye was swollen. They had to like cut it open or something so he could see. He's like, "Hang in there, champ. You can do it. You're not getting beat. You're getting mad." This is wild. The idea that this man is beating you up and his mom come over here like your coach. How you doing? You need some water. You got it. You got it, champ.
Hanging there is nasty work. Hanging there is nasty work. His mom setting up her retirement plan, and Kelly's back is diabolical and nasty work. Sure is. Absolutely is.
Oh,
wow.
I misread. I thought like she snatched the 401k or something, and I missed it. I thought I missed some critical information.
They are her 401k. That's her for. The mom did what she needed to secure her life. After all that cheating, the mom was dragging someone else in it.
In contrast, my ex-boyfriend at 17 spent the night crying on our front porch, professed marriage. Mom shooed him off. Brothers threw a Kleenex box. The end. And you ended up on Themis and Those. I think they made the right decision.
Shut up. Why are you like this?
Be sure to leave a like, by the way, you guys who are watching. It helps the algorithm.
Thank you, Petty. Please like the stream. Petty said like the stream.
Bad chapter to end the story. Stick it out. He's worth hanging with. He's gonna be a preacher one day. These are things my mom was saying.
When he was far from it.
I used to look at my mom like, you crazy, and she crazy.
Okay, so when she said I had a dream that he was preaching, the dream was the mother. She said I had a dream that he's going to be a preacher. That's the dream that mother instilled in your head this entire time. Got it. Talking about God. God ain't told you nothing. That mother told you this.
We're crazy.
There's no way in the world I could be a preacher. I'm dyslexic and a felon.
Nothing wrong with that. People have disabilities, and that's okay.
I knew she was the brains behind whatever operation this was. Whatever scamming going on at that church. If any scamming is happening at that church, if I don't know anything happening, she gonna get locked up too. Ain't no way this man controlling nothing. Can barely even speak.
That's probably why he don't quote the scripture right. I meant that as a matter of fact, not as a joke. It just didn't come out right. Well, it came out right.
You meant what you said. You said what you said. You meant it.
I was like, well, why didn't you say that at the beginning, sir? I would have gave you a lot more grace. I would give you the type of grace your wife gave you. Well, not that much, but this is the men's panel I begged for all year. Where are the men? I haven't seen the men when I come on.
They're there. They're in the chat.
Learning disability. And I'm a felon. And y'all up here talking about I'm going to go preach around the world. Now here it is. I preached in New Zealand.
He right. Whoever lifting this man up as a preacher, they're terrible for it.
Who God used.
Period.
We are no one to choose who God uses. Now, we can choose who we give our money to. And if you give your money to this church, I do have some questions, because I believe if God want to use somebody, then you won't have to give your money to them. They'll just be used, right? I feel like. No, you don't think so?
No.
All
I
right.
think they should send the tray around so you donate. And
Older women leading younger women astray.
Is it astray or to marriage?
Ashtray, leading them to the ashtray to be burned or something.
To kick up dust.
Lily has been a member for 30 months.
Thank you, Lily.
I preached in Australia. I preached in London. I done preached in Jamaica, the Bahamas, and the list goes on.
God.
You know, Proverbs 18:16 says your gift
will
make room for you.
And so it's been amazing these 28 years.
For a great man.
Yeah, and especially these last 20, because
your gift will make room for you. Ask him what his gift is. Her. She the gift. She the gift, lifting him up, bailing him out of prison.
we've been pastoring now for 20 years this year.
Yep.
And even with that, my wife, I said, baby, all these other pastors won't give me any money. And I said, I need your whole paycheck. And she gave me, that's how we started.
All of these pastors are trying to say I'm a scammer. I have no training, they says. They says sweeping the floor at your dad's church is not formal training to be a pastor or a leader in the religious place, sir. I need your entire check. Okay. You're on mute.
And I was just saying, City Boys up. Period.
I need to know why did he's not gonna ask. That's such an issue, actually. My refrigerator's screaming at me. That's an issue, actually. I need the interviewer to ask, why did none of the preachers believe in you? Do you think they are not like graced by God, or like are they evil? Do you think they're the devil actually, and they're false prophets or something because they wouldn't invest in you when you were sent by God to be a preacher? Like, I would be interested to know why they didn't want to invest in him. Mind you, his dad is a preacher who would also, it doesn't sound like, would invest in him. Or your dad is one of these preachers. Did he not give you money? You could have asked him. It had to be your wife's paycheck in particular.
No, but what you're doing is like some level of intellectual curiosity. This man over here does not have that. And it's not even like super important like questions like we're asking about the world. It's just curiosity about what is being said. Like, you're invested in the story and you're like trying to find the different parts to explain the whys and the hows and the whens, right? He does not have any of that, like, at all. Are you reading this?
Plot twist. Mammy still is the winner. Oop.
Great man. Yeah, and especially these last 20, because we've been pastoring now for 20 years this year.
Yep.
And even with that, my wife, I said, baby, all these other pastors won't give me any money. And I said, I need your whole paycheck.
Yep.
And she gave me, that's how we started Kingdom.
True.
Why did he laugh?
Because he know he a fool. He know that man sitting there calling him a goofball, and she's silly too. He know it. He know exactly what we know.
That's why he's laughing. He's laughing because he's like, this is dumb. You were dumb. This is not okay. You're lucky it worked out. Apparently they have like a huge church now. So something worked.
He like, you got a sister?
$1,300. We started the flea market.
Yep.
With 37 people.
Yes.
Now we got over 10,000 members. A couple thousand of them show up every Sunday. We bought 10 acres in our 10th year of pastoring.
Yep.
You know, so God has been good.
He's been good.
But again.
So what would you say, Reggie?
One would think the things of this world is enough God necessarily, but because the rich is fine. They made it. So at the end of the storm, they made it. Ooh. He used her money and built his church, and she's the brains behind the church. I saw them both preach. I looked it up. She was way better than him. He can barely speak.
It's crazy. He go in her wallet, take her paycheck, and be like, "Thanks, God." Oh my God. Oh, you're so good, God. What would I do without you?
What would you say to the man that may look at his woman and say, "See, I told you, there's hope for me after all," but he may be using that as manipulation to keep that.
Finally some interest. Because you understand, I think this is the part he gets. Because I think that's what his platform is about.
With 37 people, now we got over 10,000 members. A couple thousand of them show up every Sunday. We bought 10 acres in our 10th year of pastoring. You know, so God has been good.
He's been good.
But again,
so what would you say, Reggie? What would you say to the man that may look at his woman and say, "See, I told you, there's hope for me after all," but he may be using that as manipulation to keep that woman in bondage to his foolishness? How can you been that type of dude? Is there any word of advice you can give to give people a level of discernment and or give that man conviction if he tries to use your story as something to keep his wife in bondage?
Well, 1 Corinthians 13 and 11 says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. I understood as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. You got to get to a place where you eventually man up and be.
No. Re-ask the question. How do you get the discernment? Not the man. Not telling men that they should ultimately man up. Absolutely not. How do women find out which men to invest in? He cannot say because he was not the man to invest in. He can't. There is nothing he can tell you to decipher which men are good to invest in and which men aren't, because he was not the man to invest in.
And the advice is stupid anyway, because his answer is like, "Oh, well, what would you say to men who might use this to manipulate people? Don't do that." Oh, all right, thanks.
Miss Magic. Because you should not be investing in dusty men who are cheating on you and abusing you and like felons, like actual felons who actually did the crime, holding people up at gunpoint. Like, what do you mean?
You don't think so? Oh, that's why you single now. That's why you single now. Because you don't want to date a dyslexic felon. That's y'all problem. Matter of fact, women in the chat, y'all want a man who's 6 feet tall, 6 figure. I don't know what the other one is. 6.
Yeah, what's the other 6?
6 pack.
Oh, it's 6 pack. Because it can't be.
Yeah, I was thinking. Anyway, that's y'all problem. Y'all looking for that.
No, what can it be, Petty? What can it be?
Well, never mind. I was going to bring up the other Mr. Still I brought up earlier.
That is wild. No, I'm leaving that alone. If that last 6 says any. And so y'all mad that.
Who God has called you to be. You can't, you're aging, but you're not maturing.
Right.
It's time for you to turn the corner, and really be the whole and complete man that God has called you to be. That's what I would tell that man. I would tell him, you got to identify those things in your life so you can crucify them, because what you don't confront, you can't conquer, because not everybody is wired like Kelly Steele.
Right.
Even when I started the church, I felt like every woman should be her. And I couldn't understand why women wouldn't fight for their marriage. I'm like, but
Wait, is that what they're teaching? Well, I don't know why I'm taking that like I'm surprised. Yes, obviously that's right. Every woman should not be her. If you want something in life, if you aim for something in life, make sure that on that it's not her. There is a not in your mood board, on your vision board. Don't put it on there. Her. Put her on the I don't want board. Like, what's the anti-law of attraction? Repellent. You want whatever spirit this is, it should be repelled. It should be repelled. It should. That is wild. Every woman. Why aren't women fighting for their marriages? Are the women cheating? Are the women the ones cheating?
Right now in East Orange, it's 69 degrees with light rain. Tonight, the forecast is around 64 with showers.
The forecast is around 64 with showers.
Sorry, I don't understand.
My wife fought for me. And you know what some of the women would tell me? I'm not Kelly.
Right.
And it took me a couple of years.
Right.
You know, to realize, you know what, you don't have the grace.
No.
And so, and I can remember for years, my wife.
When you say you don't have the grace, let's get back to our initial argument. What does that mean now, Petty?
Grace, isn't that like that thing you put on your knee, like a knee brace or something that helps you when you like knee pads? You know what I'm talking about? Like when you have to get down on that doormat, you know.
You want to know something really weird? If I were a woman in the church, their church, I wouldn't feel bad about praising her. I'd be like, I am not as gracious and into the Lord as Kelly. I think Kelly is like one of the strongest warriors. I truly think she is. It's just not me. I'm not as strong as Kelly is. Kelly is a really strong woman. I would praise her. I would praise her and differentiate her. I would be like, yeah, she's just a whole nother level.
Oh, we're gonna find out some of the women in her church are weak and tempted.
The patience to listen to naps is exhausting. No, you should not be exhausted. You should be eating popcorn, chilling. It's on Friday. We're not going out because we're single. We're single.
I just got what a nab is.
You didn't know what a nab is?
No.
What does it mean?
I can't say. It's a bad word.
Which one?
The last one.
What is the A?
A.
What does A stand for?
The A word.
What is N?
Nothing.
Oh.
I forgot about the A. You were trying to do the math. I was like, oh yeah, the A. That doesn't count.
Hey, Alyssa.
I'm agnostic but raised Christian, but isn't 666 Satan? Never mind.
It is. It's the mark of the beast. La Bista. What? No. Demon's listing face is his resting face with his stink. No, it's not.
wife and my mother-in-law would tell me, we need to start a divorce care because some people are going to get divorced. And I'm like, no, everybody's going to stay married. We're not going to have any casualties. And But then I realized Malachi 2:16 says that God, he hates divorce. He does not hate us, but he hates how the enemy will come in and divide and separate. And I realized we need to start a divorce care. So we started that to help people land back on their feet. But our first suggestion is, let's get you in here. Let's get you some therapy so you will fight for your marriage. But then there's some that
are the men fighting for their marriages? It feels very specifically women.
I think it's I have no proof, obviously, but I feel like it's also kind of predatory in a cult way, because when they say, oh, well, we'll just get you some therapy first to work on fighting for your marriage, it's just like a licensed clinician, or are we going to come to some church therapist who are going to help you work through your problems, and their work through your problems is going to be your mom, and they're talking about how every man cheats sometimes, and you gotta
I feel like his mom is leading the ministry. Reginald's mother is probably leading the ministry on like staying together. I don't like that. No, it's fine, Jay. It's okay. I have a stank face, apparently.
that are like, you know what, Pastor, I've been dealing with this joker too long. I don't have the grace to do it anymore. And sometimes it go down like that. We know we live in a day and time where the average marriage is 8 years and 2 months.
And
only 34% of African Americans are married right now. And 50 years ago, it was in the 80+%. They said in the next 20 years,
it's gonna be a teens.
Yeah. They were married, but they were abandoned and they were being cheated on, having a bunch of. Oh, that's the kind of marriage you're saying to stick and fight through. My bad.
18%.
18, 17%. That's where we are.
We're in a crisis.
We are in a crisis. You got to make up in your mind to fight for your marriage.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that we do that is help.
Something weird if both people were quote unquote fighting for their marriages. It would be good, but only one person is being told to fight. That does not work. Like, obviously that does not work, but I think part of why it's okay for them to say it is because they expect the woman to be long-suffering and the man to do what he wants until he can't do it anymore. Or until he gets locked up.
Us is that we date each other every week. There's 168 hours in the week. We always date on Friday, sometime even Tuesday, because we're empty nesters. And when I'm out of town on a Friday, maybe preaching at another church, we'll go out on Thursdays.
Right.
Now you a strong one, because if he out of town by himself preaching in another town, I'm just going to assume he's cheating. No ifs, ands, or buts. He's cheating.
I understand. My mom always taught me what you put in your wife is what's going to come out of her.
Right.
It took me a while to.
So we're going to hear her cheating stories, and we're going to hear her talk about how she also was out robbing people and stuff. Like, what did you get out of her that you put in her? Because I'm curious.
Right.
To figure that out.
Right.
But I'm grateful that I figured it out. Another thing that's helped us is we believe in having hard conversations.
Right.
You know.
See, that's part of it. When you say what you're saying, what wisdom would you give to somebody? I think that people today don't want to have honest conversations, hard conversations. That, for instance, anytime somebody sits down with you, meets you, says you're cute, but you're a little bigger than I'm used to, that's we kicked it off with a hard conversation. So I'm not offended.
You should be offended if someone is meeting you for the first time and they sit down and told you you're bigger than they're used to. You can get the F out of my face, because we're not going to continue this conversation. Who are you? Do you know anything about me and my life for you to make that the first statement out of your mouth? That is not an honest conversation. That's called negging. It is psychologically not okay. That is weird.
In the truth, right? So I think that people need to realize if they want a relationship, it's okay to be honest and have those conversations. It doesn't mean that I don't want you. It just means I'm sharing this. I'm interested, but this is what I would like.
I would ask again, what don't you like about him? Be specific. Name some physical attributes about him that you don't like right now. Be specific. Because when you were asked initially, you said he was perfect. Why did you lie? I like his name. No. Was he the perfect man? What did you not like about him physically? Don't tell me about the cheating, because apparently you were fine with that. What don't you like about him physically? Take him apart from me. No, you won't do that. Why? Because it's disrespectful. Yeah, well, maybe he shouldn't do that to you either.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I think we've got a lot of people too today that are giving advice, yet have no experience.
Yeah,
I call that
they talk the talk, but don't walk the walk.
My husband and I were talking about. I call that the new artificial intelligence. You have a lot to say, but have no
media gurus.
You have no experience.
You've never been married, but you got all this marital advice.
Right. So now what you're giving is.
I ain't going to do it. I am not going to do it.
All these single people want to give marital advice, ain't got no experience. They could take a page or two out of our book. And it's crazy.
A page or 2 or 5, maybe 5 pages out of my book.
They're correct, but for the wrong reason, and they don't realize it. But they will after they check their DM out. Hopefully they will.
I know they're getting dragged for filth.
I wonder what church this Sunday is going to be like for them.
Is this the first Sunday since they released this?
I think it's gone really, really viral this last week. So this might be their first Sunday since it's gone mega viral.
Is a false. You're giving false statements.
Did you say that's the artificial intelligence?
That's true. That's the real AI.
Let me ask you this: how did you not internalize that and say, "Well, maybe I can go lose some weight"?
I actually started working out that week.
She lost like
that week.
I was like, when I saw her like a week or two later, we saw each other every day. I'm like, hey, you're losing weight.
Yeah.
She's like, you told me I was bigger than what you used to, so I'm making it happen.
Yeah.
Really?
It's probably very difficult for him to let go of someone like that. You don't know this woman and you told her she's bigger and you meet her the next week and she's losing weight and she was like, you told me to do it. Yeah, that's a doormat. That is definitely a doormat. Because she's not even losing weight because she thinks she wants to lose weight. She's losing weight because you told her to. And she's losing it quick because you told her to.
It'd be nice if she could be like, oh, I have low self-esteem and you cheating is making my self-worth drop. And he would be like, oh, just like that. Oh, I don't have to. Well, I'll stop. Just like you started losing weight for me. These two are snake oil salespeople, grifters.
The thing is, I do think they're grifters, and I think she's the brains behind it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's how I feel. No evidence whatsoever. That's just the feeling I get by watching.
No, I think he's trying to fool us by saying he has a learning disability, and he's trying to disarm us with that. But really, he's the brains. That's my guess. That's all. I also have no evidence.
Really?
And it wasn't from. So when you look at that, what was that? Would you feel like that was motivated from a healthy mindset?
Of course not.
So
of course
it was approval.
Complete. It was. If this is what you want, this is what I'll give you.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't a situation where you were starving yourself unhealthy and being bulimic or nothing, was it?
I wasn't bulimic, but I definitely was
starving herself. Yeah.
I'm a big girl. Don't take much to starve.
When I met her, she was one.
Don't take much.
When I met her, she was 175.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm used to 125 too.
Yeah.
She 5'6", 175, and she.
The fact that the very next question isn't, when you found out she was losing weight, were you concerned about how quickly this was being done? Did you know she was starving herself at that time? How did you engage with that? Are you all still doing that now? Like the lack of care is insane to me from the interviewer, but also I think this might be true to some extent. They might be embellishing for maximum impact. I don't know. It just feels very surreal. It feels fantastical. Patty.
Famous, there is a backlash response video from them. Will you review that too, please?
I think you're going to review it, all right? I don't know when.
I'd like to tomorrow, but it depends on how that does, depending.
Let me know. I will let Petty's gonna do it. I might come after him later or some other time, but yeah,
I need to find the clips, all of the clips, and put them together.
All right.
Peters has been a member for 38 months.
She was the wrong color.
Right.
I was used to,
that part.
So I'm like, man, you messing up my whole flow. Because I'm going to predominantly Hispanic and black school.
Right.
She was at the white school in our neighborhood, which I didn't go there because they didn't allow you to play quarterback. So I had to use my uncle's address to go to school in the hood.
Right.
That's a whole nother story.
That's a whole nother
because
story.
that's back. We're both graduates of 1991.
Yeah, we still ended up together.
Yeah.
So we know there was a God thing, but
yeah.
So you tell me. So what made you keep?
You know that you can go to prison in some states for this. I don't know what state they're in. But lying about your student, where your child lives, to go to the school, whatever. I mean, he wanted to go to a bad school, so apparently no one would have cared.
I'm still on. She was the wrong color, and she was starving herself. And she went to a predominantly white school, but he wasn't the wrong color for her. I
Yeah.
I don't care. We already know about preferences in the community and whatnot.
No, we do care. Speak your truth, Petty. Do not be silenced by my disinterest.
No, I already gave my 6 hours. Now you got to give yours.
Keep coming back to her. She's not your preference.
She lived down the street.
I would always feed him.
So you said convenience?
Very much.
I-
'Cause I lived 30. All my other girlfriends lived 30 minutes away. She lived about 3 minutes away.
Reggie sounds terrible. Reggie is getting worse and worse.
And worse and worse.
But I would always feed you.
She would feed me.
He always had a meal ready.
Oh man, listen.
I said, women, you got to feed him.
And she would give me money. She worked at Lane Bryant.
So she doesn't know why he was with her. He got a mule. You feed him, you gave him your body, you gave him your money, you literally gave him everything. Of course he's gonna come back. That is so sad. Because I don't think she knows what love is. And now that they've made it to where she's built up an empire with him, sure, he's gonna stay. She got money. They got money now. Like,
you keep saying they are embellishing the bad parts. I actually think they're embellishing the good parts. I think that nostalgia and loneliness will keep people, it gets in the way of walking away from someone. And I think when they talk about those, how much chemistry they had and how he looked at her and immediately knew that was his wife. I think those are the parts that are made up, not her starving herself and him saying, I date 125-pound, big titty Latinas or boo or whatever, my bad. I don't think those parts are embellished. I think him going over and using her whole check that she got from working at Lane Bryant or wherever, I think those are the parts that are true. And he is misremembering this as like, I think he's misremembering the other parts as more significant than they actually are. When in reality, these are the things that kept him around.
yeah, I mean, I think I'm just psychologically not able to accept that a woman, a person just went through this and just stayed. Like, it's just very difficult for me to mentally conceptualize like a person who can go through this. Okay, just can't. Like your self-esteem, your sense of self, psychosis, like religion, like it takes a kind of.
He says his father was a pastor, just like he is, with 10 children. Do you believe that's true at all?
Yeah.
And his grandfather seems like he's the same way, was a deacon. And his mom accepted the same thing and was grooming this girl, it seemed like, and is also present in the church. Seems like the same way this woman is. His grandma was probably the same way. He said his brothers were out doing the same thing that he's doing. So this community, the church that he grew up in, the community he grew up in, the neighborhood he grew up in, the neighborhood she grew up in, the schools they went to, this is probably like a widespread issue, and this is normalcy there.
Yeah, but I think what I'm trying to speak to, like, I think a lot of this could happen, but I feel like it takes it to another level when you're outwardly talking about it and embarrassing her with it. It feels too intentional and too open and vulnerable in a way that feels like you're peeking in on something that you should not be seeing. And for them to be talking about it, laughing about it, abusing her essentially this way, and her to be okay with this kind of abuse of herself, of her personhood being so public for our consumption, it feels more orchestrated and PR than real life. That's all I'm saying. But I don't think you're wrong. I don't have any way of proving my theory, but it just feels like a lot. Like this feels like a lot.
But didn't Bobby and Whitney exist? I was like probably very like too young. I don't even know what their public relationship was like, but aren't there examples of people who like are so in love with each other and talk about how great they are and then describe their relationship and it's terrible, and we can see that it's terrible? Aren't there people who, I see Facebook posts of people who talk about how they want to their boyfriend knock their head between the washer and dryer? That's a literal phrase that I've seen more than once. That specific.
Yeah, no. I'm not arguing against you. I'm not. I don't even think you're wrong. I find it really orchestrated and planned and prepped, and like it feels like the most impact. Like one person going through this feels like one person going through a multiple different lives of like trash people. Like it feels like multiple different lives of like just bad experiences for women at every age, and she's just going through all of them.
But if you look at who's our president, matter of fact, because the way I watched this interview, have you heard about the school pew that happened on the college campus? The way I watched this interview, and they asked the same question that they ask every week that this happens for the past 17 or however many years. Are you going to do anything about, I don't know, guns? And the way the president looked these journalists in the eye and said, there's an old saying, guns don't shoot people, people shoot people. And the way I would have sat there if I was a journalist in this room and said, question, Mr. President, what do the people shoot the people with? Genius. Just like that. What if this man sitting in this interview has grown up in an environment where nobody has ever, in a condescending way, asked him that question, where he has grown up with a mother who has coddled him, a father who told him, cheat on your wife with 10 women, 6 women, like I did, just don't father children with them and you'll be okay. And a grandfather who did the same, and brothers who did the same, in a community who's okay with this, in a congregation that he teaches of 10,000 who are okay with this, and probably church leaders who are aware of his life, who are all okay with this. And he comes on an interview expecting to be well received. I believe it is not PR. I believe this is the life that he lives. And
No. But I'm talking about her willingness to engage with it and how she's engaging with it. It could be true, and you're probably right that it is in fact true. I'm saying that the way she engages with it feels very distant, in a way that maybe she doesn't know she's been abused. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't know she's been abused. But the way she engages with it feels, from my perspective, that this just feels like PR. I mean, it could be real, and they're just using it for PR, right? And so they're telling the story in a very PR way. Bad PR, mind you.
Okay.
They don't consider it abuse, yeah.
I'm like, this girl's a senior in high school working at the mall. I'm like, man, and then again, when we would talk, we had chemistry.
We did.
She just wasn't my preference. And see, that's again, a lot.
That she wasn't my preference is killing me, because she doesn't fully understand this. He does not like you. He's not attracted to you, but you give him money, you give him food, you take care of him, you show. No, actually, no, I can't do that. She was a child. He was taking advantage of her. I think there is. How do you feel about this? I don't want to hear myself when I say this, because I don't want to. Tell me what you think about this, because I'm thinking about it loudly. Do you believe, and to what extent do you believe, there are a lot of women who are with men who don't like them or want them a lot in the community? And they are working, they're saying, oh, I love this man, I love these men, whatever. But one, there's this fear that that's the only group of men they can get. And two, even with the men, they can get the way that they're getting these men is by providing for them, caring for them, giving their bodies to them, having children with them, knowing that these men don't want them at all for real. They're only there because the men have not developed into whatever they could be. And if they do, they won't be there with them at all. My fear, hearing her story, is that maybe not in the most abusive way that we are seeing here, but a lot of these women are giving themselves over to men because they want a man there, but they don't think they deserve a man, or they're just bending over backwards to keep men there. And it's kind of getting annoying.
You're going to have to break down that compound question, sir.
How do you think women are, and to what extent do you think women are engaging to keep men by knowing they don't want them, but doing everything to make it easier for the man to choose them?
I think, okay, knowing they don't want them.
She knows this man don't want her.
She does know that. I believe she does know that. Doing everything, but I don't believe this is a community-wide issue.
All right.
And the other part, doing everything they can, I do believe
But
that.
no, can you engage with, you don't think it's a community-wide issue?
I think like the same way the We Was Kings rhetoric is widespread. We was kings and queens. I think the general belief, you're talking about like the Black community, right? Is that we all love each other a lot. Or that if we don't, it's like actually an equal split. Like either we love each other or hate each other. But I don't think there's a rhetoric that one side loves each other while the other side doesn't. So there wouldn't be like women liking men, but the men don't like them back. Or
wait, you don't think there is a thing that women like men that men don't like them?
Like as a general belief, no.
So, but you think, is that a truth? So are you saying that you think
as
that
a truth, I do believe that, yeah.
But you are saying the women don't know that the men don't like them.
I don't think they know that, no.
So when they're being treated poorly, they think this is love?
I think they believe this is not love. This might be, I'm thinking about a friend I had who rationalized the actions of someone she dated as like he didn't love himself, or he was never treated good, so he didn't know what to do, or like she like wanted so desperately to believe in him. Like, I don't know how to describe what she felt about him. Like even this woman in this video, and how she sees so much potential in this man who like talks about how he's not interested in being a pastor. He's not interested in being good. He doesn't want to treat her right. And instead of letting him go, she wants desperately for him to just be a better person. And I don't know quite how to explain that. It's like throwing your money at an investment that you want that is just falling down. You're just watching your stock fall to the ground, but you're so emotionally invested in it, you just want it to go back up. Like, I'm gonna pull out my investment. Sunken cost fallacy, that's what it's called. I don't know, there's like a sunken cost fallacy in the community.
But when you say you're wishing for them to be better, you are saying in their current state, you do know they don't like you.
I don't think they interpret it as not liking them.
All right.
I think they interpret it as something else, like maybe it's he's struggling with mental illness. If he could just get a therapist, if we could just go to couples counseling, if he just gets a good job, this is because we're financially stressed. If he could just get a good job, this is because we're not married. If he gives me a title, if we have a baby, we'll be more connected. It is never going to be because he doesn't like me. It's going to be something else.
Yeah. So I did a video on limerence, and I do understand. I applied it. Limerence is an individual psychological identifier of feelings, but I tried to do a sociological broad scale application within the Black community. The reason I don't want to use limerence as a justification generally is because I added that theory more globally, and I don't think anyone has ever added. I've never seen it, so I don't want to like just lean into my own theory. I'm not going to use limerence as a broad scale kind of thing, but if I could and felt confident enough to do it, I would, but I'm not going to cite myself. Yeah, I can do that.
About sociology, would that be in that realm?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go and make the literature myself.
Weird. It's just hard for me to accept that people who are being treated poorly, I'm not saying you have to leave. I'm saying it's complicated, but would still believe someone loved them in the poor treatment. But I do know there are traumas associated psychologically with being abused that would have people think they're loved, particularly if that you've experienced that in childhood. So I'm trying to like grapple with that, but that's not currently necessary right now. That kind of tension is not currently necessary.
They're doing their best to survive in a patriarchy with a tried and true methodology. She just happens to be using religion to justify and rationalize everything. That's how I think he would read it. Hi, Jamal.
Hey, Jamal.
I got a lot of friends that are single right now. Yep. They're divorced, single. They want exotic.
Right.
I'm like, some of y'all need to get you an auntie.
That's right. That can make.
Maybe it is fantastical. maybe
that is insane to me. To sit there and think this man loves you is wild. To sit up, this is insane to me. I might have to do a part 2 tomorrow.
That's right. That can make
That's a whole different conversation. So my wife's like, baby, what does that supposed to mean? You saying I'm auntie? I said, baby, you an auntie.
That's all right. It's okay.
I said, you used to be exotic.
I used to be.
Well, you a grandma now.
I'm 52.
Even the other day I told her, I said, you auntie exotic.
Yeah.
Mind you, she does look great for 52. Like, let's be very clear about that. But that is wild. And she's like thinking when he says you look exotic, that is like a compliment. Like I think her psyche is so messed up.
I just realized when he said much earlier, you're the wrong color. I feel like she would be considered light skinned where I grew up.
Yeah.
That's like way past now, but the grace. Why does he berate her so much? Does he? Maybe he hates her. Like maybe it's not even he doesn't like her. He's not attracted. Maybe he just hates her. Like actually just hates her. Why? Like why would you do this?
Can you read this? Like this feels hateful to me. And the both of them laughing like, oh, you look like an auntie.
Watch my fellow Black women in nursing. The men they pick who are clearly below them seem to be seen as projects more than partners to get these men to their level, sadly.
Not you trying to spit facts, but I think this might be the Beauty and the Beast syndrome, where it's like these women really be out here trying to level men up. There's a fear that I have, and it's like this gnawing thing in the back of my mind that comes out every now and then, where I think deep down, am I gonna get in trouble for this? I'm trying to think if someone in my life would be mad at me about it. It is my truth. It is my truth. I'm gonna say it. I think that a lot of Black women actually do know. They do not believe that Black men generally love Black women, but true or not. And I think they think if Black men were to elevate, Black men would not choose Black women. And I think some of the cuddling, and I think some of the engagement, and like, you are king and you can't do anything, you can't go to school, you need to like we need to take care of you because you fight so hard out there in the world. I think some of that language, I feel like the impulse is to I don't think it comes from a very good place. I think it's good in the way that I think they care, not all, some, but it sometimes feels too fantastic for even you to believe it. So for you to be saying it and engaging the way that you're engaging only serves to not help. I think there is a fear that these Black men, if they become successful, will not choose Black women. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm going to leave it there. There's a more fleshed out way to talk about it, but I need to write it down and then come back. Thoughts?
I was going to say, do you think Black women are sabotaging them to keep them down?
No. I don't think it's sabotage. That's what I was trying not to do. I think it's more akin to culture and what is expected, but what is expected not on a, I don't know if it's like a super conscious level. It's cuddling. It's like a very specific kind of cuddling that does lead to, I think, sabotage. I think we don't, and maybe men do it in every culture, but it feels sometimes like, I always felt like there's always someone helping me, or like, but in my life, they push me forward. But I can see how a lot of this could hold someone back. Dr. Katrina said, I see you, I hear you, but I don't think that's it. Black women really do see Black men as super. They can't. I don't believe this. I don't, if you believe someone is what you say they are, like we are amazing, we are smart, we are great, and I believe this, by the way. But if you believe this, you would let us, like, you wouldn't, the progressives in particular wouldn't be telling men they can't go to school, that they're going to fail out of, like, sorry, that's how my interpretation of the progressive saying you're about to fail out of school. Like, it doesn't feel like they believe we can win. The very specifically super progressive group. It feels like they feel like we are conquered, but they're lying to us, telling us that we are kings and superheroes. But they treat us like we are conquered and that we have nothing, that we can't overcome. It feels inconsistent. I should do some more writing on this and come back. I'm trying to do, again, a large-scale analysis that I shouldn't. Any thoughts?
It's going to require cognitive function that I only have before 10:41 p.m. And it's 10:42. When it comes to progressive specifically, I'm questioning I'm realizing that people can compartmentalize things like specifics. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't believe. I think they can completely disengage that part of their brain. Think of when you talk to some Christians, for example, and they come up, and your audience is very educated, I like to think. There are a lot of masters, there's probably some doctorates in here, and they go off and they get these degrees that require 8-10 years of school. Some of these people are going to colleges for. And then when you ask them to meaningfully engage with the idea that, hey, do you think your religion is misogynistic? And they say no. And you say, well, what about this entire passage that talks about how men are superior to women in intellect? And their brain just turns off and it starts short circuiting and stuff like that. I think people are unable to completely disengage with an entire area of thought. So I think maybe that might be what progressives are doing in that area. Just not engaging, not thinking about it at all, and turning their brain off. I don't necessarily think they believe that Black men aren't capable. I think they could be avoiding it altogether, avoiding even starting the thought about the conversation to even grapple with it. So, like, some people don't want to look up the 1350 rule to even parse it out. 1350, not the rule, but the stat to even look into the data, parse it out, and figure it out, and do that. Like, some people don't even want to start.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reality with this. The cogs have not even started turning to even begin to know if they believe in the Black man. Do they believe in the Black man? Y'all know what? At this point, I need me a wife. We could all use a wife. Alexis. Why? Thank you. You don't believe that he doesn't want you. You convince yourself that you can change his mind. You believe you can win him over by showing how good you are, plus that you are best choice delusional.
Thank you.
I don't know about best choice. He'll, if you let him tell it. For some women, it's words over actions. If he says, I like you or you're my wife, they will dismiss poor treatment. What if he has poor actions in words? Then I can just cling to him. Cognitive dissonance. Is that the word?
Yeah, well, she was, I think Dr. Katrina was responding to my response to her. And we were talking about the cuddling thing, my theory, but it's not fully fleshed out, and I should not have fully engaged.
That's right. I'll take it.
So even though you say that she's not your preference, clearly you're attracted to your wife.
Absolutely.
What are you attracted to?
First of all, she's beautiful. You know, I love her brains, her mind. I'm attracted. That's the first thing I was attracted to. But then
Black women, let me hold your hands as we stand up together. We are standing up. Because I don't believe you all are a part of whatever she is. Nah, this is wild. Do you love her? Are you attracted to her physically? Yeah, love her brain.
Are you attracted to her physically? What? Yes. What specifically? Oh my God. Have you seen her personality? And her smarts, her wit, her attitude, her laugh, her joy, her spirit.
I agree, Robin. Fully agree. Fully agree. A lot of men, let me get on screen to say this. Let me even get bigger to say this. I believe fully that there are a lot of men, a lot of them, that want more than 50-50. They want you to provide, but they don't want you to say anything about it. They want the advantage of you being the trad wife, but they will never provide a life for you to be the trad wife in. They want you to work, but they want to feel like the 1950s men, and they want you to carry the burden of making them feel that way. And it's an absolutely not. You can go straight to hell. You can go straight to hell.
Then I had to pivot.
Not you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
By the way, you just made me realize, is this the first Christian conversation that we have seen without a mentioning of providing and protecting at all?
Because she the provider and the protector. Ooh, I ain't reading that.
Because she said it earlier. I was used to, heavier chest meat, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
Why is he so vulgar, first and foremost? And why is he so insistent on like insulting and degrading her? And she just there all happy. Maybe whatever prayer she prayed is actually working. Remember how she said whenever he says anything bad about him, God filters it and make it only good things? She probably can't hear a word he's saying. Because this is insane to me.
Your chest.
Yeah. And it's smaller in the other areas. Yeah. So I had to really pivot. You know what I'm saying?
To the opposite.
Yeah, to the opposite. And I made.
Remember, the question is, what do you like about her physically? I like her brains. I'm used to bigger chest meat, bigger whatever. I had to pivot. I have to pivot is wild. I actually do feel really bad for her sitting here. But she prayed to God, and Jesus is filtering all of this, and all she hears is, I love you, I'm the wife. That's it.
The adjustment, and I have for almost 35 years now.
Have you ever apologized to her for all the stuff you took her through?
Absolutely.
What was that moment like?
Man, I'll never forget. After I found out I wasn't going to prison, I got probation.
4 years.
For 4 years.
Which was the best thing, because he had to stop smoking weed, couldn't drink.
And the judge even said, if you run a stop sign during these 4 years, he said, if you flunk one drug test, I'm putting you in prison for 4 years. And so I got set free that day.
Yep.
John 8:32 says, and
so maybe the criminal justice system is, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I ain't going to say it. I'm thinking it, but I'm not going to say it. Say it.
Whatever you're going to say about the criminal justice system, I want you to take his wife out of the equation and then think that thought again and ask yourself, is it the same thought?
Wait, how do you know what I was going to say, and why do you know that would work?
I'm your brain. I am today your brain.
And them that know the truth, and the truth will make you free. And so a couple of months later, she was leading worship at my dad's church. It was Saturday morning practice. And the Lord instructed me to get a bucket of water and wash her feet and repent to her for what I put her through.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And he did.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. And I've never, ever from that day, ever washed another person's feet in my life.
Right.
Except my own.
So,
okay, yeah. But did you ever cheat again? You never washed another person's feet. That's cute. But have you ever cheated after that day?
Not very humble of him.
In that moment, how did you feel getting that moment of?
Meanwhile, Jesus was watching. Wait, did Jesus what? Let me leave that alone because I don't remember that story.
Reconciliation.
Honestly, I didn't want him to do that because I love him so much. I didn't feel
worthy.
It's I don't know if you've had that happen to you, but it's a very humbling experience.
Exactly.
To wash your feet, and it made me uncomfortable. But of course, we cried together and hugged together, and of course, I received it and loved him, but I was uncomfortable with.
Wait, do you feel weird when someone else washes your feet? I don't.
No,
I don't.
I bought that $20 massage thing from Walmart. That heats up. The one they use at the nail salon. Man,
Yeah.
I used to use that thing all the time. Oh man. No. Of course not.
With it,
But,
because you don't have to do that for me to, accept your forgiveness.
Do you realize why God allowed him and instructed him to do that?
I do now.
Why?
Because he had to it was a way of saying thank you and just humility, the humility of it,
That word, humility.
Humility.
When Jesus modeled that in the Bible, it was the greatest show of humility.
Mm-hmm.
Here's this leader. Here's this savior of the world that says, I can humble myself to wash your feet.
Yeah.
That's what masculinity truly is.
Right.
That's what husbandry really is.
It is.
It's to literally walk in humility. And so often as men, we believe that our wives are supposed to serve us and wait on us hand and feet and kiss our dirty feet and all that, instead of saying it's supposed to be the opposite.
Right.
The greatest leader is the greatest servant.
Right.
And so he had to do that in order for him to walk into what he's walking in now.
That's right.
Because had he not did that, this wouldn't be.
Right.
Yeah.
Your heart wouldn't be healed. Your marriage wouldn't be healed. Your marriage wouldn't be restored. The fruit that's coming from this marriage.
The marriage would be exactly where it is right now. She not leaving. She not doing anything. He did not have to humble himself or do anything to get her back. I don't know what this man talking about, but it's not true. By the way, whenever you're ready to go, I know it's late. I didn't realize we were on for 4 hours. So you can let me know and we can end it whenever you want.
no, I want to know how this pedicure saved their marriage and healed her from 5 years of cheating, infidelity. Also, I didn't think about it. Washing my feet's not a big deal. And maybe she's like insecure. Maybe he also makes fun of her toes and her legs or something. Like he makes fun of everything else about her and insults her.
It's true. That is fear. That is fear.
Marriage, building this ministry wouldn't be, because he'll still be walking in pride.
Right.
And he had to walk in humility in order to manifest everything that's come to pass.
Real talk. That's so good.
So
and the Bible
beautiful.
says, humble yourself under the mighty hand of God, and in due time, he said, I will exalt you.
Right.
Even when my dad gave me that mop and not a mic, that was so humbling. And when my mom would see.
I had a question too. Did his dad ever stop cheating? I'm just slightly curious. Like it doesn't really change anything, but like I just wanted to know if the dad stopped cheating. I know he's no longer with them, died, so yes. But I wonder, up until the day he died, like within the last 10 years of his life, was he cheating? Probably not, right? Probably couldn't.
Me getting discouraged, more me than her, and she would see us cleaning church. She would always say, remember, Reggie, sometime the way up is the way down. And she said, but God's gonna take you up. She would always remind me, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. And so I'm grateful that she was, because it was discouraging for that whole year, cleaning the church on Monday and Thursday, no compensation. But the Bible says in Hebrews 6:10 that God is not unrighteous to forget. You know what I'm saying? The love that you've shown, to the saints, and you've done it unto him.
Right.
And he said that he rewards us for that. And now here we are, we're being rewarded, for you hit it on the nail. I believe humility is the key to God opening doors for you, and so on.
When does he stop talking? His voice is very annoying. I actually don't mind listening to her. I find his voice very annoying. Like he's just like quoting scriptures and misusing them, and I don't really engage. Like I don't care. I prefer to listen to her, actually.
And humility too is so important within the marriage from both ends.
Yes.
That whole time, I guess you could say that my being humble to him, going through all that we went through, the years that we did, was me humbling myself to God's will and not my will. And then in return, he reciprocated that. So. And
then even when going back to purpose and preference, we were on a cruise probably 12 years ago, and we were leaning over the cruise just talking, and she said, "Baby, I realized that," this is when she got the revelation. We are together more for purpose than preference.
Absolutely.
She said, I'm looking at how God is using us. At that time, I think we were the 34th fastest growing church in the United States. I mean, church is just booming.
Like we grew to 1,000 the first year.
Yeah. We went from 37 people to over 1,100 people from the first year doing 3 services.
In
Phoenix, where there's only at the time maybe 4% black. I think right now might be 7. And so we and
so you got all the black people at your church?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
We're multicultural though. We got a lot of mix.
We're 26% other. Thank God. But I realized that God will give you a wife to be an asset, and not a liability. I always say a liability means somebody lied about their ability.
That's what I said.
Cool. I love that. The wife is supposed to be an asset, not a liability. How about the husband? Should the husband be an asset too? Or no? Just the wife?
I always, never mind. No, I won't take the bait.
Yeah. And so I'm thankful that because Ecclesiastes 4:9 says 2 is better than 1.
That's what the word
And
says.
then even Deuteronomy 32:30 says 1 will put 1,000 to flight.
I'm trying
2
to
10,000. So we realize that God, he put us together more for purpose. Now here we are, 5 adult kids that are 26, 27, 29, 31, 33, and they all work for us.
That's powerful. When was the stage in your marriage where you felt delivered from sexual sin and adultery?
I would say at 24 when I got in that trouble with the law. Yeah, looking at 7 to 21 years.
That made you free from everything?
Listen, I said, man, I stopped drinking, stopped smoking. Shit, listen, I started going to church.
Yeah.
And we would even look and see, is there a guest speaker in the state?
We'd find church to go to.
We go watch Bishop Jakes. He would preach at predominantly white churches.
Yeah, we go.
Back then, we go. You know, Noel Jones was in town.
We'd go find him. Yeah.
And what's crazy, we would go watch Bishop Jakes. We would go watch Noel Jones. And both of these gentlemen have preached at my church now.
Which we never imagined.
Bishop Jakes did our 8-year anniversary, our 15-year anniversary. Noel Jones did our 5-year anniversary. We had no idea that I'd be sitting and then know these gentlemen.
Now, just because that process happened, you know, while we were pastoring, we did hit another bump in the road where I considered divorcing him.
At what stage?
Here it is.
Wait. Please, God, for the love of Jesus Christ, it is okay to have been done. It is enough. The story is enough when he almost got sent to prison and he changed his life. Please don't tell me that he said, oh, I was done there. And then he wasn't done. He made a declaration about sexual immorality being done after he came out. So what was the other bump in the road? And also, why did she add, I was thinking about divorcing him? Girl, you weren't going nowhere. Ain't nobody believe that. No one believed that. Stop.
Our church is growing. Things are going great.
Yeah.
Things are booming. Our church is the biggest it's ever.
Oh, you were off mute.
I was going to say the thing that had her considering divorce, but let's just listen.
Wait, you watched it already.
Ever been.
Yeah.
We're finally in our purpose. And I became the executive pastor while he was the pastor, and we would bump heads. And so sometimes it can work. That dynamic work. God graced me for about 12 years to do it. But I realized that I'm too maternal to be an executive pastor.
Too maternal.
And so I would make wrong hires. I would keep people too long. It would cause a ruckus in the church. He would blame me.
Absolutely.
I would make decisions. He would blame me. So it became a constant. And there was an absolute disconnect within our marriage. And even during that time, he's very honest with the church. You even told them you had a
working.
Stop. Infidelity not gonna let her lead.
Oh, that was I just thought it was funny how she was talking. I would keep people for too long and he would blame me, and I would always hire the wrong people and he would blame me.
The irony.
I would keep people too long. It was wild.
Right. Well, at least you now know you hired and keep people too long. At least you now know that. I don't know if you're going to look to your left, to your right and figure it out, but
relationship with God, but not a personal relationship. I got bored in my assignment, bored in my purpose. Then we were having trouble in our marriage because she's hiring the wrong people.
Wait, back up a little bit.
And I'm like, no, I believe.
And so I would make wrong hires. I would keep people too long. It would cause a ruckus in the church. He would blame me.
Absolutely.
I would make decisions. He would blame me. So it became a constant. And there was an absolute disconnect within our marriage. And even during that time, he's very honest with the church. You even told them you had a
working relationship with God, but not a personal relationship. I got bored in my assignment, bored in my purpose. Then we were having trouble in our.
That's insane to say as a pastor.
I'm bored.
You know, she was doing all the work. She was doing the hiring, the keeping, the firing. She was doing all the work. Her thing, she was too maternal, is her trying to save his ego. Her saying she was too maternal is her speaking to his ego to make him think that he is good at something that he's not. I have seen this too many times. This is her playing into his ego. This man is not very useful to her. She's just making up roles for him to play. He's like, oh, you can memorize scriptures and just spit out random scriptures, all out of order, misquoting them. That's what you can do.
Marriage because she's hiring the wrong people, then she's trying to nurture them, and I'm like, no, I believe in hiring slow and fire quick,
right?
Because this person has become a liability to what we're doing, and the Bible says a little leaven of the whole lump. So we were clashing, because I call it, that's why a lot of pastors don't make it with their wives in ministry. She calls it the ungodly trinity.
That's
Break that down.
The ungodly trinity. He's my husband, my pastor, and my boss.
That's three different
and
people.
I have to know who's talking to me at each time.
That's a lot of people.
So I learned it eventually,
right?
But it got bad. So here we are driving to church, not talking to each other, but church is full, altar's full. And I'm literally contemplating, I can't be with him anymore.
And thank God our son came to us, who was our youth pastor, seeing over 200.
So none of the cheating or nothing made you want to leave. You just decided you're going to leave because of like work or whatever, right? Fine. I don't believe you.
So he is the brains.
He's not. She's the brains. She's making him feel like the brains. He's not. If you're hiring people, he can fire she was the one who is making all of the rules. She's the one doing all of the rules. Read.
She's a muling, nothing, black male worshiper. I'm inclined to agree. What's the word? What is the word? Like, you know everything, and you do research, and you are like, we need to, I don't know, pasteurize milk to kill all the germs, and then RFK's like, no, we need to put out raw milk, because I don't know. I looked at Dr. Sebi on YouTube. And you have to listen to him because he's your boss, even though you like have a master's and did 8 years of research for this. That's who he is, and that's who she is. What are they called?
I don't think pseudo-intellectual is what you were looking for, but I'm going to do a fake A nothing A B for 500.
I had to figure out what to say for the curse words.
Plus teenagers. He said, I really feel led that I'm supposed to position myself and be the executive.
Right.
And then we've sat him down and realized that would be a good idea, because now I can yell at him because I don't have to go home with him.
Right.
So if something pop off and I don't like it, I can be like, hey, Zay, that's on you.
Right.
Tighten that up.
Yeah.
Where with her, we get home and I'd be like, hey, I want some meatloaf. I'm still mad at you because we was at church and you didn't even like my idea. Talk about you gonna put it on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? So we repurpose her, and now she's over the women's ministry.
We repurposed her.
I thought we were just talking about humility, and now he's like, oh, I needed someone I could yell at. I was yelling at my wife because she was making the wrong decision. So we solved that by putting a man there so I could yell at him, and we just moved my wife.
No. We didn't move. We repurposed her.
To women's ministry. What's the difference between move and repurpose?
Repurpose. Google repurposed.
And
No, for real. Google repurposed and read it for us. I can do it. I don't want to be boss so you're around because I am not your boss. Repurposed. repurposed.
This
Define use
this seemed
for
like
something
this
used.
seemed like move, how I would use move colloquially.
No. Well, it could be move, but it's generally when you repurpose something, it is instead of using it for something, you do it for something else. So, like
Yeah,
instead
like
of
I'm gonna
throwing
move you from HR to I don't know.
no, but you use it for it's a thing. So, like, it's not. You don't say you repurpose someone.
So
When
you
you
think they're reducing her to an inanimate object?
yeah, it's like you use the thing for one thing, and then you decided instead of throwing it away, I'll use it for something else.
Okay.
The verbiage, I don't think it was intentional. It just, I think it.
No, I understand.
It yeah,
It's not
and
intentional, but it says something about him, like people who use female.
yes.
Some marketing and things of that nature. Because we wouldn't have made it.
But I like to share that story because people think now that you're in ministry, things are perfect.
Oh, no.
And they
why would you block channel? Channel is getting blocked. Like, what do you mean? Why would you write this? I don't understand why you would write this.
Nah, I like callbacks. So I was finna say, hey babe, I found this old boot and gum in the garbage in the doormat. We could use it. Okay.
I don't understand why you would. I don't understand why you would write this. Like, I don't understand what's happening. Using an old toilet.
Oh, I thought it said toilet paper.
Oh my God.
I was thinking them people who wet the toilet paper and grow the mushrooms out of it. I don't know how it works.
I did see that somewhere on YouTube.
they weren't perfect. And I literally remember driving to church thinking, how am I going to tell these people that I'm leaving him? I would literally think that. But you know what? I remember to put the kingdom first. And a lot of people don't do that. They don't put kingdom first. We see it.
So every stage in her life when she's supposed to leave this man, she has another excuse of why she stayed. Ain't nobody care nothing about that.
All around. People are divorcing in leadership. People are divorcing. And we get it. Marriage is hard. I'm not putting anybody down. I don't know what their experience was. But you would think with all that we went through, now that we're preaching, why then would I finally contemplate, I can't do this anymore? And of course, it's the trick of the enemy. But it also is pulling out examples that people need to see, godly examples in the church of husband and wife.
And then even in times your church becomes your mistress.
Right.
Because you're trying to manage, your marriage and you're wearing all these.
A man who is known for cheating, talking about the church as his mistress now too. I can't wait for the documentaries to come out. After this interview, I wonder how many side chicks are gonna pop out.
I'll never forget, he leads intercession still. I'll never forget, our marriage was bad in ministry. And I'm like, let's just pray together. He goes, I'm not praying with you. I go, but you go to intercession. He's like, yeah, I'll pray with them, but I don't want to pray with you.
Yeah.
And the church is booming.
Booming. But Mark 3:25 says a house divided won't stand. And the enemy will try to
Because you're the enemy. She said, let's pray. And you're like, get thee behind me, Satan. Imagine you're the pastor and you're telling your wife to.
Satan, I don't know. Like, ew, I don't want to pray with you. Hey, and you're a pastor who don't believe in God, but I don't have a personal relationship with God, by the way. This is all about work. This is about coming here and getting that collection plate. I just want to let y'all know that. Y'all okay with this, right, deacons, right, church leaders? The way she said, oh, and he was very open about this, and they were okay with this. I'm bored with this, and this is just a work relationship with God. I have no personal relationship with God. This is just about, he bailed me out of jail a couple years ago, and so I owe him a favor or something.
I'm repaying my debt. The only reason I'm here is because I'm repaying my debt. The repurpose came from his subconscious mind, period. It shows how I think it highlights how he sees her, even if he didn't intentionally do it, because all of what he's talked about when it's about why he chose her is because of the things she did for him. She cooked for him. She gave him her money. She gave him her body. She was accessible. She was a doormat, like that. Yeah. So he repurposed her. You can't do this. I'll repurpose you over there.
He's cunning, he's crafty, and we really were going through a demonic, satanic time where the enemy was trying to destroy our marriage.
Yeah,
where I fell more in love with Kingdom than Kelly.
Yeah, and it doesn't.
And I had.
Girl, I'm pretty sure you're in love with absolutely everything but Kelly. You didn't have to try to create this like bar for rhyming. You didn't want Kingdom over Kelly, girl. You wanted Kingdom, Katrina, Caitlin. You wanted Kendall. You wanted Kylie, Courtney. You wanted all of them before her. It wasn't just Kingdom. It wasn't.
At no balance.
It doesn't help.
Proverbs 11:1 says a false balance is an abomination to God. Sometimes the enemy can't make you sin, but he'll make you busy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was going to say, it doesn't help either when, a man of God's on the road doing a book tour and a woman says, my body is for preachers. That doesn't help either.
It also doesn't hurt. The only way that hurts is if he indulges. The only way that hurts, the fact that I think she really sitting there with her dusty man thinking that women are the devil and they're trying to take her man. I think that's what is happening. I think she is blaming women instead of engaging with the fact that her philandering, dusty, disgusting, degenerate, useless, weak, ain't nothing, a bee of a man beside her is a cheater. The reason you're insecure, one, is because you're an insecure person, but also, two, is because your man kept cheating on you. For 5 years of your marriage, your man was out there doing everything but you. Like, what do you mean? It's weird. You're weird.
Temptation is a river in Egypt, or whatever Oprah said.
Yeah, we seen it all.
Yeah.
Heard it all. But God.
Mm-hmm.
Heavenly Father, I just thank you for giving me the opportunity to listen to this. And I'm not even finished with this interview, but I just want to just thank you, Heavenly Father, for the wisdom that the stills are imparting. And I one's talents, of one's giftings of and give you glory. That's just before us right now. Thank you for this praying into war for her family. And I thank you at the first time of reckoning. Don't get you nowhere.
Come on.
No shade on them, because there's some women that be fine and beautiful that have
people's prayer.
Did
you just skip these people's prayer?
I did. And that is blasphemy. Ain't no reason for you to be praying, talking about they gave you wisdom. There's no lie. Don't lie to me and then pray. Absolutely not. Not in my faith, not to my Jesus. Absolutely not. Just useless. Jesus didn't even give you discernment to do this interview. No.
That's all you're after is that. The exterior,
come on, man.
Charm is deceptive. Beauty doesn't last. But a woman who reverences God shall greatly be praised. And if we understand what that truly means, we'll shift the way that we vet. We shift the way that we vet. Because the reality is when you look at it, and you are a great athlete, and when you have scouts that come out, they're not looking at you for your performance right now. They go, about 5 years, we can win a Super Bowl with this dude. Need a little bit more conditioning right here. Need to work on this. We need to work on his diet. We're going to get him with a great dietitian. We're going.
What is your problem?
What is he talking about? What is they? So he started praying, and then he was like, "Yeah, that's the problem. You go to the Super Bowl, they start looking out for the young guys, and you start working out, and that's what they scouting out for you." Like, shit, we skipped too far.
No, after the prize, he's essentially sitting up there talking about they don't care about what. No, they look at you, your physical ability. They also look at what you have done to see what you can do. They don't just ignore what you've done.
Okay. Is it still a part of the prayer?
No.
Okay.
Gonna get on with a straight conditioning coach, and in 5 years he's gonna be the reason why we win the Super Bowl.
Right.
If a scout in a carnal world can sit there and look at a player like that, then how dare we as husbands, as being kingdom-minded men, not be able to look at the women that God blesses with and say, "Oh, I understand. I know I can get to the Super Bowl. I know I can get to death do we part. I know I can get to building legacy with you. I know that I can. I see that you can be the fruit of our kids, and you're gonna be a great mother to our kids. I see I can build purpose with you."
That's so good, man. You are preaching. Let's not forget Proverbs 18:22 says, "He that finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord." I wish somebody would have echoed that scripture to me 35 years ago, because you can be in church and not become the church.
Right.
And I'm
So your dusty pastor daddy didn't do that before he died. Passed away, sorry.
His mom did that. Didn't your mom tell you stop cheating on this girl and treat her right or something?
Right.
And you were like, "Mom, he said he was treating his mom like the enemy or something because she was talking to him like he's married or something. He's only 18. I dropped my medicine.
Oh,
it scattered all across the floor and went everywhere. Now I have to go and find it later.
You can go find it now.
No.
Why?
It's not. It's like when you drop, I don't know, pills or something. It's like all over. I'm not about to go and chase that around right now. That's a tomorrow petty thing.
Is that the devil?
It is.
somebody that grew up in the church, but it was more inspiration and there was zero information, shouting and the tambourines and God gonna do it, but nobody gave you the how.
Trying to push her down.
Right.
But she has been my favorite factor. I had no idea when I met her that I was going to be a pastor, and, you know, that I would be, you know, traveling and that she would be the one that would put feet and legs on my vision.
Let me ask you this, Reggie. Growing up as a PK, your father never said that to you? That you was going to be a pastor?
No. No.
And isn't that crazy? Your wife says it?
My wife. You know, unfortunately, I love my dad, R.I.P.
The dad was like, no, I ain't going to do it.
But my dad always told me, because of your learning disability, if you're not running a ball or hitting one, what are you going to do with your life? Even when I started my church, my
That is a diab. This is what FD telling the black man. This is what FD.
So this is what you meant earlier when you say he's saying some men just aren't built for school. like me and my kids.
FD. Well, can I find this video? Let me see if I can quickly go to the part where FD said, y'all, the rest of you blacks might not be able to go to school, but not like me and my child. Let me see.
I watched a minute or two of it, and you know it's crazy. The thumbnail of this video that we're watching right now, when I was watching FD's video, it was in my peripheral. That just means it was in the side of my vision. So I clicked on this one instead and watched it. And here we are.
Oh, he changed the thumbnail. That's why.
Is the main.
All right, we need a break. Here's our break. I don't remember where it is, though. I'm going to speed it up.
And concern trolling and saying, oh, I just want to uplift and fix black men and confront the problems that black men present to the world. So you'll have people like Steve Harvey forcing a bunch of boys to cut their hair so they can become real men, not thinking about the traumatic and anti-black ideology steeped in that type of behavior. You can just say, oh, I don't think black men should be degenerates or deadbeats or brokies or abusers or predators. And those are all things I think most of us would agree upon. But when you don't have a good understanding of black then you don't end up saying, man, is hard to be supportive of. I get it. In public or does do something dysfunctional. This is me shooting at everyone, other black men, black women, white people, LGBTQ people. So many people online constantly fall for this same trick. 6 months ago, some of y'all were convinced that black men were going to vote for Donald Trump, despite the fact that black boy waiting for him to misbehave to go viral.
Well, something must be uniquely wrong.
High school boys has actually risen, isolated by the current educational environment, and how males have realistically understood wage being affirmed in the arena of work. Most black men have lived with from slavery to the present day. Fardy concludes her massive study by suggesting that disenfranchised to find a better way and how it conflicts with the perceived value of college for all. That life is to be born rich and white. And black men are very unlikely to be born rich and even less likely to be born white. So for generations, black men have looked at alternative ways to access money and success and affirm their manhood. Or as one of the greatest philosophers on black masculinity once said, you either sling the crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot. Now, I don't want it to be confused that black excellence types for men don't exist. If there's one thing that's understudied, in my opinion, it's the challenges of the black prodigal sons among us. Like, I'm sure if you think about it, you know that one black boy that was in your high school or in your cohort.
I think this is it. Oh my God, I think I found it.
Or in your college, maybe, that everyone was sure was going to make it. And so they often got a ton of resources thrown behind them and a ton of opportunity to try to be successful. And 7 out of 10 times that one black boy does. But those other 3 of the 10, they usually have like a mental breakdown or turn into a malignant narcissist or end up getting murdered or something. But you often get confused because when we see these images of like mentoring programs.
Mind you, there's a by who question, like by whom, but I'm gonna leave that out. I'm not engaging with this video in its full context. I just want one part. So yeah.
Programs for black boys, and you see that there's so much resources being thrown behind this select group of black boys, you make it seem like that's the entirety of how black boys are treated. But that's almost always isolated to help a specific type of boy who has everything he needs to be successful early on. He's scouted from jump to be that guy. It's one of the more insidious forms of patriarchy that makes it happen as black people as a whole, like, want to see black men thrive. That is not something I don't think is real, but that desire to see black men thrive is reserved for a certain type of black men. And the rest of them are YNs that need to hit the trap or the track. When I talk about this, I always like to come back to people like George Floyd or Ahmaud Arbery and the countless other black men murdered by the state, who in death, they become martyrs. They're treated with a lot of reverence and respect. But in life, they would have been called dusties and good for nothings. They're the around the way black men that make up the fabric of many black communities. They aren't black excellence. They're just black. And without the natural talent and the mixed community backing, they don't see going to college as the same type of opportunity that it might be for me or hopefully my sons in the future. So to them,
A period. Mind you, he starts off this section by saying some people just don't care. They just don't have it, right? And he'll say he never said that, but right here, right here.
Rest of them are YNs that need to think I don't think is real, but that desire to see black men thrive is reserved for a certain type of black men. And the rest of them are YNs that need to hit the trap or the track. When I talk about this.
All right. So that's perception. He's saying there is a perception that black men, but only some, we only care about some black men because we see them as potentially good. And the others are quote unquote YNs. I don't fully know what that, but I can figure it's not good. YNs who just like not good, right? And then he goes, like, as if slightly confirming it, he goes,
see going to college as the same type of opportunity that it might be for me or hopefully my sons in the future. So to them, why not reject student loan debt in a hostile educational environment and take a shot at music or the streets? I'm glossing over a ton of things here. There's other details.
So like he's saying they're making these decisions because they don't see themselves as going to school, but he, like him and hopefully his sons. This is one of the problems that I always have. This is with like the progressive, they'll say, oh, these men can't do it. They can't. Regardless of what they're saying for them and their children, or best believe they're going to school. It's similar to Donald Trump, actually. Donald Trump is out here. Oh, I said I wouldn't get into, but well, this is not super political, but he will tell
Have I frozen or have you? Or has the stream? Let me go and check the stream. It's just you. I think you're frozen. Oh, never mind. It's just me. I guess I'll do some entertainment antics while Themis figures out his computer issues. Today I'll be telling you some of my best jokes. This joke was told to me by a coworker yesterday. He's decided to finally walk out of the company after years of saying that this place doesn't treat him right and he's going to leave any day now. He finally decided to do it this week. And because of that, he's decided to have a F it all attitude. And he is giving us his best jokes. Here's the joke that he gave me yesterday. He says that a moth, if you don't know what a moth is, it's like a butterfly, but not as pretty. A moth walked into a pediatrician's office, and the pediatrician says, "How can I help you today, sir?" And the moth tells the pediatrician that, firstly, his throat is very dry. He's had a scratchy throat for the past 2 weeks, and it's unbearably dry. Not only that, but around the same time, his boss at work started treating him poorly. You see, his boss has a big ego, and he thinks he can come in there and walk all over him. So his boss treats him really bad at work, berates him, makes fun of him in front of all his other coworkers, and he keeps threatening to fire him. When he gets home, he looks at his son, and he started to feel depressed lately, and he doesn't even feel any love for his son anymore. He just looks at his son and he feels empty. And so the moth, lately he's been sitting up at night while his wife sleeps, and he looks at his nightstand where he has a revolver sitting there. And he tells the pediatrician that he lays awake at night for hours just staring at it. And his days blur together. He'll be at work being berated by his boss, and then he'll be listening to his wife, but the words just go in one ear and out the other. Then he'll be looking at his son, feeling nothing, and then he'll be looking at that revolver. And the pediatrician says, "Oh my God, this is terrible. You're going through hell, but you need a psychologist, you need a therapist, you need some type of mental health clinician. Why would you come to me? I'm a pediatrician." And the moth says, "Well, your light was on." What the helly? I saw what the helly in the comments. I like that song. That was my only joke. Now, what I can do is tell you about FD video, which I didn't watch. I only watched up to a certain point. Up to the point that I did watch, he was complaining that people were saying that people were lying and saying that black men were going to vote for Trump, which I felt was disingenuous, because what people were saying was pointing out what I think was a concerning trend with black men increasingly voting Republican, which I'm not sure if that trend continued for this election. We're going to wait for Themis to come back with that data, which I know he have, because I'm not going to go get it myself, because I don't care that much. Actually, while we're waiting on Themis, can we get some likes on the video?
That is slightly insane. I've never had that happen. Everything just went blank on my screen.
Oh, did you hear any of the
moth? I was listening on my phone.
Oh, I was gonna lie and say I was just talking about FD's video.
I'm sitting here like my screen went blank, like fully blank. Everything was blank.
See, you start with that blasphemy and that smiting come.
I'm just gonna move back here. I'm just gonna move back here. I'm just gonna go ahead and move back here. Maybe I was out of pocket. No, I was talking about Trump right there. It was time. How Trump not lie, but Trump tell people not to go to school. They don't need school, but all of his kids went to like elite universities. Like Tiffany Trump and I went to the same university. Like that is insane. Law school. That is insane to me, while also telling people they don't need to go to school. It feels the same way on the progressive. That's all I was gonna say. Leave me alone. CIA, leave me alone, please. Thank you.
What did you think of the joke?
I didn't finish it. I was only half listening because I was trying to fix this and I had to restart my computer. Thankfully, it just started quickly. Okay. Yeah, and Trump and his kids went to UPenn. The ones he liked.
My dad was like, you're not going to make it, because my dad went to seminary. I didn't. He's like, you got a learning disability and you a felon and you starting a church and a swap meet. Because we left my dad's church when I was 27 and we started going to a white church. Mm-hmm. And that's when the white pastor told me, he said, black men have a message, but y'all don't have methods. He said, you're
Wait. That is insane. That is. And you won't have any method if you don't go to school.
running a ball or hitting one. What are you going to do with your life? Even when I started my church, my dad was like, you're not going to make it, because my dad went to seminary. I didn't. He's like, you got a learning disability and you a felon and you starting a church and a swap meet. Because we left my dad's church when I was 27 and we started going to.
See, I don't like this. Your dad could not be telling you you were a felon as a child. So when you were a child, was your dad not telling you to be I don't like this.
He did say, this was like a throwaway line. There were a lot, but he did say the judge was telling him after he committed armed robbery and he was on probation, because he's been in the system so much, that if he so much as like step out of line, he was going to throw the book at him, implying that even as a child, before they got married, he was already in the system a lot. So.
To a white church. Mm-hmm. And
I was muted. I said I didn't hear that. Thank you.
That's when the white pastor told me, he said, black men have a message, but y'all don't have methods. He said, you're here for methods. He said, because your message is not going to make you mega. Methods. I'm 27 years old. I didn't know Luke 16:12 says, how can you have your own if you haven't been faithful to another man's? Mm-hmm. So for 5 years, I rolled my sleeves up.
He is stressed. He's stressed. How did this part not go viral? How did this part not get clipped and go viral? He is stressed because he understood what was just said. This one over here, Reginald don't know, didn't fully grasp the intensity of what he just said.
The Bible say, a lot of people don't know. The Bible says, everyone knows the Bible says a wife shall submit to her husband. But a lot of people don't know the other part of that say the husband shall also submit to the white man at a different church. He can teach you methods. because the black man has the message, but not the method. So you too can go to a white man's church and learn the message to take back to other. This don't sound like chattel slavery, actually. This don't sound like a little bit like, oh, this white man taught me the religion and I'm gonna bring it back to all of you to teach all my other black friends.
He is stressed. But the only time that anything affected him deeply in a way that makes him uncomfortable and not how to react, it was that moment. He was fine with everything else.
Up and I served that white pastor, and then I started my church.
Served is wild. Whew.
I thought the infidelity part was the worst part.
He said, you're here for methods. He said, because your message is not going to make you mega. Methods. I'm 27 years old. I didn't know Luke 16:12 says, how can you have your own if you haven't been faithful to another man's? So for 5 years, I rolled my sleeves up and I served that white pastor. And then I started my church, and she believed.
The fact that this should have been a part 2, I didn't know this, but the back of this was this important.
Believed in me and gave me her paycheck. And Ephesians 3:20 says, now unto God who was able to do exceedingly abundantly above more than I could even imagine or even think.
He's so stressed and uncomfortable. This is the first time I see this like visual representation. I wonder what he says. Does he engage with the fact that he's so uncomfortable with this?
I don't know. I don't remember, but I just wrote down that this was the second paycheck I think she gave. Or third, because she bailed him out too. Oh, fourth, because when they were children and she worked at the mall and gave him that.
And my wife was the one telling me, you're going to the nations. It was my mother saying, you're going to the nations, not knowing that I would bump into a guy named Obed Martinez in Seattle, Washington. And he would tell me, man, I need to take you to Australia. Do you have then I need to take you to New Zealand. Have you ever been? I'm like, brother, I ain't never been to New York.
Forget to New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm like, I went to New Zealand before I made it to New York.
That's true.
He was like, do you have a passport? I'm looking at my wife. What is that?
Okay, so I was right. She's the brains behind it. No one is about to sit here and convince me this man is in charge of anything. She makes him feel like he's in charge. Ain't no way. Talking about he getting flued out.
Do you believe the black community is a matriarchy?
No.
He's in charge. He's in charge. He just
should have asked me what I thought it was.
Okay, what do you think it is?
A failed patriarchy.
He's in charge.
He's not
just a failure. I would agree, actually. He's just a failure. I would agree.
When I say a failed patriarchy, it doesn't mean women are in charge. It means women are trying their best to stay afloat where the people who were supposed to be in charge in a patriarchy have relinquished that burden. And we shouldn't be in a patriarchy, but I don't think we can have a matriarchy within a patriarchy is possible. I don't think we have it.
I think he ultimately has the power for the same reason I just mentioned, for the same example I gave earlier. Ultimately, he has the nuclear button, and you have to hope, even though he's silly and stupid and you know better, he has the button. Even if the button is in your mind and there is nothing stopping you.
But that would only mean you see power as one-dimensional, and I don't see power that way, right? I think Yes, ultimately he can make decisions and just stick by it, right? And then force everyone into whatever decision he made. But he doesn't get to make the decision because she, I think, has more power than him insofar as influencing the decision. And I think he looked to her to make the decisions, to tell him what a passport is, to tell him what a Bible is, to tell him what the verse says, to read the to outline his
You saying she hands him the credit card under the table and he says, "I'll pay for everybody."
Yes, but that is still him being in charge. I'm saying that she chooses where to go and she controls, in some ways, the experience while making him the face of that. So, like, the president is not necessarily, the president of a company is not necessarily, or the CEO, they're the face, but they don't, they have power, but they aren't the most powerful, right? Like, they can be front facing while not having the kind of power one would assume they have. But they do have power.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
But 6 weeks later, I had one. Hallelujah. And then here I am preaching on stage to thousands of people in New Zealand and Australia and London. And I mean, and the list goes on. You know, again, a man with a learning disability and a convicted felon. But this one right here told me when we got evicted from an apartment, I'll never forget. I said, you need to take Isaiah and move back in with your mom. I'm going back to my parents. We're not going to make it. She said, Negro, I'll live in a box with you.
That's right.
And that's when I knew she was 10 toes down. But even before that, I knew.
That's when I knew she was 10 toes down. That's when I knew. That is when I knew she was 10 toes down. But even before that, I knew. So what did you know then? Let's have him not talk, please. And lady, you continue to talk. Yeah, he is not no brains behind nothing.
The boot hopping up out the trash can and back to the door wasn't when he knew. It was when it hopped up the stairs and in the bed with him. Then he realized.
Girl, she was in it. She said, I ain't going nowhere. This is my love story.
I wonder how the kids turned out. He said one of them is a faith leader at one of their churches. So
no, he said they all worked for him. So either they failed in life or they're doing what they're passionate about. There's no in between.
Both. Could be both, and probably.
Because if they're passionate about it and that's what they want to do, then good on them. But if they're like, oh, I can't do anything else, so I'm gonna do this, then no.
That she been fighting for me now almost 35 years, 32.
Wait, did you hear that? She's been fighting for me for almost 35 years. Period. And if you're not fighting for your man for at least 35 years, what are you doing?
Married today, 35 almost total. So, but she was graced for this.
Yeah.
Not every woman's graced to deal with a Reggie Steele.
Absolutely not.
Because I put her through a lot. It was a lot.
But it was worth it.
Because I put her through a lot of nasty work. Because I put her, period. You have to be graced to go through what I'm about to put you through. Is nasty work.
I said this the other day, but pastors love to brag about the horrible, nasty things they did before they were saved and sanctified.
Yeah, it's not even a testimony anymore. It's like literally bragging. Sorry, I interrupted.
Well, I tore her up. Horrible things. Torturous. Beyond comprehension.
Get someone who's willing to drag you through hell.
Why do you say it was worth it, Kelly?
Because I just love what God's doing. I used to tell him, if I was put on this earth to be his helpmate and that's it, so be it. I'm honored.
I don't know if God make them like that anymore, man of God. I just don't know. Maybe he does. But I know her and I, we're proof.
I hope, please God, do not make them like her anymore. I don't think we need any more of her. We do not need any more of her. Thank you very much, kindly.
Did you catch it?
What?
She finally told us why it was worth it.
Yeah, she's married.
No. That's not what she said.
She said this is God's will.
Yeah. Not
Let's
her
replay it. Let me replay it.
To deal with a Reggie Steele.
Absolutely not.
Because I put her through a lot. It was a lot.
But it was worth it.
Praise
Why do you
the
say it
Lord.
was worth it, Kelly?
Because I just love what God's doing. I used to tell him, if I was put on this earth to be his helpmate and that's it, so be it. I'm honored.
Yeah, if she was put on this earth to be his helpmate.
That's not what she said. She said, because I just know what God's doing. The helpmate was separate.
I thought she said because it is God's doing.
Oh, I thought she said because I just know what God's doing.
I hope to God she didn't say because she knows what God is doing. That would be wild.
With you.
That's right.
And that's when I knew she was 10 toes down. But even before that, I knew that she didn't.
That statement right there is so useless. I'm so disgusted by it. So disgusted.
She's been fighting for me now almost 35 years, 32 married.
Your wife fighting for you is nasty work. Your wife having to fight for you because you're cheating is nasty work.
Day. 35 almost total. So, but she was graced for this.
Yeah.
Not every woman's graced to deal with a Reggie Steele.
Absolutely not.
Because I put her through a lot. It was a lot.
But it was worth it.
Why do you say it was worth it, Kelly?
Because I just love what God's doing.
Because I just love what God's doing.
I used to tell him, if I was put on this earth to be his helpmate and that's it, so be it. I'm honored.
I don't know if God make them like that anymore, man of God. I just don't know. Maybe he does. But I know her and I, we're proof, we're evidence that grace still works. Because there's no way in the world. And that's why we can write a book and talk about, we went viral because I made a comment from my pulpit. I said, a man needs the 3 P's. He needs pasta, peace, and I'll let everybody else fill that other P in. And
Prosperity?
Sure.
Perseverance.
Purpose again. You said purpose. That's purpose. I got it. Purpose.
And the D's were.
That's why he said that's his sermon or something going viral, his church going viral, his one of his sermons going viral for that. Well, no wonder your church was okay with you saying you don't have a personal relationship with God. You're on mute.
I didn't say anything important.
I don't know. I've never heard a pastor so vulgar and so.
She's doing all the work. She needs him to present to the public, and she's doing all the work. That's my review of this. How long can you keep chicken in the fridge after it's been cooked?
A week. Less than that, the CDC say, but
Is it from CDC?
We keep pizza on the counter overnight.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, people just want to lie on for YouTube. It's crazy.
No, but for real, I don't like pizza. But I will eat it.
A woman needs dedication, dollars, and then the other discipleship.
The dedication bit. I'm gonna leave it alone. It's too late. We can't stop for everything. So women don't need peace.
No, it didn't say that in Ecclesians. It just said that men need paradise and P word or something.
Got
whatever
it.
he said.
Got it.
Amen. Dedication.
Or discipline.
Discipline.
Right. So from those letters, we sat down together. We're having dinner, and he said, we should do all the letters A through Z.
Yep.
And we sat together and wrote it out and worked together. And
like the B's are, you got to.
She wrote it out. He said, I need to make all of this into acronyms. Can you do it? That's what happened. We didn't do anything. She did it. She did all of it. She did it. She said women need these 3 Ds and men need these 3 Ps. She did all of it. I blame her. He ain't write nothing.
To believe in each other. The other B is you got to bend. For instance, my wife came to me about a month ago. She said, baby, I want to go hiking today. I'm like, I'm up here watching Netflix. I'm good. But then I realized I got to compromise. I got to bend. And we went hiking. She wanted to go play pickleball.
Right.
I didn't want, I'm like, man, I'm off on Mondays. Because every Monday I quit the ministry because, Sunday I preach twice. So Monday's my day to just kind of kick back. We have
This man not only hate his wife, he hate the church, he hate the preaching. This man hate all of this. He's like, what? No.
No, I was back on them writing the 3 Ds and stuff, and I was like, he write down the 3 Ds, and he bring it to her, and he's like, babe, look, I'm thinking of this thing. It's the 3 Ds. It stands for a man need discipline, he need disciples, and the last D I'm gonna leave up in the air. And she's like, babe, those are upside down, those are B's. Oh my God.
You're terrible. No, you're mean. That's ableist.
Monday at Moms with our grandkids and our adult children, but she wanted to go play pickleball. So we got to learn how to bend. We got to believe. What's the other B, if you remember?
Well, I know for Ben too, though, a woman needs to.
Do you remember the other B? Do you remember the other B? Wait, babe, do you remember the other B? Yeah, she did all of this. I promise you he ain't doing. This man is living his best life. This woman just muling her life away. This man is living his best. I promise you, she's living her best life. He's living his best life. She's just working.
Allow to bend to her husband and let him lead. That's another way of bending.
You're going to get in trouble for that.
You got to bend and let him.
Counsel, my whole podcast counsel. Well, it was great.
Not you bending to a felon who is broke where you have to work and lift yourself out of poverty, but you're talking about submission. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead with your bad self. Who said that? Go ahead with your bad self. Do it. If this ain't funny, we're going to have a problem.
So she do the bending.
You're annoying. You're annoying. You're very annoying. You're very annoying. Why would you ask that? Don't spit it out.
Knowing y'all for the podcast, we had a good run. She done told these women to bend to their husband.
They lost everybody.
I'm sorry so much.
No. Okay.
I did not endorse the words of these guests. I stand beside them.
My God, that's good.
The other B is you got to build. You got to build
together.
Yeah, that's good.
So you tell me the one B he forgot is building. So the one principle he forgot is building. Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense.
To believe, you got to build, you got to bend.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the S word and the S's. You got to submit.
Yes.
That word submit means to yield, to give in, and I believe that goes both ways.
Absolutely.
You know, like
submit
she said,
you one to another.
Yeah,
Yes.
she said, I want to go play pickleball.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted to do,
but you did.
But that's what we did.
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
That's fun.
See what
We had a
happened?
great time. Even the hiking thing.
Yeah.
I had a good time.
Great.
You know.
Yeah.
And when you think about a marriage, those are a lot of days. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a lot of days throughout your marriage years. And so why don't you add a wrinkle to your brain and say, hey, let's go and do a pottery class today.
Right. Exactly.
Let's go canoeing today. Let's just do stuff, because at the end of the day, life is meant to be explored.
That's right.
And so if you become that person, be like, I don't want to do that. And you're like, dang, I'm trying to do something. I don't want to do that. And you just never want to do anything.
Right.
You'll find somebody else to do it with.
Exactly.
You absolutely will.
One of the probably the worst times I got mad at her, she scheduled a cruise. I was hot. I'm like, I do not want to be on the water for 7 days. You got me twisted. I'm not even wired like that. We got on that cruise. I had such I done been on 13 cruises now. We just went on the cruise for her 50th birthday last year.
Yeah, because you can put the phone away and disconnect. So I knew it'd be
phone
great
in the
for us.
safe. We had our kids on there. We had so much fun. And then we did.
Yo, this would have been such a cute story if this was the only part of the story I knew. For our 50th birthday, 2 black people living it up, zipping it and doing it. A black man and a black woman at 50 years old going out on a cruise and just living the vida loca. She got bums like a chuck. Anyway, it would have been, this would have been a cute story, but I know how degenerate and useless he is, so it's like, I don't care.
Did one for.
Like, babe, what that last B stand for? What was it? It was bending, babe.
You was build.
Got it.
For 3 days, I was hot.
Yeah,
I'm like, we can never do that again.
Well, I was too short.
Too short.
Which is a great time for the cruise that we're doing on October don't quote me, Cozumel and Belize.
All right.
Wow.
That's going to be great.
That's gonna be
Congratulations.
fun.
But I was thinking them 7 days, I was like, sit back over y'all's relationship and the gems that y'all dropped in this book. Matter of fact, why should they get this book? And how can they get it?
Well, you can get it on our church website, kingdom.church. You can order it. Because couples need to continually work on the relationship. And we just went through.
She wrote that whole book. She wrote that entire book by herself. That man didn't even know what is in that book. I promise you that.
Oh, I looked up the cruise. It is $28,000 per ticket.
Wait, what cruise?
The advertisement I think you just skipped it, but Dear Wifey podcast, they're doing a cruise.
For how many days?
I forgot. I think it was maybe like a week or something. I was like, oh guys, I'm gonna go on there. I'm gonna ask them all the tough questions. I went and looked up them tickets. I was like, all right, guys, they'll do a Zoom call or something. Cat Williams is going to perform.
And we're honest with our experience.
I was just gonna say.
Did you mean 22,800 or 2,800? 28,000.
But it was. I'm pretty sure it was 22,000, 28 or the tens thousands. I'm pretty sure.
But you can't do math. Dear future wifey.
I'm about to just look it up. Don't worry.
Huh?
I'm about to just look it up. Don't worry.
You said don't do it.
I saw Cat Williams was performing, and I was like, "Oh, maybe I actually will get a ticket seriously."
For $28,000.
That was before the Shannon Sharp stuff happened.
So now you're not going to get the ticket because of Shannon Sharp.
No, that would incentivize me to go more. I'm like, maybe.
So you're going to buy a $28,000 ticket for Dear Future Wifey podcast.
If I could catch Cat Williams' attention, do you think I might be able to get the scoop?
That's wild.
Maybe if I pretend to be, I don't know, a middle school child, he might fight me.
You thought that nothing. Let me leave that alone.
And there are things that we actually do. It's called Love Letters.
Love Letters.
Tips to make your marriage better from A to Z. And one of them, for instance, is having hard conversations. We're very big about that, learning how to do that. And with every word that's described, there's an activity that comes with it.
Good.
So, like, for instance, to affirm each other, to build each other up. Of course, we do that privately. But one of the activities is when you're out with a group of people, publicly affirm your husband and publicly affirm your wife.
$19,000
$19,470.
for a cruise with Dusty Man A. Letarius. Absolutely not.
It's
Yeah,
5
yeah.
days. 7 days.
You're just wasting money. There was a cruise where I didn't go on this because it looked a mess. I don't like cruises either, but there was a cruise for like $800 for a weekend. Absolutely not.
Good.
So it's intentional, it's purposeful, and it'll really make your marriage better if you follow those things.
Wait, was that in Jamaican dollars?
No, American.
Absolutely not.
You know, that's a gem right there. Did you say publicly affirm your spouse in public?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Because people need to know how you feel about him or her. That's something you need to do. And in fact, we've been pastoring now for 20 years, and within our church, there's never been a woman try to push up on him because he publicly affirms me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, girl. All right.
Publicly affirms me. Okay.
I have seen pastors. I mean, they were dealing with men, but I've seen pastors talk about how great their wives they are, and they preach about their wife while they're sleeping with some man in the back. So, all right, wasn't Eddie Long? Never mind.
I was gonna say I thought she said there was a woman who was like something about pastors being hot or something in the church, and you said something like, "Oh, that wouldn't matter if your husband couldn't be God." I don't remember exactly.
I don't remember this. You're just saying things now.
Nope. I remember.
There
was a woman in the church, and she was like, "My body is only for my body is a temple for pastors," or something that would be.
Oh, she said that. Yeah, she did say that in the earlier.
Themis, black men won't show up to that dusty cruise. They can't afford it. And even if they could, black men are not looking for wives. They're running away from marriage. Are black women going to show up on that cruise?
Yes. The fact, if they get, I feel like he makes a profit if he gets like 5 of them to come, and there will be 5 of them coming, and they're probably going there to try to date him.
Cheryl Underwood.
That is insane.
Mary, Neo, Tyrese.
Is going to be on the cruise?
Yeah, I'm just going down the.
Wait, really? Oh, so it's a big deal then.
Yeah. You thought it was just going to be that bald man on the screen? No.
Girl, I thought y'all were paid to go $19,000 to go hang out with him. So Nia gonna be there. You know it's degenerate. You know this is some degeneracy, right?
TMF, formerly Maze. Who are they?
Oh, Maze. Is he a pastor now or something? I know Diddy robbed him or something, allegedly.
Well, it's 6 of them in the photo. Are they all pastors? And did they all get robbed? Why are they in white shirts?
They're trying to hit a lick.
If men would do that more with their spouse.
Is that true, Reggie? That's true. I'm not saying I haven't had it happen at other churches.
Right. But the church in Phoenix, Arizona.
But the church called Kingdom in the Valley, Christian Church on 11640 North, 19th Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona.
85029.
Yeah. And I think she hit on the nail because I affirm her, I esteem her. I've never had a woman come at me sideways.
It's very clear that we are a unit, we're a team.
Right. We're
one two
punch.
Yeah.
And if they do it, then they feel like you're going to snitch.
Sure.
Yeah.
He would.
That's interesting. And
I know people pass like his picture, like who?
Wait, so he's not the one hosting it? Like he's just like a performer, like as I guess. So it's not his thing. It's like join the vibe. Let's see, reserve.
Is it like when you're sponsored by someone or when someone sponsors you?
Huh?
Like when someone sponsors you?
What do you mean?
Is that what this is? Is he like?
No, I think he's gonna have his probably own thing there. Like I'm gonna say performer. Like he's a guest of honor sort. Oh, there's some $2,000 ticket for the interior. Let's go for an ocean view.
I clicked on the interior and once I tried to book them, they were like 19,000.
Wait, you lied to me.
Now hold up. Now I'm clicking on them and they're 2,000 actually.
Okay, this is not bad. This is actually not fine.
Wait, how did I get here? Oh, I was looking at the cruise cabin.
Wait, are those the room numbers? I thought those. Oh my God, those were the room numbers. You were right. You were right.
Oh,
what?
You gave me false hope.
Yeah, let me go back to the interior. Girl, I was looking at these. These are the room numbers. Let's check. That's insane. That is insane. For the interior of a ship, girl, what?
I went through every type of ticket and all of them were the same price.
Wait, I'm so confused. That can't be right. That must be a mistake, right?
I was hoping so.
No, like you can't have, sorry. It doesn't make sense to have like ocean view or like separate them, but then when you're trying to purchase, let me see something.
Like I was thinking it doesn't make sense for like interior to be the same price.
As like an ocean view, yeah. Maybe they don't know this is a problem. This is not right. This literally can't be accurate. This literally cannot be accurate. Let's go email him and let him know his people messed up.
Maybe they'll give us a free room. And then I can reject it and be like, no, it does look kind of ghetto. We just wanted to let you know.
All right, girl, period.
Working for my dad. Remember when I worked for my dad full time? Yep. This lady I was counseling, she told me that a certain area.
Ocean suite. All right, let's go back. Interior. Yes, it is renavigating to the ocean suite. It is. Yes, that's what it is. It is only sending you to this thing.
Oh my God, they're scamming. Or a website error.
I think it's a website error. It has to be a website error. Because even if they were sold out, they would tell you that it's sold out. Why would?
Oh my God, they're bald and they're scamming people with hair. How does the soundbite go? You know what I'm talking about? I'm not making fun of bald people. It's a TikTok sound. Make people.
What do you do? She asked him, what do you do
when there's a certain? What do you do when there's a certain area throbbing And I told her, woman of God, I'll be right back. I put up a finger like I was Baptist. And I went in the sanctuary and grabbed the church mothers, and they laid hands and prayed with her. And she was hot because she wanted me to lay hands on her. And so I told,
the church office.
And I was 27, I think, back then.
Yep.
Yeah, I told her, I said,
you came home.
I came home and I said, if you see her around me, you come and, make your presence
her away
known.
from me.
Because at the time she was my dad's worship leader, and I was one of the elders.
I write.
She can sing a little bit.
I mean, come on. I'm a writer. I'm a writer.
Oh, she can tap
so
in.
what happened was the next Sunday,
I'm sure she's a writer. I'm sure. I see the book. I'm sure.
Saw her and I went up to her. I said, "Hey, I heard you needed prayer. Are you doing all right? Are you doing okay? Because back up, back off. That's why
I heard you needed prayer.
Yeah.
I heard something's throbbing.
Lord Jesus!
You get that taken care of.
Yeah.
To the doctor for that.
Yeah. But she knew. He told, and I knew. Back off. I see you.
That's real. That's unified.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Because in the reverse, you see, even outside of that, about affirming the spouse publicly or the person, you see where people be talking crazy to their mates, and it makes you so uncomfortable. You'll sit there, you're like, God, y'all talking crazy to each other in front of us.
Right.
And I always say, I can only imagine what is.
But she knew. He told, and I knew. Back off. I see you.
That's real. That's unified.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Because in the reverse, you see, even outside of that, about affirming the spouse publicly or the person, you see where people be talking crazy to their mates, and it makes you so uncomfortable. You'll sit there, you're like, God, y'all talking crazy to each other in front of us.
Right.
And I always say, I can only imagine what it's like behind closed doors if you just calling them stupid or calling them this, and like we're sitting here, and it's a telltale sign that relationship is bad.
Yeah.
You heard that.
But he defends me in public to the point where women don't even approach him because he's always, what did they say earlier, defending my honor or something?
Yes, praising him publicly, her publicly would prevent women from coming up to him. But apparently women are still coming up to him.
Berate me so much, they must think our relationship is bad or something. Why would they think just because you cursed me out to the point where we got to take separate cars? And anyway, yeah, you just go start a women's ministry.
Yep.
And I don't want to pray with you.
Repurpose her. After he repurposed her.
God, why do you think our marriage is bad?
Because you shouldn't be talking to your spouse like that.
Right.
You're gonna have disagreements privately, but shows shouldn't be publicly where you're doing that. Where everybody like, oh, they got issues. He don't like us. She don't like him. They ain't gonna make it. It shouldn't be like that.
No.
But continue. Why else should people get this book?
I just believe that it's an easy read. Everything's just a paragraph long because life's busy. So it's something you can be in the bed together and read it. Let's be honest. The women are the readers. Let's be honest. So you can lay.
That is insane that is an insane thing to say when your pastor is the preacher. The women are the readers is an insane thing to say when your pastor is the reader. He is no. That ain't even right.
In bed, read it to each other and be like, listen, I want, let's talk about jabbing. That's one of the letters in there.
Yep.
And we describe jabbing as, when a boxer is in defense mode, he jabs to break the person down. Well, we do that with our words in relationship.
Yeah.
So we talk about, let's not jab each other and pick at each other and criticize and constantly do that. Let's build each other up. Let's not do that.
Because
all he has been doing is jabbing you, girl. Like literally every time he opens his mouth, he is dragging you for filth. Okay, maybe jabbing is like poking fun of, and what he's doing is like dragging you for filth. So
I'm trying to see where's the back and forth of jabbing, because when they asked you what you liked about him, you were like, I liked his name, I liked his looks, he was attractive in high school, and when they asked him, he was like, I like nothing about her, still don't, but she's reliable, so.
Remember, there was a season, obviously early on, where I would dumb her down, speak crazy to her. Again, I said she had no worth, she had no value. So
why you gotta repeat it? Why you gotta repeat it? I don't understand why you have to repeat all. There was a time when she's like, she's ugly, she has no words, she's useless, I don't like her, she disgusts me, what about? Just like there was a time when I said mean things. That's fine.
These are the affirmations that they were talking about. That he say over and over again to her in public to ward other women off.
This is why. I mean, it would work if you talk to her like that. You won't talk to anyone crazy.
That worked for me, actually. And then it started bringing up regular prices when I tried to reserve other rooms.
Wait, what do you mean?
Try to reserve a room, like add it to cart, then cancel. Then once you try to reserve rooms, it'll bring up regular prices.
All right. So let's say I want to go interior select. What do I do now? Hit reserve.
Mm-hmm. Let me pull mine up so I can follow along. All right. Hit select, add to reservation, cancel reservation.
Where's cancel reservation?
It should be in blue to the left of checkout. Then click yes, please discard. You can start over, and then you should be able to regularly select reservations and see the price.
All right, good, thank you. They do need to fix this. All right, 8,000 for the interior. Still absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thank you, Bell B. I didn't want to give that man's business false advertisement because I would hate for people to do that to my business that I don't have. So I just wanted to be accurate. I appreciate that.
That was a perfect opportunity
to jab.
Just jab. Yeah. But we're not at 52 and 53. We're not sitting up here tearing each other down.
Right, yeah. Right.
And one of my favorites is Q, quality time.
Yes.
Because there's 168 hours in a week. Mm-hmm. I'm going to find time for her.
Right.
Like I said earlier, even if I'm leaving town to go preach somewhere, like last year, I think I preached in 16 states.
Yeah.
But if I left on a Friday,
This man don't want to be around this woman either.
Thursday, she had my undivided attention.
But the key is quality time. Put the phone down. Nobody wants to see that fluorescent glow when you're out together. Phone is down. You're having eye-to-eye contact, and you're talking to each other. You make time for each other,
right.
And you create memories.
Yep. And the thing is, she hates it sometimes because there's times, baby, I just want to stay home.
He keeps me out till 1 and 2 in the morning, like we're teenagers. No, he keeps me out in the streets. He does every weekend.
But like I
and there's days I just want to be home, cozied up with him, watching Netflix, right? But he takes me out. Because in Arizona, we go out. Like we can go. We go out. Yeah. And I will admit, when I do go out with him, I do look like I'm for sale.
She don't look like the first lady.
No, do not wear church clothes out.
It's Reggie and Kelly.
That's right.
Not Pastor Steele and Pastor.
Okay, all right. I don't dislike this. I thought about it. I dislike everything about their relationship, but the only part I don't dislike is like if I'm in a relationship when I'm older, I want to go out and zip it and do it also. Once a year, I want to go out and zip it and do it. I ain't mad. She got her man. What do? You got a man? No.
Kelly.
Yep.
When y'all see y'all church members, what they say when they see y'all out there?
They usually buy us a drink.
Yeah, we're on the West Coast, so it's a little different.
We're
different. Not in the Bible.
We're in the Wild Wild West.
Wild West.
He's in the Wild Wild West.
Wild West.
Ever see the shot.
There you go. Right. Yeah.
But they know we go out.
Yeah.
What about this is ghetto? Being in the projects, fighting to get out of poverty, jumping on the car to stop him from leaving, fighting his girlfriend, beating up baby mama. Well, he didn't got any baby mama. Him cheating on her left and right. What part of this is ghetto?
I'll take lashes and a weave for for 500. I look like I'm for sale. The way.
No. I do think there is something psychologically to mine here that I'm not about to do tonight. When you say I look like I'm for sale, I think there is a judgment being made on other kinds of women and how other kinds of women dress and whether or not she feels like she can fit that, even though she does it and she wants to do it and she's proud of it by saying she engages, to describe it as looking like you're for sale is a kind of psychology that I wish a psychologist would get into, because I do think it's profound and it says something about her view of other people and how judgmental she is fundamentally.
What interests me is, what does looking for sale look like, and how is that in line with the Bible that you guys talk about a lot? And who is it that wants to look like for sale? Is it you? Is it him? Or is it both of you? Because I feel like she's dressing up for him, definitely. I don't feel like she's dressing up for herself. She doesn't seem like the type. She seems like the type to dress up for him solely.
Yeah, she's losing weight for him. She's doing everything for him. Yeah, she's dressing up for him. She said she would prefer to be at home and Netflix. I would prefer to be at home on my couch too.
Because they don't talk about the word a lot, surprisingly, even though he quoted.
He only quoted to make some degenerate point always. I wish I had some dried mangoes to eat.
So y'all take me to a library,
which I love. Exactly. I love the culture and the tone that y'all have said. I could just look at y'all as pastors and just know the atmosphere of y'all church is just real.
Yeah, it is.
You know, what are some of the praise reports you've gotten as we get ready to wrap up? Yeah. Give me a story, a testimony of somebody that has come into your church and you've watched their life be changed, set free, and delivered and transformed.
Yeah, we have a couple that came in probably about 13 years ago, young couple struggling in their marriage, struggling in their finances, because our church is based on your faith, your finance, your family, and your fitness. Those are our 4 core values of our church. So what we do is we have couples come in. Not only do we teach you to believe in Jesus and live for the Lord, we also teach them to be financially illiterate or literacy, have financial literacy, and understand that you can work your way out of poverty, because that's what we did. We don't want the people to think that we belong to the system. We belong to God's system, not the world system. And this couple has literally watched their lives flip because their marriage is strong. They are homeowners now, which is very big. We teach home ownership at our church. This is a way to gain wealth in our country.
That's right.
And their family's doing great. And just to watch them evolve, and they give praise to God. And they're actually part of our top givers. We meet with our top givers once a year. They were actually in the dinner 2nd year in a row, but they've worked their way out of that. And they contribute all to Jesus and to our teaching. And so that's like another young, beautiful Black family that came from nothing, found Jesus, created something, and now they're living a life that's full of abundance, prosperity.
And then we watched another couple. They came to our church. They owned one business, was not doing.
I want to get to the fitness part of whatever they're teaching. I want to get, because remember that white lady, forgot her name, with the big hair, who was talking about fitness and like she was scamming. It was like a cult church. I'm gonna leave that alone. Anyway, because she did pass away on her way to a Trump rally. So yeah.
Well, and now they have 9 and they're millionaires.
Yeah, they saved their first $1 million, and they came to tell us we finally saved our first $1 million. Thank you.
And Deuteronomy 8:8.
If you saved your first $1 million, hopefully not in a bad, you're not a million. All right, whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
He says, I'll give you power to gain wealth. And that was a scripture that,
mind you, everything they've been talking about is money, and I love that, period. But like the church, how have you helped people? I don't know. It just
when I was growing up, this doesn't sound so. I didn't think this sounded unnormal, but then I thought about how it's a church. So why would you be talking about fitness and finances as opposed to, like, I don't know, the word of God? But then I remember growing up, the youth church, and how it was different, because we don't want to talk about like God. That's not very cool. But what you should know is when Kirk Franklin came out and when he started doing all that, all that stuff, and started making God cool, there was like this shift. And so so now we want to talk about how whatever the Bible says about finances, and we want that angle, and what does God say about staying in shape, and we want that angle, and what does God say, blah 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 blah. I don't know where I was going. I'm a little soupy.
But I do believe there is space enough for like all kinds of things, like for the church to be more than just like worship, but like a community. And like you can figure out the finance, and you can figure out the fitness, and you can figure out all of that. Community, child rearing, education, right? I believe in this. I actually think this is adorable. Love it. But I think when you're talking about your church and how it has impacted people's life, I'm hoping that it's about making disciples, right? Like it's people come into the church and we hear their stories and we've seen them grown and become this kind of person in the world. I think our church is reaching out and doing community outreach. Like I'm thinking about the kind of social justice aspect in terms of like providing services to the community that helps people so finances work, but also like the spiritual element of like getting people in the church and making sure people are doing well. And I don't know that the second part is ever really addressed, but I don't know. I didn't finish this. So, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to make fun of the fitness part. I thought you were going to be like, oh, are you guys teaching them from like theory and not practice? Or I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, why do you think I would say that? So use context clues.
I don't know. Why would you say that? What made you think that they would not be teaching fitness?
Well, what is theory and what is practice?
Why do you think it's theory and not practice?
So, like, when we talk about concepts, we talk about something. When I'm thinking about a concept, it's a concept because it's like in my mind. It has not come to fruition yet, you know. Fruition, you know, is something that's in the real world and not in my mind. So, you know, I don't know how to explain it more than that. You know, that's as much as I can go into it.
So there's nothing about the visuals right now that made you say that.
I actually think she looks amazing. I will say that too. It's the right color and everything. No, great timing.
That they held on to, you know, when that first business was struggling, and now they got 9. And these people, when I tell you, they don't miss church, they have the 9 and the 11,
and they don't look like
14 years later,
and they don't look like us.
Yeah, they not
which
black.
shows you that the kingdom gospel is inclusive for everybody.
That's right.
What? Oh my God! Wait, that happened really fast. Did they just say and they don't look like us? And they don't look like us, so you know our advice is working. Whoa. The theory is correct. Maybe we can.
You know, when that first business was struggling, and now they got 9. And these people, when I tell you, they don't miss church, they have the 9 and the 11,
and they don't look like
14 years later,
and they don't look like us.
Yeah, they not
which
black.
shows you that the kingdom gospel is inclusive for everybody.
That's right.
She's promoting that it's not just black.
Oh, okay. I was not bad. I'm fat phobic or something.
That ain't right.
No, not at all. I gotta repent.
I think she looked great.
I think she looks amazing, and that's all I'll say about the 2 people on the couch. I won't say anything mean.
Hallelujah.
I got to visit. I got to come. I know we talked about doing the podcast there,
and we are.
Yeah, we got to do that.
You're gonna love it.
I just love y'all. I don't want to let y'all go. I'm trying to make up excuses to come up with different questions. But I'm just at this point, I'm just being selfish because I love talking to y'all. Matter of fact, I need y'all to go get this book.
Yes.
Support them. Go to the website, and even more so, if you are not a member of a church.
Yeah.
The way technology works, you can become an online member to their dynamic church. And so I want you to be connected. I want the Lit fam to be connected to the kingdom and
towel in. I want to encourage you to keep fighting for your marriage. I'm grateful for this woman for fighting for me, you know.
I'm going to encourage y'all to fight for your marriage. I'm grateful for her for keeping fighting. So you ain't fight a day in your life. So you ain't had to fight for this marriage, but you're encouraging everyone else to fight for their marriage. But you're not going to do it. Cool.
This. All right. No. Low hanging fruit.
Who? Him?
I was gonna say this is the type of fighting the president told them people to do at the Capitol. Like hell, he said.
Period.
Because I just believe that there's a reward. You know, I always say every marriage has a summer, a winter, a spring, and a fall.
And I'm gonna check out during the winter. I'm gonna check if my marriage is going to a winter. Please note I won't be there. That marriage is gonna be happening on its own. I'm not about to sit through no winter. I am not doing it.
You're gonna fall out.
I might give you a little autumn. I might give you a little. I might give you a little autumn, but full blown winter is not gonna work for me. I'm sorry.
Out. You're gonna have some bad chapters, but like I said earlier, don't allow a bad chapter to end the story.
Amen.
Just imagine if we would have quit, we wouldn't.
He look at her, babe. Can you imagine if we would have quit? Just imagine. Oh,
can you imagine? Can you imagine if we would have quit? Guy, you didn't do anything. What if she quit? Girl, this is the we that didn't quit.
I know she was happy for a moment in that imagination.
I know he was happy for real. I know he was like, girl, imagine if we would have quit. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, he was probably happy too.
I mean, the fact that he stuck around and she built up something, he's lucky. He's lucky. He got more than he deserved.
He is not happy. He ain't even happy. I'm bored. I was gonna say she built him up, and now he's taking all that money at church. Maybe he's happy there, and he like, I'm bored. I don't even have a personal relationship with God. It's a work relationship. I don't feel like doing this no more.
Mm-hmm.
So,
he told her to get thee behind him, Satan. Yeah, girl. I'm saying I'll give you a little autumn. Like I'm gonna give you. You know how what's her name Jeggings, spring, summer, fall. That's my life. Spring, summer, fall, winter. I'm out. I'm hibernating, girl.
We've been able to not only are we married, but we're happily married, and we watched thousands of people's lives be transformed, you know, through us. You know, we're not God, but we're his representatives. And so I just want to encourage you to fight for your marriage, get connected to a church. You know, always say, well, we don't get by revelation, we get by association.
That's right.
Get connected to somebody that's got your answer and run from people that's got your problem.
Amen. Amen.
If only she had taken that advice. If only she had taken that advice. I mean, she might be happy. Who knows? She seemed happy on TikTok.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Y'all give it up for my homies, Reginald and Kelly Steele. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
I am overflowing with this wisdom, and I just thank y'all. Thank you. Make sure y'all support them. Y'all be blessed.
Stay tuned to the end for a letter to my future.
And got extremely full, and instead of getting itis that.
Go shut up. All right. That was fun. That was cute. That was a moment. Oh my God, there's still 600 people in here. Thank you all. Hey, you did your thing.
Let me check to see if there are 600 likes.
Yeah, let's do that while we go in the after show.
Okay. Please leave a like, guys. It will help out a lot. Oh, please. Oh, man. Feel real bad for asking you guys, but please leave a like. Really help out.
Period.
All right. Let's do our little quiz. Are you going to pop a link down, or are you just going to answer yourself?
Oh, do you want to open the panel? I didn't know if you were like done and tired.
That's your decision.
I can do it if you wanna. I'm good.
Channel, sir. All right. Here is what we are looking for. We are looking for examples. of number one, her saying that she was fighting demons. Examples of her fighting demons or a demon. Herself, she, not him. Number two, her mentioning God in her life in ways that are not attached to a man. And number three, her mentioning ways that he benefits her and or is good to her.
First contestant, up, level up, single mom. Are you married? Are you married? If you're not married, you don't get to speak. You need to go find a husband.
How I gotta be married? Are y'all married?
We're men.
What does that mean? He's a man.
You need to fight for these marriages. We can't just be letting single women speak.
I don't think you said that right. You got to fight in the marriage.
You need to fight for the marriage when you have it.
No, I think your wording is off. You don't fight for it. She wasn't fighting for the marriage. She was fighting in the marriage, and he was fighting the marriage.
Yeah, and that's why you're fighting for the marriage while you're in the marriage. You fight to get the marriage, you fight in the marriage, you fight the man in the marriage.
You fight the marriage itself.
You fight everyone around the marriage. All right, go ahead, Petty. Sorry.
No, I was looking for that picture of the guy with his coach in the corner getting beat up.
What is up, level up? Oh, period. Not me getting on my pastor, Reggie. Steele, what is up, level up?
What? Okay. Mm-hmm. I was curious to see how you feel now that you've seen the whole shebang.
Oh, that was trash. It got worser. What's that lady say? Worser and worser. It just would not.
Isn't it unbelievable?
It's like, if you take a bunch of different trash marriages and just throw them in a blender, blend it up and give it to her to drink and said, here you go. She is God's strongest warrior. I'll give her that. She is God's strongest warrior. She is.
Child, she had me going back and remembering the spiritual psychosis I was in for a little bit. Because I was just like, this is really crazy. But no, the Bible will have you really messed up in the game. And it gave her something to like mythologize the stuff that was going on.
You actually think that's what, I mean, I think she used it to be comfortable. I think these people are lying because they would not leave. She was not religious when he wasn't religious. And when she got religious, she then used religion as another excuse to stay.
No, but I'm saying, and this is not to try to like plug my book, but I'm saying like I had to go back into my book because I'm like, wait, I wrote about this.
Girl, you better plug your book. Like, did you see them people selling $1 million books? If you don't plug your book every chance you get.
That I just was like, wait a minute. I wrote about like mythologizing the relationship so that you could just keep going in and thinking like, oh, this is just a part of our story. This is just, when it's all said and done, we're going to what they're actually doing. Gotta give her that. She saw it through. But it was just like
she stuck to it.
She stuck to it. But I was just like, oh wow, no, she was living the dream.
Mm-hmm. She said, "No weapon formed against her shall prosper."
But no, I say every day I thank God for not giving me what I thought I wanted at that point in my life, because it's like it really will have you messed up out here. But I could never like if he the level of disrespect. I was never that committed to anything. I would never be that committed.
Yeah, that's probably why she has such a successful church. I believe because it makes sense. That ability to withstand is actually incredible. If only it was aimed somewhere else than a degenerate man. Because what she did was lift herself out of poverty and him. She lifted everyone in her surroundings out. Like, she is actually probably a really smart businesswoman. Like, she did that. I don't think he did anything.
Listen,
She did
I
that.
did so many things. I hope you specifically go back and watch, since you wouldn't watch it before, and go watch what I was talking about. Because like I touched on the class divides of her, like coming from a Catholic household and her having gone to the white school in the neighborhood and him going to the hood school. His words, not mine. Talked about how like she kept self-sabotaging because whenever he wasn't like in her life or the focus of her life, she was actually on the right track, with her before he met her being on track to get the full scholarship for classical pianist. Like, and you can tell the class divide in just her presence and his presence and everything. Like, it was just so much. And she just threw all of her potential, all of her smarts, all of her gifts, all of her talents into him.
Yeah. She refused to build herself until she was building him. And that's insane to me. Because after he got right is when they started putting this together. Because she had a vision of him being a pastor. The mom had a vision of her son being a pastor. And she had a plan to actualize it, including writing books.
Oh, baby, I talked about that mom too. Because I said they picked her. The mom handpicked her and groomed her. And then when she got kicked out of the house, they had her right where they wanted her.
Yeah. 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 I mean, and they made a good choice pick. I mean, it's terrible and toxic and degenerate.
They won. If anybody's the big winner in that, his family, his bloodline won. But the way the mom took her under her wing like Ruth, okay, and had her up in the kitchen. They was cooking it up and working for him and brewing for him. Okay, it was wild.
Yeah. Yeah. I think over time, there is this there's no way to prevent this. But I do think, I forgot who said it. So not my words, but I'm flipping it. I do think when they did it in a really amazing way. It's this lady was talking about how when she graduated med school, right when she graduated, she met her now husband and boyfriend, and they went on a date. And she said every new step in her life, he was there, and she's just so in love. And every new step, every chapter in her life, he was there. And so she cannot imagine her life without him. And I realized while she was like creating this magical fairy tale world, I'm realizing, oh crap, I do think if it's a bad person, but you're making these steps in your life, like you're graduating school, starting your career, moving up in your career, all of that, but they're there with you. It sometimes feel like you project your success onto the people who are not useful to you at all and toxic, and it makes it harder to untangle. So like she was dating him in high school. All of her life, it seems like he is all she knew. That's it. And so, like, while she's a grown woman and I give her accountability and responsibility for her life, and thus I can laugh with her because she's laughing, there is this like sinister part of it where it felt like you said it, where she was right where his family wanted her. And it feels like she was groomed into this, like with the religion, the mother, the cheating husband's father who cheated, the church, the culture just like allowed for this kind of woman to develop. And that's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. And this is exact trauma bonding. Where people usually think trauma bonding is when trauma come together and they bond over their trauma. No, it is this person inflicting a lot of harm, causing trauma, and you are bonding with that person who is causing the harm to you. And I think that's a lot of what happened. 1 year of psychology.
I wish I had more information. Patty, why are you not talking to me?
Popsicle.
I wish I had more information about like her family, because I know, okay, she said that she got kicked out of the house when she got pregnant, but she also said that they were divorced, which a big part of the reason why. And honestly, my theory is with her having so much trauma about their parents divorcing, as soon as she opened that door and he said, "Oh, you going to be my wife?" I think from then on, it was whatever. She was just down for whatever. Because that idea of, oh, yes, this is so much meaning to this. He just saw me and knew I was his wife. And we're never going to get divorced because divorce, you know what I mean? So I think she was just right for the picking.
Yeah. The mom picked up on it and said, "Yep, I want you," before before her son even saw you.
She saw her in her, because clearly she had to be that person if, his dad is the person he said his father was. So she said, "Oh, I found my successor."
Yeah, not my successor. By the way, I don't want Petty to be sad, so let's do it. At what point does she talk about fighting demons? Level up.
What?
At what point does she talk about fighting demons
Is this a test? Is this a pop quiz?
It is a pop quiz. Petty came up with a pop quiz.
Oh, child, I don't know them timestamps, because when I did mine, I ain't just sit and watch it like that. I pre-watched. I wasn't going to subject my people to that. I pre-watched it and put all the timestamps, and we just skipped along to the stuff I thought was important. So I don't know.
So at the point where she talked about fighting demon, was this the part where she was talking about the void in her heart that can only be filled
I was
with
about
Jesus?
to say, I feel like that was real early on, like in the beginning, they started talking about they threw the demons in there real quick, but you just had to know it wasn't him.
That's the only time I heard that one, and the time she said that a demon was, or the enemy was, telling her not to love him.
Oh yeah, and that you were ugly and disgusting and degenerate, but that was him. And then God that was God reinterpreted that and said he loved you. God lied to her.
God's voice was louder.
God's voice lied to her about what he was saying.
There's not a correct answer to these questions. The criteria for these questions were things that upon watching for the first time, I did not hear at all during the entire interview. On my first viewing, I did not hear God in ways that are not attached to a man, or ways that he benefits her or is good to her. I did hear about her fighting the demon this time, but the demon was just telling her to leave, which is like, okay.
So the demon was telling her to leave, but God said, "No, don't leave him. In fact, I'm going to do you one better. Instead of hearing what he's saying, I'm going to reinterpret what he's saying and lie to you about what he said." That's what she think God did.
What do you think about the part where he said he washed her feet?
I don't think that happened, and if it happened, it didn't happen the way they said it happened. I think she romanticized some foolishness, and he is playing games. I don't think that man is sorry about anything. I think he finds comfort in humiliating her, and he likes to repeat. I think it would have been better for us to be like, "Why do you keep saying, 'Oh, I did something wrong'? Tell us what you did wrong." I would prefer that than saying, "Oh my God, can you stop every time you bring it up, saying exactly what you told her, that she's weak, useless, ugly, not the one you want her, she's too big." Like he just kept he liked saying it out loud, the things that he disliked about her. And for me, there is something unsafe about that. Unsafe not in like the way we always use it, but unsafe in that you don't want to protect her feelings, and it feels like you want to attack her and you want her to hurt. And it does annoy him, it seems, that she has just kind of accepted who he is and is not hurt by his words anymore, like at all. She just there. she got her man, and that man ain't going nowhere, and she doesn't care what he does. She does not care what he does.
She just ought to enjoy him. She put in the work like that. I'll be honest with you. I'll be saying all the time, if women go deal with men, you might as well scratch your behind and get glad, because you gonna be going through some things. Like, I don't want to see her crying. I don't want to see her upset. If she gonna keep, like.
Why? Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Man, Been doing janitor work for years. I didn't know I could start my own congregation.
Oh, honey.
You
Listen,
might have to go to
I don't
prison
think you've
first.
done enough wrong yet to be a pastor.
Yeah, you have to go to
You
prison.
got to be like a full-blown pimp first.
You ready to hear what my pastor had to say?
Let's hear what your pastor had to say.
All right. Her service was bad today, and I bum rushed her with this information. And this is what she gave me based on what I could hear and write down while I was also at work, holding the broom in my other hand, sweeping. In regards to him saying the devil was attacking him and him describing his actions as the devil attacking him, she said, and I asked, like, when is it the devil attacking you versus like someone just being manipulative or lying or cheating, or I forgot what I said, but I was being real dramatic. I was being extra. Like if I go to the store and steal, is this the devil always? Is every negative action always the devil or something? Blah, blah, blah. She said, absolutely, the devil was tempting that man to cheat on his wife. But the devil tempts you with stuff that you already want to do. There is a desire for something that you already want, and that you can't tempt me with food that I don't like. Maybe if you want sweets or desserts while you're trying to watch your weight, that's something that tempts you, blah, 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 something like that. But
wait, does that mean the devil is putting the woman in his way? Because if you already want it, then seeing it is the temptation because you already want it. So that's not, the devil isn't making you want it if you already want it. So that would only mean the devil is making that woman going about her business to the store, go about her business to the store.
But she also said that we give the devil credit for something that he has nothing to do with. Like if I choose today whether or not to go steal, the devil is not making me do that unless I am possessed and have no control over my choices. And she was like someone in an asylum who literally cannot control their body.
All right, so she's saying the devil tempts you, but you shouldn't blame the devil because if you act on the temptation, it's your decision.
Yeah.
All right, but is the devil the one putting the woman in your face?
I don't know. I didn't ask. Is the devil the one putting, like, gluttony is a sin, right? Is the devil the one putting, I don't know, food in front of you when you're dieting?
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Because if she thinks he can't test you with things you already want, he didn't give you the desire, right? If you already want it, he didn't give you the desire. So it would have to be the external thing that he does, which is put it in front of you, which would mean he removed the will of other people. If it's a woman you want, and he gives you a woman in front of you to test you, it would mean he removed the will of the woman to test you.
Are you trying to say he can remove the will?
Yeah, so that would be inappropriate. It wouldn't. Then why not remove your will and let you just do what? Like it does. Yeah, it actually. I might actually talk to my pastor about it. I've never really engaged deeply because when I think about the devil and all of that, I just like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. But like, I don't engage fully with this ever because it's like idiotic in my head, but it might be not. As a Christian, I should know.
I was going to ask if it was like the devil, when it comes to like putting the kids through all of that, but I forgot they both believed that he was an excellent father.
Wait, repeat that question.
I was going to ask a question about like what are God or the devil's roles in the experiences of the children when all of this was happening. But I said I remembered that they both believed that he was a great father and just a poor husband.
Period. He's like, get out of my place with you and them kids, but I'm a great father.
He was literally robbing Peter to pay bills.
And period, that man had to provide.
and implicated his little sister in his crimes.
Weird.
She also said them people don't represent Christ.
Yes, when she talking about I live in a box with you. Okay, what about your children?
She said that Christ ain't never said that. He never did that move.
A great father is he.
Oh, they were emphatic about his
fatherhood.
His fatherhood. Like, oh yes, no disagreement there. But again, they on code with everything. So did you see that lady dragging them very demurely?
No, I didn't see anyone.
The psychologist lady.
Oh, can you drop it? Yes. You sent it to me. I see it. Can you drop it in the back chat before? This is the last thing, and we'll go. I actually think this is important.
All right, hold on.
I think you sent it to me directly, so it should be in our messages. Let me check too.
Terrible husband, amazing father.
Period. Causing chaos at home, but great father.
Needs to take his kids out, show them how to rob people.
What am I looking up?
I said, look in the private chat.
Oh, thank you.
That it was abusive. That it was abusive.
It isn't a punishment.
I never said singlehood was a punishment. I've got a daughter.
It's just that when you came back, when you're like, what do you think when people state that like they don't want to stay that long, and you said, well, that's why they're single.
I'm saying no. I'm saying is from early on in stages, people, to me, my opinion is there are couples that people that want to date, but they want to finish products. And sometimes you've got to build with that person to become the established man or woman of God, is what I meant. Not take abuse, be a doormat, be cheated on, and take it until you can.
No, you said precisely. That's why they're single. When asked about your relationship is not what they want, your response is that's why they're single, which means that for them to not be single, they should be willing to take abuse. I don't know who you think
and
you're
she
talking
put a little
to.
stank on it too. She had a little bit of a tube, and then Latera sitting up there looking like a toe said, "Oh yeah, people gonna be mad at you about this." So he was what's that called? Instigating. So they all knew exactly what she said and what she meant.
He's a problem. Latarius is a problem. This is the face of someone who does not know how to, yes, Campari, take accountability. This disgusts him. He's disgusted. He's revolted by the fact that they're getting checked.
Be a doormat, be cheated on, and take it until you can make it. I wouldn't advise that to anybody. I've got 5 children, 2 daughters, 3 sons. Okay. My children are healthy and whole. I would not advocate any of this treatment for my children, my church members, or any.
You did. See, this is why no one want to talk to me. This is why no one want to talk to me, because what you're not about to do is sit up here and lie in my face. That's what you're not about to do.
Don't feel bad because everybody's saying the same thing you say, because we saw you, man, in 4K. We saw you. We heard you. We know what words and intonation and implications and all of that. We know all of that. We know what you said.
Which was the stupidest thing, because the whole point of you doing the interview was to show that, oh, I am growing. This is not me anymore. That was the past. And no, you should not want this. Like, I thought that was why. Like,
and
what?
She didn't even get into it because she was like, she got into it because she was like, oh, yeah, because it probably happened a long time ago and you let him go and you lost them and this and that. So you are drawing a direct line between whoever you think you talking to and what you did, and basically saying because you didn't do exactly what I did, that's why you don't have a man right now. And it's like, girl, I would never.
Yeah. And now you're trying to lie, and he's just so useless. Just ugh.
You want to know it's messed up too, because, and I was saying this on my live, like, I don't need your marriage right now anyway. I don't need her marriage right now to be bad in order for me to be able to see what I saw about your marriage. The fact that you would sit there and try to speak with negativity towards unmarried people or whatever says a lot about your situation, because why do other people have to be miserable or unhappy for you to be able to be happy and enjoy what you have? Suppose.
Understand that that's not what this was. And I'm sorry that I didn't say what I went through was traumatic. It was painful. It was abusive, and it was wrong. I thought me sharing that was giving that definition, because clearly those treatments are painful, abusive, and wrong.
Okay, so when someone say, what would you say to someone who said they don't want that kind of relationship? You said that's why they're single. Now do you understand how dusty and degenerate what you said was? Oh, please drag her. I forgot what she said, but I remember I was okay with what she said. She did it professionally. There was one more thing that I wanted to say. I don't remember.
But I should have put trigger warning.
Right.
This is emotional abuse. And I, and my immaturity and my lack of identity and my not knowing who I was, didn't know that it was dysfunctional until I realized who I was as a woman of God, and what God said was marriage, and what God said was relationship, and what God said was family, and what God said was healed. I didn't know that until I knew, oh, we're doing this.
Sorry, I figured out what it was that I wanted to say. I actually like her voice. It's very raspy. I like it. I don't know why. I just like her voice. Sorry, I just had to give a compliment, and that's the one I'm gonna stick by.
Wrong. There's a better path. And so therapy, I'm looking at some of the comments. My husband and I have been in therapy. The same therapist.
Since 2010.
We
15 years.
Our church. Here's our therapist number.
Absolutely.
We see him on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
We understand that it takes community, it takes the word of God, it takes therapy together and apart. So we advocate these things to maintain health.
Right.
I wasn't able to, I didn't know, Latarius, I didn't know it was a counseling session or we weren't thinking that way. We're thinking it's an interview about our marriage, what we went through, and how we overcame. And now we have a book called Love Letters, How to Make Your Marriage Better, based on what we've learned through our 34 years experience of marriage together, from a very rocky 4-year start when we were teenagers.
And the thing is this, we've been sharing this same story for 20 years. And this is the first time that
I did not pick up on that. I did. Because I don't. I did, but I shoved it away and I've forgotten it because I got so comfortable with it. There is a distinction in the language being used, how he speaks and how she speaks. And you spoke to the class divide around language earlier, and it's very prominent, not just in language, but even general presentation. It's very strange to pick up on things like this. And I pushed it in the back of my mind, but it is very visibly present with the two of them.
And I feel like I think I want to see what you think about it. I want you to go watch my live when you can. But because I saw so many parallels in like things I went through and what I was going for, and there's a lot about her that reminds me of me, and a lot about him that reminds me of, what are y'all laughing at?
No, I want to know. I was going to wait till you're finished to ask. I was going to ask Petty what he eating.
Oh, I want to know where he got them wine glasses from, because he just been looking like he is having the most frostiest treats and drinks and everything. So yes. But yeah, no, the class divides and everything really stuck out to me because it reminded me of stuff. It reminded me of stuff.
What are you eating, Petty? And you don't have to get off screen. I was just looking to figure out what it was.
He always trying to gatekeep.
Got any back?
Huh?
I said he always trying to gatekeep.
Chicken and rice.
Oh, it looked like ground beef. With your hands?
It's ground chicken and rice.
Oh.
There's a lot of people that watched a portion of it, and they've come to a conclusion that all this has been going on right now. And we're talking 28, 29 years ago.
Right.
And
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We knew when it was happening. We were talking about how y'all were presenting it and how he was dragging you still. And y'all were up there kicking it up. Ugh.
I am not at all trying to extend the live in any way. But did you also see the lady that said they go to their church?
Yes,
And-
I shut it off. I didn't finish watching it because she was like, the Lord told me to go there and make them my pastors. I was like, ain't nobody told you that. And I clicked off.
I watched the whole thing, and then I watched like her response to someone in the comments. And long story short, she basically was like, God was telling her, like, she didn't know nothing about them. She didn't know nothing about that place. She just happened to see it, the church. And she was like, God told her to go to that. Said when she went in that church, she was like, what the hell's going on in here? Because she was listening to these things that everybody's responding to. She was just like, y'all don't hear this? Like, that's not weird to you? And she was saying, like, she still struggles with being obedient because of it, because she feels like God straight up told her to go in that church and be in that church, but she don't be wanting to go. But she basically saying, like, she feel like God want her to do something in there, but she don't know what, because it's crazy in it.
Yo, we need to get into the Discord in 2 minutes after this. I just saw something. I didn't fully see what the comment was. We need to talk. Sorry, let's hurry up and get through this.
I'm looking at some of the people like, I'm 24 and I would never go through that. I'm thinking, when we did this, you weren't even alive.
Right. And I have a lot of women that have reached out to me wanting help with their marriages, wanting advice on how to work through things. And so there's a lot of positives that are happening that are coming out. Yeah. But they weren't traumatized and they weren't triggered. They said, okay, maybe this woman has an answer, not to say an abuse, not to be treated poorly, but to know who you are and understand that what God wants from you, and hopefully apply that to your current relationship or marriage. Or single women, you can be completely whole and complete and be single and be a strong, mighty woman of God. So please, those things that came out in that 1 hour and 20-minute interview and the 20-second clip of me ironing his clothes for what I assumed was a side chick because he wasn't coming home on the weekends when he was 20. That little clip right there, I did that during that one little short season of my 34-year marriage, 36 months of that to the rest of our whole life together. So that's not what this is. That's not who we are. And I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your viewpoint. And I appreciate mental health. I'm actually certified in cognitive behavior therapy. I'm an advocate for it because it changed my life.
Okay, well, that was disgusting and degenerate and useless.
I was just happy to see the lady, calling them out and like going, yeah, no, you're not gonna trick me, sis.
I didn't see that.
What you mean? You didn't see that? You didn't perceive that in the clip you saw?
I thought there was another one where she like called it out directly. All I see was them trying to overtalk her just now.
No, I saw that lady tripping over her words and stuff because she knew she got the right one. You're not gonna sit here and tell me, oh no, I didn't say that. And she said, no, you said this was your wording. This is what that means. Blah blah blah. She's like, oh no, I wasn't trying to say blah 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 blah.
Have you seen the lady who used to be a church leader at their mega church and who spoke out on TikTok?
Yeah.
I watched one. Okay. But not all her other stuff. So interested to see how that develops. What did you see that caught your eye?
I saw her said God sent her to the church, and I was like, I'm good. I don't like people telling me God told them anything. I just think you just be doing what you want, talking about God said this.
Listen,
anyway.
I'm just glad, but I'll take her saying because she said God told her that. She ain't trying to tell nobody else that God told her to tell them that they need to do what she doing.
I just be thinking they lied.
I mean, yeah, that sounds weird, but she didn't decide she had to get up and preach.
And I realized that
empowerment, it's emotional survival, so that you can find some way to justify the harm that's being caused against you. Well, this must have been the grace. I was graced to do this.
And although he would go out for
All right, period. Thank you, Campari. I'll watch that. Let me know if you need any help. You probably don't. Tomorrow or whenever you go live, whatever you need, let me know. I appreciate you so much. Thank you both for being here. I want to go into the Discord really quickly because I need to get something off my chest. Because I didn't realize what was actually said on the comments, and like I'm now annoyed. So
let's get into that.
Yeah, I'm now very annoyed. So have a good wait, is that a pimple? Girl, that is a pimple.
Petty, you're muted.
No, it's just a slash. It just looks kind of raised because he cut it in weird. But it's
Who do you
actually
think I'm talking to just now?
He know you talking to you. He know you talking to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry about your eyebrows.
Oh, you weren't here for the end of the joke, but the reason that the moth is in the office is because the light was on. You may be wondering why he didn't just go to a psychologist instead of a pediatrician to talk about all those things.
Oh, yes, I want to say, Petty, you did a great job holding it down.
P.O.P.
When?
You know she's out.
Good. I'm glad. Is her mom still okay? Like, was she able to reunite with her mom?
I'm just playing. She died in prison.
Petty, good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Wait, what is this? Themis are like cute chocolate, Bert and Ernie. Wait, who is Ernie and who is Bert?
Let me look up both and then I'll decide.
Well, let's look.
Well, I think I'm Bert. Let me look up. Well, I feel like I'm Ernie too. I feel like I'm both.
You're clearly Ernie, Petty, and
is Ernie the short one?
Yes.
Well, I'm tall.
You're more round, Petty, and Themis is more oblong.
Yeah, this would be my aesthetic more.
Don't you have a shirt like that? Oh my God, he got on a turtleneck and everything.
I mean, technically they're both. Well, no, he does have the turtleneck under the shirt.
And I am the more nonchalant, dark skin aesthetic.
Girl, get out of my face.
And I do let my hair naturally fall over my eyes like that.
We just need to switch the skin tone and we good. Give him the red one and give you the yellow one.
You're not a yellow bone.
I'm a dark skin. Wait, what is it? I forgot the
Mandingo.
No. Have a good night, everyone. All right, let's go for real. Have a good night. It is 1:00 and we've been on for 7 hours. This is an entire shift. I will reimburse you 7 Skittles for being on, Petty. I'll send you several Skittles.
All right. She's released in 2029.
Period. All right. Bye.